Looks like it's working all right.
Spill the beans on what we're going to be showing, but it will be the job action trailer. So I hope that you will watch from the beginning of the live letter.
はい。じゃあ、一旦これで放送の方は二重に戻りますが、
Hello, our YouTube friends.
同じ URL、このままあと10分待っているとですね、8時にちょうどにビデオが始まりますから、その前までに
Hopefully it's not too laggy over there. I'm hoping it's not.
So now we are going,
My internet has been kind of poopy this morning, so
minutes, but at
kind of poopy this
8 p.m.
morning,
Japan
so
time, the
looks
video
like it's
will
fine.
automatically begin, so be sure to come back to
Oh my god, Whoopsception.
in front of the screen by then. はい。
吉田さん顔やばくないかとか言われて。
And it's available in 1080p.
もういいんで、もうね。
Sweet.
毎回こうなんだよ。拡張直前はね、もういいんだ。ほっといてくれ。マスター直前のね、ゲーム開発のディレクターがね、元気なわけないんだよ。
All right, and I've got everything fully fast forwarded here on the live stream, so we should be watching as live as possible, which is awesome. And we're all praying together that the crypto miner in my neighborhood stops going fucking crazy on the mining just for this live letter. And if the stream drops out at all, I'm really, really sorry. There's not a whole lot I can do about it. 99% of the time it's fine, but I have a feeling that it's gonna hiccup during the middle of the job action trailer, and I'm gonna feel so bad. So if you guys super care about watching this live as it happens, if you can afford to, I appreciate you hanging out here, but also, you know, keep the official stream open on another tab just in case. Just in case. You never know. It should be fine, but just in case. Anamitsu, welcome back. And Skitty Cat, welcome back. Akami, thanks for the resub. Flippin', welcome back. I didn't ask any of my static members if they wanted to watch this together. Should we see if anyone else is awake and wants to hang out, or do you guys just want to fucking solo this one? Flippin', welcome back. And Mew Mew, welcome back. Thanks for your subs. New Dragoon buff called Pole Dance? Oh, hell no. I don't know. Usually I watch these important live letters together in a VC, and then somebody always gets really fucking loud or goes off on a tangent in the middle of something I want to listen to, and I have to deafen. Maybe we could chat about it with people later. We'll try to do this one on our own, I guess. We'll see. Scout and Elizabeth, thanks for the resubs. Welcome back. They're gonna start with the video in like 8 minutes here. Gabriel, welcome back. I'm gonna mute alerts. Get Unk in the call, bruh. I'm Unk. Silky, thanks for the prime sub. Appreciate it. We're gonna turn the volume up too. And also when it starts, I'm gonna take you guys off of the screen. Then you're able to go on tangents with them. True. True. You might just be cooking. Facade, thanks to the resub. Which job do you think will change the most? Probably Dragoon or Astro, because those are the ones that they said themselves that they're reworking. I bet you Astro is going to be a lot more simple. That's what I'm hoping for anyways. I think Dragoon is unironically going to play a lot more like Reaper, which isn't really a stretch. Not exactly like it, but I feel like they'll take a lot of the same concepts that have been proven to work and then, you know, plug it into the other maiming job. So. I talked about this. I forget if I think it was on Mog Talk. Me, Wes, Jitter, and Frosty were discussing, I'll wait for it to come back. Hold on. There we go. Should be back. You know, the weird thing about my internet dropping just now and doing the multi-stream is that the YouTube stream didn't drop at all. Yeah, this is the worst my internet's been in a long time, and it's like the worst day for that to happen too. That's just fucking wild. Anyways, in case you were curious, I am billing Comcast. I'm actually making money off of Comcast right now because of how bad this service has been. If you were worried about that in any sense. It sucks, but like, yeah, I fucking invoice them and they pay me for how bad it's been. But what was I saying? Oh, I was talking about the conversation we had on Mog Talk the other day. TLDR, while people would like more complex rotations and like longer openers or like more complex, you know, like situations or like dynamic, like long lines of abilities to press in their jobs. The reality of the situation is we're getting up to level 100. We've been getting continuation of capstone abilities for 2 expansions now. We have to start axing stuff. We have to. If we want there to be meaningful growth to jobs in the future, we really have to start now dumbifying jobs so that we can add more onto them later. If we don't do that, we're gonna get this weird fucking horrible bloat on everything. It's gonna be bad. So my prediction for this job action trailer and for media tour stuff is that a lot of the jobs are going to be simplified in either minor or major ways, and people are going to be really fucking mad about it. Even though it's objectively the correct thing to do with a game that wants to run for as long as it does. Or they're going to go absolutely crazy and just keep adding continuations onto abilities, and we're going to get Resolution 2, bro. It could happen. It could happen. Resolution 2. Start over 2. We'll see. What if it's all just upgraded buttons from here on out? That'd be boring. Hey, L Cypher, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. All right, we should be starting in about 2 minutes. Praying for the for my internet to work for this, I don't know, 5 minutes or so. Praying, please. Just a reminder, guys, if you super care about seeing all this live in the exact moment, keep another tab open with the official stream, just in case. My internet's been super fucking shoddy this morning. I'll keep the stream going because it usually only drops for like a couple seconds, but you know, just in case. Just in case. Yep, and that's a very good opinion, Cyan. They should do more jobs like Summoner. Summoner is a good idea of what a new base for a job could look like upon which they could build and add new abilities and complexities. Exactly. Exactly. While people think it's way too easy and simple, you have to think of it as you know, this game is gonna last 10 years. They need to simplify things so that we can expand upon them. Yeah, and Dawntrail is the perfect situation to do that too. And I'm also more in the boat of simple jobs, complex encounters. That way, base game and like MSQ and just like casual content is like super accessible to new people. Oh, here we go. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm turning it up a little bit. The XP bars? Ooh. Here we go. That's Viper right there off the rip with the LB. I bet you that's going to be called the Fang. Or Final Bite. Level 100. Oh. That was the official stream that did that, by the way. That was weird. Starting with Dragoon. Let's go! Alright, let's see. Job gauge looks the same. So Litany into a weird shoulder charge. High jump. That looked like a new disembowel. Mirage dive. Chaotic spring. New Dragonfire dive. Fang and Claw into the Nidhogg GCD? Oh man. There was something new before Raiden Thrust too. Life Surge is still in the fucking game, man! Why? Oh, 20-second life window. One Nastrand. Special GCD. Wormwind Thrust. Stardiver's still the same. Oh, they literally added Stardiver too! Oh my god! You know, dude, the way that they were showing that made it look like they put some of the jumps on GCDs. I'm not gonna lie. I'll have to go back and watch that and see what the flash was on the characters. But some of those jumps kind of looked like GCDs. They didn't fucking get rid of Life Surge, man! Ah! Maybe they made it different. Who knows? Oh, cool. Clemency. Was that an enhanced GCD because of Clemency? And that looked like an Atonement combo, right? Blade combo. It looks... Oh. New finisher for the Blade combo. That looked like they got rewarded for using a Clemency. That was kind of cool. Here we go, Warrior. So they infuriated. Oh, is that it? Oh! That was a special Fell Cleave from Infuriate. New Bloodwedding? One. Wait, no, that wasn't New Bloodwedding. That was an entirely new button. Shake. 3 Fell Cleaves still. What the fuck? Oh my god! What the hell was that? Holy shit! Oh, there's the new Astro Gauge. Wait, they can have like an actual deck drawn. Did they choose what? Oh, they choose which cards they play. Awesome! 3 cards. And they didn't show them drawing them either. Wait, if they show a draw and they get all 3 of those cards again, that's going to be sick. Where's the draw? Oh, what? Oh, wait, do they have card phases? I think melee and range cards are gone. I don't think that was sleeve draw. I think they just straight up draw 3 cards now. Yep, and that's new div when you play 3 cards of each kind. Yo, that was cool as fuck. All right, new dancer. Yeah, no, I didn't see the seals on there either. All you dancer nerds are gonna have to tell me if this is different. That was improv. I'm not gonna lie, when I play dancer, I don't even know what gives me my fucking feathers. I just press shit. I just press whatever's glowing, I'm not gonna lie. Tech is still a 4 button. Oh, was that a tech follow-up? Wait, why is there a monk there? I'm worried. What the hell? Reaper? Death design is still in the game. I fucking... 2 GCDs off Gluttony. Plentiful Harvest. It looks like you could go into Enshroud with only 30 gauge, or am I crazy? I didn't see how much Plentiful gave them. Did they use Lemur Strike there at all? Communio. Yo, what the fuck was that? Was that a... Huh? Was that a follow-up to the... What's it called? The full... The Moon's Harvest thingy? That was like a ranged finisher. It looked like a follow-up to the Harvest Moon, or whatever it's called. Alright, here's the meme. Is Red Mage gonna get Resolution 2? That's new. 1, 2, 3. Are they gonna backflip here? Scorch. Resolution. No fucking way. They actually added Resolution 2. No way! Oh my... Wait, did Flamethrower just give 50 battery gauge? Hello? Wait, hello? Air Anchor, Bioblast. Barrel Stabilizer doesn't give heat anymore. Ooh. What the hell? Dude! The fucking Gundam suit GCD? Hello? That was raw! Ooh, new ninja gauge. Okay. It looks like they have Bunshin on right now. What? Poison? Wait, don't tell me that's a dot. GCD combo. Bunshin finisher. Frog 2. Please move. Please move. Please move. Nah, they still have to stay still. What the fuck? TCJ finisher? Yo, that looked cool as fuck. Alright, Eucrasia still in. Dosis. That looks like an upgraded Dosis. Toxicon 3 maybe? Oh. That was a new shield GC. Enhanced Numa. Caracol. What the fuck? Did they just have to Eucrasia to Icarus? Huh. Yeah, it doesn't look that different, but cool. Black Mage. Oh, they have a new thing on their job gauge. Also, I think 3 Xenoglossies is new, right? Ley lines. What? They moved their ley lines! What is that gauge? Did that fill up every time they used a fire? Oh my god, it did. Holy fuck, awesome. Oh, the triple cast gives you 3 of that gauge, and then they can use it again? As an insta-cast, because triple cast gives you insta-cast. Wait, that's so cool! Wait, that actually looks awesome. Okay, here we go. Viper. There's the first look at the job gauge there. Looks like some ranged attack bullshit. Okay, the gauge just turned blue after 2 GCDs. And they spent it. It looks like they're filling up each blade and then they're spending it. And then each spender gives them a little bit of that gauge. God, I wish they would... Oh, okay, here's their, like, burst phase. They have 5 GCDs, it looks like. Yeah, it just looks like a rush combo. Is the last one a big finisher? Yup. What's the 3 red dots do? They're not gonna show us? That's about what I expected. That looks fucking cool. I wish they would do more, like, coherent, like, actual rotations in these, but... You know, at least we get to see the new colors and stuff. Oh? Did they just consume the bell? What the fuck was that? Looks like Water Veil. Did they get a Tetra on the Water Veil target, or this might just be a really bad example? I know you could consume the bell, but I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to show that's different here. New size? What the fuck was that? Also, they had the gap closer. That's gonna be huge. Monk, they have... Oh, they cleaned up the gauge a little bit. Well, they added a new thing entirely. That's the Oppo Coral and I don't remember what the name of the forms are called. New Brotherhood? Also, to me, that looks like you can... Oh, yep, they did it so you can overcap your fucking, your chakras. And also, they just spent one of them? Hello? New Riddle of Wind, maybe? Oh my god, a ranged attack? Sick. Enhanced gap closer looks... I don't know if that looks any different. GCD combo. That looked like a new button. That wasn't Dark Rats, was it? That's just an... Was that like a new delirium? Whoa. Damn. Oh, please show me a new Bard gauge entirely. No more timer, please. Damn it! Pitch Perfect still works the same. Tell me they can overcap. And they still have dots. Oh my god, my eyes. Spend your gauge! Your apex arrow is ready, asshole! Dude, show of hands, who actually likes the timers on Bard songs? You gotta be kidding me. Oh! That looked cool. Summoner. Gauge looks the same. There's Phoenix. Phoenix GCD. I better see Alexander Ramu here. Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that Odin? I see the fucking sword. There's Titan. Also, they started with Phoenix. That's kind of weird. Dude, what the hell is that? Here we go. What the fuck is that? Is that like Proto Bahamut or some shit? It's like Super Bahamut. And then regular Bahamut comes back on the gauge. What the fuck, bro? Is that Neo Bahamut? Samurai. Gauge looks the same. There's the first Meikyo. Hingenbana still exists. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and watch how they did that Meikyo. Tsubame. New Third Eye. Oh, what the fuck? That gave them so much gauge. Maybe they pressed Iki Shoten at the same time. One, two, three. What the fuck was that? Oh, Midari looks so cool. Holy shit. Yeah, I think that was an Ogi, like a third part to Ogi, maybe. That Midari looked fucking cool. It was either an Ogi finisher or it was a different Shoha. I wasn't watching the Shoha gauge. Did they just transform? Am I fucking... I'm not imagining that, right? Yo, what the fuck? Oh, they have a canvas! That's so cute! You literally draw pictures. Moogle Hammer Mountain? Oh, this job is so cute, man. They spent the drawing. What the hell? Spent their second drawing. Bonk, bonk. Follow up GCD. Yo, what? Moogle ready? Yeah, there's the Moogle beam. What's gonna happen when they get all three of the things on the top left of that little gauge there? Cats, like a cat scratch? So now they have a combination of 3. Can they spend it? Oh, they got something there. That looks like they're buff. Dude, bring out the guy. Whoa! Awesome. Wait, cool. That looks fun. Gunbreaker. Let's see this gauge, dude. Gauge is the same, but I think that thing at the top is new. It looks like all the tanks kind of had like that new gap closer. Was that a continuation on Faded Circle? Has that always been a thing? I swear these job action trailers always gaslight me. I'm like, has that been a thing? Show me that double down follow up. Show it to me. What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Oh boy. Gunbreaker fell cleave. All right. There's lots to chew on there. Lots and lots to chew on there. What do you guys think? I'm a little. I really gotta see the Dragoon changes. I gotta see what they did. It looked like the jumps were on GCDs almost, but it also could have been them just like playing bad. Sick.
皆さんこんばんは。
Jesus, that was loud.
第81回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りいたします。Hi everyone, welcome to Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number
20-second life windows, and Life Surge is still in the game.
Please 皆さんご挨拶お願いします。
皆さんこんばんは。ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy 14.
It's also important to remember that a lot of these abilities that we just saw could be like completely functionally different on the tooltip, so don't draw assumptions too far yet.
Also known as the Fox Clone, your global community producer here. I will do the MC stuff today.
Low-key, the coolest thing in that entire trailer was the fucking Gundam Machinist GCD. That looks fucking cool.
今日のプロデューサーレターライブは事前にお伝えしています通り、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送でお送りいたしますので、今日はもう一人スペシャルメンバーをご紹介したいと思います。So we have a now third special member today here. あいみさん。
お邪魔します。
Hello, Aimi.
Hello everyone, Aimi here.
はい。ということで、今日の全体の進行がどう進むかだけ簡単にご説明させてください。
そう、レさんの背景、一緒に植物園にいる。
Some kind of jungle, thick jungle back here.
So let me quickly introduce how it works.
Stuck in the jungle.
Letter live. So the
yeah, it looked like Flamethrower was usable. TBH, it looked like it was part of the opener. It gave them like 50 gauge. I'm pretty sure, unless I missed it.
はい、あいみさんが吉田さんの英語の通訳を行ってくれます。はい。 で最後に、私は自分で言ってることは訳すんですが、時々訳し忘れても大して重要なことは言ってませんので、聞き流しておいていただければと思います。And lastly, I will translate myself, and then sometimes I might miss to translate what I was saying, but anyway, I am not saying something important anyway. So
When this is all over,
disregard.
we're gonna go back through frame by frame of the job action trailer, and we'll take a look together.
よろしくお願いします。
But I want to listen to what they have to say first.
はい。
タイトル画面、トレーラー明けタイトル画面からさ、かっこよく入ろうとしたらさ、スタッフがエスケープキーを押して動画をスキップして綺麗にタイトル画面から始まるはずだったんですけど、あれって言ってて、違うキーボードのエスケープを押しているっていうね。もうみんな疲れている
Yeah,
よ
and
ね。
usually they play it again at the end.
面白くてさ。
We wanted to start off right after the trailer with the title screen of Dawntrail, and we had our staff like ready in the back, and all he needed to do was hit the escape key, but unfortunately he was looking at the wrong keyboard, and so you could hear him in the background. It's like,
Yeah, actually, there's two keyboards on the table, and then it was swapped. I mean, it was different setup during from the.
That's so funny.
Yeah, テーブルの上にですね、彼のことをね若干フォローしますと、テーブルの上に2個キーボードが今日ね、実機が 2種類置いてあったんですけど、リハでやった時となぜかですね、キーボードがテレコになってました。
だって違うね、
No.
そのさ、俺ジョブのさ、新ジョブ使うのにさ、いろいろコマンド打ちたいのにさ、すごい遠くにキーボードあって、いやこっちもいいんでしょって入れ替えたのを多分認識してなくて。
いろいろあります。
oh, it must have been Yoshida moved the keyboard because he wanted to check also the actions on the actual gaming machine. So shoot, that might have contributed.
みんなが罠だって言ってますよ。That's a trap.
No. さあというわけで、まあ今日は基本的には最新のジョブ、7.0 のジョブ関連のね情報をお届けしていこうとは思うんですけど、それ以外にもいくつかお話はしていこうと思いますんで、若干ね長丁場にはなるかと思うんですが、よろしくお願いします。
So of course, today we will be talking about the job updates that will be made in 7.0 Dawntrail.
I hope they start with
Of course, we
Dragoon
will
and
be
Astro
touching
here.
upon other things as well. So it might be a long broadcast, but
Long
yeah, it'd be great if you stick
broadcast.
around.
今日は早速冒頭動画から始まりましたけど、皆さんいかがでしたか？
あ、そうですね。
So we kicked off with the job action trailer today. So how did you like it? どうですか皆さん？
It's pretty good.
ね、いろいろ気になりましたね。
Some of the
山田
stuff
圭
for
が
Dragoon, I was a little about,
I'm sure everybody's
but I'm sure it'll work out.
wondering what's
言って
going
くれて
on.
るね。
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Beautiful mountains.
Dude, the warrior turning their axe into like the 5 times size and then slamming it down was so awesome.
割と今回は本当プレイヤーの皆さんのフィードバックを
And the enhanced fell
まあでき
cleave
る
looks
限り
super funny
こ
too.
う調整しつつ、使いづらいところを
Also,
使いやすくできるだけ調整しつつ、
the new fucking
まあ
cards
戦闘進化っていう
on
感じで
Astro,
各ジョブ
I really hope
そんな
that
にね
there's no longer melee and range cards, there's just buff
すごい
cards.
時間かかって説明も
And when you
長くて
play 3 of each
時間になり
kind,
ます
you can
みたいな
press
ことは
your
ないと
div.
思います。
So with this time around, we tried to listen to the player feedback that we received, try to implement where we can, made adjustments and things like that, trying to address any pain points that we may have noticed. And so I feel like we just kind of transitioned and advanced as we were kind of like on a trajectory. So I'm hoping that we don't have to go into such detailed explanation of this changed to that and this goes over there, and it won't take like 6 hours for us to explain everything.
まだみんなちょっと疑ってますね。コメントでいっぱい本当にって
いやい
いうコメント
やいやいや持たないよマジで持たないよ
I don't think we can do 6-hour broadcasts anymore. Can't last that long.
Too
テ
old.
スト放送で言ったんですけど、
Lamau.
やっぱとんでもないボリュームになってってるので拡張のたびに、マスターね直前最終調整のフィードバックをちょうど終えたところなんですけど、なんといってもメディアツアーもスタートしてるので、
はい
この裏で ボロボロもいいとこなんですよ。もう何一つなんだろう、ゲームの仕事と前者のめんどくさいこと以外は何にもしてないもんだって。もうね、きつい、マジ疲れてるんで、はい、しょうがない。
I mean, it's just, I mentioned this in the test broadcast too, but it's just a lot that we're packing into this expansion. And right now we're still doing our final checks before we lock our master build. And so it just provided feedback on some of the checks that we have done. And of course, we're also kicking off our media tour for Dawntrail as well. And then there's also the corporate things going on. And so, man, I am exhausted.
あとは前回私やらかしているので、このぐらいのタイミングで行月のフィナーレ。
I'm just sitting here thinking about the Dragoons. Dude, I don't think they showed Dragon Sight.
書かれてましたけど、現時点では大丈夫です。現時点では大丈夫です。予定通り。
And of course, people
予定通り。
They literally just pressed Litany and then gap closed.
もうできる限りのクオリティアップをっていうのをやっている最中でございます。
Oh man. Okay, yeah, I gotta just wait and see what they say about it.
And Walker, we opened with an apology that we would have to shift the launch timing by 2 weeks, but this time we should be fine. At this point, I feel like we are good.
Yeah, and they didn't have eyes.
And we are trying to polish and trying to raise the quality as much as possible up to the last minute, so I think we're good.
Hi, kitty.
さあさあ、そんな中でですね、まあジョブの話進めていく前に、まあちょっとDDoS の件とベンチマークの件はお知らせしといた方がいいかなと思うので、ちょっと冒頭そこから始めさせてもらっていいですか。急遽ではあるんですけど、はい。
And so I understand that we will be discussing the job updates today, but before we get into that, I did want to address the current DDoS attacks as well as the
they're addressing the
status
DDoS
update
attacks.
on the benchmark software.
お願いします。
で、まずその DDoS の攻撃、アタックを受けていますというところなんですけど、Q14 始まって以来最大規模、最大期間。
I'm gonna open the job action trailer in the background. Hold on.
And of course, with the DDoS attacks, I believe this is the largest scale and length we've been sort of seeing this sort of attack since the original Final Fantasy XIV.
ただ、スクエアニックスの優秀なインフラチーム、14担当してくれてるインフラチーム何人ももちろんいるんですけど、24時間交代制でですね、ひたすらこう全グローバルのそのベンダーさんたちとリアルタイムに協議しながら防御のやり方だったりとか。
So I've got the job action trailer open right here. While they're talking, I'm sure you guys don't really need to look at them the whole time. I'm just gonna like frame by frame go through this a little bit. Nothing too in depth, but just to look at it.
みたいなのは起きてはちょっといて、皆さんご迷惑をおかけしてるのではあるんですけど、致命的なところまではいかないように、必死にスクエアに一丸となって防御を今展開してますので、どうしてもこう DDoS 攻撃っていうのは世界中のねハッキングされたコンピューターからこうパケットが飛んでくるっていうシンプルな攻撃なだけにどこか一箇所止めればいいというものではないので、粘り強く防御をしていこうと思いますので、その分ねしっかりやってますというところだけお伝えさせていただければと思います。
Of course, although it is the largest and the longest period we've been receiving these attacks, we do have a very talented infrastructure team in Square Enix, and those who are specifically assigned to Final Fantasy XIV.
The eyes aren't there anymore
to protect us.
But the scales
on a 24-hour
are.
basis. They swap teams.
It's been so long since I've used the actual gauge.
They've been working really hard to not only work internally, but they also have been working with global vendors to discuss about how we protect protect us from the attacks, trying to switch strategies as needed. But of course, we do see some packets being lost, and there are instances where somewhere upwards of 1,000 to 2,000 people get disconnected at the same
New
time.
gap closer.
And so
weird shoulder charge
we do
thing.
apologize for any inconvenience that may have caused, but I am hopeful because we have not seen any sort of critical damage at this point. And so Square
New
Enix will continue
disembowel.
to work diligently to
Mirage
protect
dive,
us from
and
these
it didn't give them
DDoS
anything on their
attacks.
gauge.
It's quite difficult. I mean,
Chaotic
the attacks
Spring.
themselves are quite simple because it's just basically
Dragonfire.
computers that have been hacked throughout the world, and these different packets come
Fang and
flying
Claw.
at our servers. But
The follow-up
we
attack?
are trying our best to apply the countermeasures needed, and we are aware of the situation and are working hard to protect us
What
against
the?
it.
SNS 等でもですね、一度ね、DDoS に関しては結構詳しくどういうものなのかってお伝えしたことも過去あったので、負けるな、頑張れっていうご声援たくさんね、見ているので、スタッフの方でもみんな頑張ってね、防御展開してますんで、引き続き粘り強くいこうと思います。
And of course, I think we have in the past informed you all on the social channels about the DDoS attacks, and so you may be aware of what this kind of situation entails. And I really thank everybody for the comments saying hang in there and encouraging words for us. Our staff members are working hard, and I do
So just
hope
two
that they will
Nastrons
continue
now.
to persevere.
はい、それがまず
Wormwind
一つ
still works the
と、
same.
もう一個は
Stardiver
ベンチマークの差し替えというか、
Stardiver
グラフィックスアップデートの
Those
状況に関して
jumps were on the
ちょっとお伝えし
GCD,
ようと
by the
思い
way.
ま
It
す。
looked like.
So that's the first one. The second one is the benchmark software, and more specifically, the graphical update, the graphics update.
まずベンチマークソフトをリリースしたんで
Just
す
gonna turn this down for a second so I can yap at you guys for a second. You can tell when something's a GCD versus not a GCD, by the way, by there's a small flash around your character that's either gold or blue. If it's gold, it's a GCD. If it's blue, it's an OGCD. Look really closely. You can see it flash around their feet. So that's an OGCD. That's a GCD. It's an OGCD. Do you see what I'm talking about now?
Benchmark software, and
OGCD.
we have released an official statement about this as well, but we have
So
seen
Gearskogel.
issues with the character creation screen and how
That's
the
an OGCD
environment,
still.
was not properly implemented to reflect what you will be seeing in
Raiden
the graphical
Thrust,
updates.
Wormwind.
So I'm afraid when we first released the benchmark
That's an
software,
OGCD,
it was
and
not
then
in its optimal
I don't think I saw the
as
blue there.
well
Maybe I'm
as
crazy.
the races
I saw the
that
blue
are
on
available
Stardiver,
in
so still no
character
GCD.
creation. We did receive a lot of
But that
feedback
follow-up
on the
move,
different
I can't
elements
tell.
that are reflective of poor graphical updates, and so we have gone through and sort of reviewed these different feedbacks, make sure that we are addressing what we
Maybe it
can,
was blue. They're just moving up
and
really
In
fast.
addition to the different bug fixes, we are currently trying to finalize the different adjustments that we are applying.
で今日も
That follow-up jump right there.
2時から2時間ぐらい
Can you guys see it?
これはあれはってこう一個ずつやりながら
OGCD, OGCD.
And even today, at
They kinda just, like,
1 p.m.,
float
I had a
up.
meeting
It's kinda
with
hard to
the
tell.
character team to make sure that we're looking at the screen, pointing at the different.
I think it's an
elements that we're
OGCD.
addressing to confirm.
Also, did they only
なの
Nastrand
でちょ
once?
っと途中経過であと皆さんのご意見も聞きたいものがあったのでスクショをちょっと持ってきたのでなんとかちょっと見ていこうかなと思います。
And so I wanted to provide not only a status update, but wanted to get everybody's opinion. And so I brought some screenshots for us to look at.
とはいえ、ベンチマークって
Craziness.
結局ベンチマークだけの作業をしてるわけじゃなくて、これらのアップデートって全部 7.0 にそのまま適用されていくので、決して我々にとって無駄な作業ではないんですよ。
And of course, we mentioned this will be reflected in the benchmark software, but it's not just for the benchmark software. These graphical updates and the different environmental changes.
That looks like new
will be
atonement
reflected
buttons.
To 7.0, the expansion itself, and so it's not a wasteful effort, so to speak.
でしかもこれからもそのベンチマークっていうのはある意味世界中のこう PC ベンダーの店頭でこうぐるぐる回してもらったりとか。
Oh, maybe that wasn't. When I saw this the first time, I thought they clemencied themselves and they got a buff that let them do a big button. I think that's just a different rec.
一緒に入れた方がね、効果的ではあるので、一生懸命両方頑張ってますと。
And of course, with the benchmark software, I think we can utilize it as well to show off Final Fantasy XIV to, say, PC vendors if they wanted to have it in their storefront, or have their customers kind of play with character creation. And so it has its use beyond the game itself. So with the feedback that we received on the benchmark software will be reflected not only in that segment, but it'll also
Honestly, my
apply to the
takeaway from
extension
this, if you're
itself, which
curious
makes
about
it a
Dragoon,
collaborative effort for us.
はい、ではちょっとスクリーンショット見ていきます。
I think they made life window management.
Screenshots ready.
まず
Oh my gosh.
左側、画面に映ってる左側がすいません、4月
TLDR, it looks a lot easier to manage and a lot less weaving, but you know, we'll see. That looks fucking good. Wow.
素材はほぼ変わってません。
So what you're looking at on the left side, it's noted that this is from the original release of the benchmark software from April. This is before we adjusted the environmental lighting. And then on the right is what we currently have with the updated lighting adjustments reflected. The character itself is basically
It looks like a
unchanged.
totally different game
いや
engine.
本当すいません。これはね、僕らが悪い、まあ僕も含めて本当に悪かったんですよ。ライトをちゃんとしたらこうなるので、本当すいませんでした。
And I really apologize for this happening, because it is just a matter of adjusting the lighting. And as you can see, it is a much bigger improvement if we have the proper lighting on the character.
いや今回改めて見直したらですね、いろいろなんかやっぱりこう申請の時に作ったこの環境いろいろおかしくてですね、なんかここ一応なんか若干の曇り設定になってたんですけど、なぜか雨のパラメーターも入ってたりしてて、若干キャラが濡れるみたいなところもあって。
And when I look at these different elements, I see the remnants of when we kind of hastily put together the Realm Reborn environment. And there are a lot of weird spots that we needed to fix. So previously it was set up so that it's slightly cloudy, but for some reason there's some parameters that note a rainy environment as well. So there's
Did all the
some
melees
wetness
get that
can be
gap
seen in the
closer thing?
character and things like that.
Like an actual engagement button?
だったので本当
That
すい
seems
ま
pretty
せん
fucking
次の
sick,
差し替え
actually.
版ではすべてのマップ
It seems like they wanted to get rid of like the weird like press sprint to run in and lose like that first second. It could be a roll action, yeah. It looked like it was on Warrior and Dark Knight from what I can remember. I don't know, we'll see.
ぜひこちらでまたご確認いただけたらなと思ってます。
And so we are preparing for
High
a
jump,
replacement version of the benchmark
disembowel,
software, and
Mirage
it should
dive.
have
I wonder what
the
Mirage dive
lighting
does
and the
now, though.
environment
Maybe it's
updated
just
so that
damage.
it reflects what you will see in game, and that includes the lighting as well.
Dragonfire dive.
And so I hope you will stay tuned for the release of the updated version.
で続いてちょっと待って
The big boy was a OG CD, right? Yeah, it was.
続いてですね、まあこれはちょっと意見を
I don't see any spine chatters, just
そうな
saying.
んですけど、こちらはですね、
Nah, what is this?
ニコッテのですね、ムーンキーパ
Why are
ー
they cheesing like
天
that?
使に関してちょっとですね、皆さんのご意見を聞きたくてですね。
Next,
So one
this is the
Nastrand,
one where I'd like everyone's opinion on.
New
As you
GCD,
can see, it's the Mekote moon keeper of the moon tribe, and the canine teeth. kinda like the
Stardiver,
fangs in their
big
in their teeth,
fucking
in their
thing.
mouth.
まあ怖いってやればそうなんですけど、しょうがない口をねちゃんと見せていこうとするとこうなるんですよ。
And I understand it looks kind of scary, but in order for us to show the teeth properly, we have to do this.
でですね、男
The
性
Fengies.
も女性もちょっと調整を入れているん
They
ですが、
brought back the teeths.
真ん中のがこの先日4月14日に出たベンチマークの時の、剣士なんですけど、ちょっとやっぱチャームポイントだったのに短くなったっていうフィードバックをいただいたので、今、調整中、まさに今日 最新が一番右
Don't
側
really
の
care too much
長
about
さ
Paladin.
なんですけど、あ
Warrior.
れぐらいでどんなもんですか？
So they
And of course,
do
we're making
tank stance,
adjustments to
infuriate,
both the male and female Mikote. And
gap close.
the middle version that you see on screen
That's a
is
new
from
fell
the
cleave for
April
infuriate.
release version. And there was some feedback about how the canine
They
teeth
infuriate
were
again,
kind of
and
like
then I think they do
cute
the
on the Mikote, and it
orogeny,
looks shorter
and they
in
do
the
the
benchmark release.
chaotic
So
cyclone.
the one on the picture on the right
That's a new
shows
button.
the latest, like today's
I thought that was an enhanced
version
bloodwetting,
of the
but no.
update. And I wanted to see what people thought about
One.
the length of those canine teeth.
Bloodwetting.
でも意
Two.
外とですね、これね、真ん中がいいっていう方もちらほらコメントではあるんですけど、真ん中だったんです。この前出したやつ。でも短くなったっていうお声が
What
グロ
the
ーバル
fuck was
全体で
that?
結構いただいたんで、右で良さそうであれば右でいきます。
I do notice some people commenting that the one in the middle is fine.
They
but
shake.
yeah, the feedback
fell
that we
cleave,
received
and
for
then what the
length of
fuck is
those
this?
canine teeth, it was global. So if everybody seems comfortable with the
They're like,
version on the
"Fuck it.
right, I think we're gonna
Rock."
finalize it at that kind of length.
選べるようにしたらいいじゃないで。選べるならね、選べるように作ります。
Punch. And then they
Some
do
people
Primal
saying,
Rend,
well,
and then
why
they do
can't
the
you just make
Giga
it so that
fucking
you can
Rock
choose
Axe.
the length, or when the player can choose the length, but that I'm afraid
Boom!
if we could, we would.
Me
but
when you.
we
Shut the
can't.
fuck up, bitch!
そしてもう一
Boom!
まあこちらは、男性側ですね。こちらも今一番右に調整しているので。
Yeah, it could be an enhanced upheaval.
FYI, this is the male Mikote, and so again, we're trying to get it to how it looks on the very right of this set.
Astwo. Okay, so they start with 3 cards, and they also have Lord.
右が多そうではあります。
What is that button, Astro
I see
players, that they
lots
just
of
pressed at the
comments
start
saying
there?
right side.
Is that div?
そうね。
I think we're.
I have my
comfortable
effects hella off, so I don't know.
with the version
Yeah.
on the very right.
Gave the red
歯に
major
関しての
card.
フィードバックがもう一個ございまし
Did
て
a、GCD on the boss.
パワーポイントお願いします。
Did they give a card to themselves? They gave the balance to the red mage.
実はですね、ミコッテのムーンキーパーの特定の
It looks
顔
like
で
they
ですね
gave a card to
剣士が
themselves.
小さくな
What's
っ
this?
ているっていうフィードバックをいただいたんですけど、実はこれ隠し要素でしてもともとこうでございます。
And then additional feedback on the Mikote Keeper of the Moon Canine Teeth. So there's a certain type 3, 1 or 3, where the canine tooth looks smaller.
Interesting.
And there is I'm afraid that's how it was set up.
だから左が口の形1から3の時の剣士の長さで、
People who
右が
Fantasia
口の
all the
形4を
fucking
選んだ
time.
時の
Is that a thing?
剣士
Do
の
the
長さ
different Miko mouth
で
types have
これは
different
実は
teeth lengths?
もともとデータ的に長さを変えてあったっていうことでございます。
I never Fantasia, so I don't fucking know.
And so this was actually a hidden specification that we made because of the shape of the mouth itself will affect how the teeth would look on the character's face. Certain types,
Div.
like type 1 through 3 of the mouth shape,
Give card.
would be different from type number 4 because
GCD boss.
The canine teeth
Give self
would
card.
Seem more visible, and so they had to make it smaller.
Give card.
そしてですね、もう
Gravity
一枚ございまして、
Lord
こちらも歯なんですが、ララフェルの口の中が気持ち悪いというフィードバックをいただきまして、
That do be a Lalafell.
And then more feedback on teeth. We did receive feedback about the Lalafell and how the
Party
teeth
takes damage.
look
What was that?
very
Horoscope?
scary
No,
in
GCD.
the initial
Aspect of
release of the
Helios
benchmark
looked like.
software.
They draw again.
まあ頭蓋骨の形が
You know,
明らかにおかしいのではないかと。まあ、確か
The
に
way that those cards were
すい
drawn
ません、こちらも調整をさせていただい
kind
て、
of makes me think.
現状右のように、修正フィックスさせていただいてます。
Kind of makes me think that you like flip flop between getting Lord and then Lady, Lord then Lady, Lord then Lady.
はい、しましたというご報告です。
And so
Isn't
with
that what
this
it seems
one,
like?
people have pointed out that the shape of the skull wouldn't allow for the teeth to be shaped in that way, and we understand. And so,
And it
this
looks
is
like
more
those cards
of
are
an
healing.
FYI, that we
Am I
will
crazy?
fix it to look more like the one on the right.
はい、
No,
とい
maybe
うわけ
not.
ですいません、ここにちょっと挙げたのは例で各種族本当一つ一つですね、このレベルまで、皆さんにいただいたフィードバックも我々自身で、
Cool.
調整していた気がついた点も、やっておりますので、
I'm surprised they didn't
まあ
show
もちろん
star,
それで
or
も
if they did, it
ま
looked
あ
entirely
膨大
different.
な量ではあるので、何かミスがもしかしたらそのさらに
I don't give a
その
fuck
先の
about
救援に
dancer
使う
anymore.
可能性がゼロとはもちろん言わないんですが、できる限りの、対応をさせていただいた
This is
上で
something I wanted to look at real
ベン
quick.
チマ
Hold
ー
on.
クを
I
改
wanted
め
to
て
look at the
更新させていただいて
gauge on
か
this.
つ、それらも踏まえて 7.0 でさらにね一段
Okay, so Death Design still in L.
努力を続けていこうと思います
Arcane Crests.
And so what you saw today were
Soul
just
Slice
some
gives 50
examples,
gauge.
and there are other adjustments that we made
Oh.
per the different rays, but there
Oh,
are
yeah.
a
And then
lot,
they Gluttony
that we
50.
had to address.
But Gluttony doesn't
including
give
the
any
feedback that we received from the players,
10,
as well as what we have noticed,
10.
what the development team noticed as we were adjusting.
They
these.
plentiful
And so,
harvest, but they don't
again,
get
it was quite a
any
lot to address, and there may be
gauge
some
from that.
missteps that we may
I
notice
didn't
throughout
notice that.
our
Oh my
QA
God.
process. But we are going to address as much of this as possible.
I think Plentiful Harvest
and,
just gave them a buff that lets
update
them
our benchmark
transform.
software to release a replacement version. And on top of that,
Yo, that's
with
nice,
7.0
though,
Dawntrail,
if that's
we will
true.
make sure that the graphics quality
That's
will
really nice.
be raised as high as we could.
意外とね言われているほうれい
So
線
2
が気になる
GCDs, Lemur,
これ
2 GCDs,
あの
Lemur,
全部のキャラ全部のデータで
Communio.
ほうれい線が気になるって言われたものは全部ノーマルマップを作りに
and then that was the Harvest Moon thing. And then when they egressed, they were
And,
able to
there were some
do an
comments about the
enhanced.
lines,
Oh,
like
you know
wrinkles on
what?
the smile lines, like on the face.
That looked like
and
a.
There were some
Did that give them any
characters
gauge?
where
Oh,
we
it
noticed
didn't.
that, and so we had to
Just looked like a new
rebuild
range
the
attack.
normal map so that it addresses that.
これは、ね、
It was like Harvest Moon,
元々
like
実はノーマル
continuation
マップを
almost.
ハイクオリティ化しただけなんですけ
Interesting.
どライトというかシャドウの精度が上がったことによって実はデータ的には今までもあったやつなんですけど影が乗らなかったんですよね精度が低いからなので見えてなかったのが逆にライトをちゃんとしたら見えるようになったっていう部分だった
That's the AoE
で
combo.
もみんなもともとない自分のキャラにはそんなものはないって
New AoE. Is that like AoE Scorch right there?
全部直しましょうというか
It's like a new AoE finisher almost. I want to know what that button was.
全フェイス一応やりましたのではい
And with the lines on the face, this was because of the lighting actually. The normal map was fine, but the way that the shadow
Also,
would
they're
drop
doing their
with the previous
melee combo
lighting,
without gauge.
would not affect that sort of.
I didn't
look.
realize that till just
So
now.
the data itself was there, but it just didn't show up because the lighting was the shadow, the cast shadow was not as high quality. But with the graphical
Resolution
updates
and
the
then
lighting
another
was updated
resolution
too,
follow-up,
the
Lamau.
shadow fell on it and it became more accurate, and so it became a bit more noticeable. So when players looked at it, because they were so used to not having those lines showing
boy.
up. We received feedback about that, so we did have to make some
Yeah, it looks like
adjustments
they're
to
never gonna
polygons of
overcap
these
anymore.
different races as well.
Oh,
those
so
are
they
some of
started
the
with 50
changes
gauge.
that went
I
into
thought
the
they used
updates.
flamethrower to get some gauge, but I guess
すみません
not.
5月30もしくは31まである
Reassemble
のどちらかを今リリース
Chainsaw
で最後
still
の
gives 20
やってるん
gauge.
ですけどちょっと
Chainsaw 2 gives 20 gauge as well.
多いので今修正のもしかしたらその週末をまたいでしまうかもしれないっていう今ぐらいで進捗していますので
How much gauge did that- Okay,
改めて
give him
日付が
five.
変わったら
Two.
しっかりまた僕の方からテキストでお知らせして
Drill
おきますの
doesn't
で
give
よろしくお願いし
anything.
ます
3 gives 5
And so right
and
now
10
we're doing
respectively.
our adjustments with a target date of
Air Anchor, you
May
overcapped
30th
dummy
or
Bioblaster.
31st. 30 days has September, April, May.
Barrel
Yeah,
Stabilizer
May has
doesn't give
31
heat
days.
anymore.
But
And I
anyways,
fucking
there's a lot of
love
items
that,
we
by
do
the
need
way.
to revise.
I wonder what it
So
does.
We aren't confident on the final
And then they
release
summon
timing
Queen.
of the replacement version of the benchmark.
Wildfire.
So perhaps it might go beyond that
New
weekend,
heat gauge GCDs?
But once we do determine
Yeah,
a release
that's like new
timing,
Ricochet
I will
and
make
Goss
sure to
round.
make an announcement about it.
はい。
Air anchor,
はい
or not
もう
air
一個だけ
anchor, the
これはもう
auto
皆さんに
crossbow
とってはプラ
drill,
スのお
and then
知ら
what the
せ
fuck is that, dude?
に関して
That's
見て
so
お知らせがあります
sick!
And then one more, sorry.
That's so
this
fucking
is actually,
awesome!
good news for our players, I'm hoping. With regard
Dude,
to
Armored Core
Fantasia, there are two
reference.
items that I want to relay.
まず
That's so
7.0 が
fucking raw.
リリースされたタ
Nah,
イミ
that
ング
looks
で
cool as shit.
ウルダハに
Also,
えー
did they enter
ごく低レベル
a
の
hypercharge
クエス
window
トが1個
without...
追加されますので、そちらをプレイしていただけると
Oh,
まあ
yeah,
幻想
they didn't
薬
use
と
their
は一体
heat
何なのか
gauge.
というちゃんとクエストを1個作り
Wait,
ま
what
した
the
の
fuck
で
is
こちら
heat
をプレイ
gauge
する
for
と
then?
幻想薬1個手に入りますのでぜひ、まあね、皆さんに今回グラフィックスアップデートしますよということで幻想薬をお渡ししますっていうのでちゃんとクエストとして入れ
Yeah,
て
maybe it's
そうする
just
と
a
ね
GCD that's up every like 30 seconds or something. Or it was barrel stabilizer giving them a buff.
So
It was one of the
first,
two.
Upon release of 7.0 Dawntrail, there will be a quest
Cool.
giver in
Dude,
Ulda,
who else?
and the
I know
level
it's
is
not
going
just
to be
me.
quite
Who
low,
fucking else
but it is going to
hated
be related
pressing
to
barrel
what is
stabilizer in your 2-minute
Fantasia.
window?
And so
Because you would
by doing
overcap the
that quest,
fuck
you
out of
will
your heat
obtain one
every
Fantasia.
time.
So I'm
Or you would
hoping
delay
that
some
that'll
shit.
be incentive to try
Oh
out
my
the
god, it was so
creation
bad.
with the graphical update. And plus, with that quest in place, it'll help new players understand what Fantasia does.
でもう一つは、幻想薬にちょっと仕様を一つ追加しました。
Bye, Friv.
And then another update
I wonder what
to
their heat gauge is for now,
Fantasia
though.
is we're going to be adding another.
They didn't
sort of
even show what they did with it.
specification or
They just pressed 1, 2, 3 to get gauge and then didn't do anything
今
with
回
it.
やっぱり
What?
まあだいぶ
War.
新しくリリースするベンチマークのキャラメル
Dragoon does look cool, Jitter. 20-second life, and it looks like it's one Nastrand, one Stardiver, and then one like Stardiver finisher. Also, I think Dragonfire Dive has a follow-up GCD. That's that the Nidhogg thing coming out of the
ほ
ground.
ぼゲーム内と同じように見ていただけるようにはなりました。
I did see that they have Life Surge in there.
So of course,
I'm
with
hoping
the
it's not a
graphical
heal,
updates,
and I'm hoping
and
it's
you'll
just a
see that
free
in
crit,
the updated
and
new
they add a
benchmark, as
defensive
well
on the
as
side. I'd be okay with
7.0
that.
Character creation.
I'd be okay with that.
We were very particular about the adjustments we made to
Also,
lighting, and
real talk
there
chat?
are environments
I gotta
in
go take
which
a-
you don't see that sort
I gotta go
of
take the Browns to the
generic
Super
blue
Bowl.
background
If
and-
you
and
catch
the
my
lights
drift.
reflecting off of it, so
I'm
that
gonna
you
let
can
this run
see
for a second.
how your
I'll be right back.
character
I'm gonna watch on
would
my
look
phone.
in-game.
とはいえやっぱ
Right
り
back.
その見慣れた風景の中で自分が調整したキャラクターをやっぱ確認したいっていうご要望も、まあ、今回改めてすごく強いだろうなっていうのも感じたので、幻想薬を使用してから、60分 P タイムで60分内部的にはね
P タイム
なので別にログアウトしてもカウンターは止まるので、60分間であれば、再度調整できるっていう仕様を追加しました。
But that said, of course, you want to see your character in action in locations that you have gotten familiar seeing your character in. And we did receive a lot of feedback about how we want to make adjustments to characters afterwards. And so we are going to make it so that Fantasia, within 60 minutes of playtime. So if you log out, the counter will kind of pause. But once using Fantasia, if you want to make adjustments to your character creation, you can do so within 60 minutes of using Fantasia.
ただしキャラメイクするたびに60分リセットされるわけじゃないのでそうなるとね59分ですかさず変えっていうのができちゃうので1回使うと60分間っていうタイマーは止まらないんですけど微調整っていうのはねこうどんどん通常のエリアでできるとは思うのでご活用いただければと思います。
That said, that 60-minute counter only works the first time, so you can't go in like minute 59 and then reset the counter. It'll count your time if you make your readjustments as well. But that said, like if you messed up on something or if you want to make minor adjustments to characters after you have created it in the character creation screen, you can do so within 60 minutes of gameplay time.
まあ一応コメントで質問されてる方いるんで、そう60分以内だったら何回やっても大丈夫です。種族も全パラメータ何回変えていただいても大丈夫です。
There was a question in the comments asking how many times you can make readjustments within that 60-minute time frame. There's no limitations on how many times you can go back in and change as long as it's within that 60-minute time frame. So you can try out all of the races, all of the different parameters that are included in the character creations if you wanted to.
さっきほうれい線の話したら吉田のほうれい線も消えたらいいのにねとか言ってたのに急にこの幻想薬の仕様のアップデートの話をしたらさみんなわーよかったとか言ってる中に吉田がイケメンに見えてきたって感じが見てってめっちゃじわるんだけど
We were talking about lines on the face earlier and how, oh, it would be nice if Yoshida's lines would also disappear, right? But once we started talking about Fantasia, in the comments, of course, people were happy about the Fantasia. That's good news. But also their comments about like, oh, Yoshida's now looking better.
まあというわけで、しっかりね皆さんのキャラクターこれからも、まあ、今回 7.0 でグラフィックスアップデート入りますけど今回だけじゃなくてこれからもねまた楽しんでいただけるようにこれまでのシステムっていうところもこういう機会にまた見直してね仕様を足したりっていうことは、まあ、これに限らずやっていきたいと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。
So of course, we talked in detail about character creation and things like that. But with 7.0 Dawntrail, we will be applying our first graphical update. But we will continue to look at the different systems within the game to see where we can improve and make adjustments as needed. So I hope you look forward to the different updates we'll be making throughout.
はい、以上お知らせでした。というわけで、
What's up, y'all? I'm back. Sorry.
大変お待たせしましたが。
Did they say that when you Fantasia, you have 60 minutes to lock it in or not?
Okay, so
Did I hear that right?
That was a very long preface, but we are now going to jump into
Sick.
the actual meat of the presentation.
Oh,
which is the
back
job
right in
updates.
time. Let's go.
はい、では本日のメイントピックの方に参りたいと思いますので画面お願いします。So let's go to the main agenda.
Yay!
Job adjustments.
Job
ジョブ関連アップデート
adjustments.
ですよろしくお
まあ
願いしま。
ますあまあ最初にちょっとお伝えしておくとまさしく昨日からグローバルメディアツアーがスタートしております、
はい
メディアの皆さんがいち早くですね、レベル100になったすべてのジョブ開放されているのを
Hey, by the way, not having eyes to go into your life window means that you can probably do your life window in your opener.
情報がメディアの皆さんから
Just saying!
ね出ていきますんで、まあ、そちらをまた見ていただきたいなとは思うんですけど、まあ、今日はどういうコンセプトでどういう
Fucking
まあ全部は語
awesome!
らないですけどこういうとこ変わってますよとか、こういう
I'm so excited, man. I'm so hyped.
So of course, starting yesterday, we have kicked off our global media tour where we have members of our media try out these different jobs at level 100. And so you'll probably be seeing articles on their impressions or what they thought about the different jobs. So those will be coming soon. But for today, of course, we won't be able to discuss every single detail. But we would like to touch upon some of the changes and the updates, any additions that were made.
では行きましょう。まず最初。
行きましょう。
今回ジョブ関連アップデートの全体です。全
I
ジョ
should have
ブ
wore a
に
suit,
関わる、コンセプトをこういった形にし
This
ておりま
feels
す。
so formal.
So this is going to be across all of the jobs.
まあまず当然ですがレベル上
New
で、ついにレベルキャップ100に、ね、なりましたのでレベルが上がるということで、全てのジョブに新アクションというのが追加されております。
So of course, we are going to be raising the level cap to 100, and so there will be new actions that are being added.
It is a big deal, Anubis. 100's
もう一
huge.
個は今回は遊びやすさの向上、まあ、それから6点
And the goal of improving ease of use.
フィードバックに
Yes.
まあ、できるだけ極端に変えずに、まっすぐ
Make rotations more approachable to casual
いき
players.
ましょうというコンセプトで今回すべてのジョブを調整アップデートしております。
And then, of course, the second point, made adjustments based on feedback that we received throughout the 6.x series with the goal of improving ease of use, trying to not change it dramatically, but still make it a little bit more smoother or more comfortable to
Yes. Perfect.
ただですね、一部のジョブではローテーション、まあ、追加されたアクションも含めてローテーションが変わるというジョブもございますので、 そこはご了承いただけると助かります。すべてのジョブのローテーションが変わるってわけじゃなくて、一部のジョブのローテーションが変わるということがございますので、よろしくお願いします。
And of course, with the new actions being added, some of the jobs may have some changes or shifts in their skill rotations. Of course, that does not apply to all of the jobs, but please be aware that there might be a little bit of adjusting that's needed on your end as well.
As
でですね
expected.
結構、まあちょっと次にお知らせしたいのが、結構いろんなジョブでもうさすがにホットバーが埋まり尽くして、特にパッドで遊んでくださっている方がですね、もはや限界であるというのは我
Players
々も
adjust.
認識しておりますので、まあそれに対して我々こう置き換えアクションっていうのを、6.x 中にも、一部やったりしたんですけど、それに関わるお話をちょっとさせてください。はい。
And of course, we have been receiving a lot of feedback with the actions that are assigned to your hotbars. We understand that there's a lot now having to slot into your hotbars, especially those playing on a gamepad or controller. I'm sure we're kind of reaching the limit of how many you can fit into your hotbar, cross hotbars. So I would like to touch upon the some of the actions that sort of replace the same slot with the next action in a skill rotation.
まあなので今回やっぱり
Action change
7.0 で
settings
これ以上
will be
の
added.
言葉を圧迫しないようにっていう形で、各ジョブにこう置き換えアクションっていうのを、まあ多数は入れてないですよ。多数は入れてないです。置き換えアクションっていうのが
I think that's probably a good idea. I assume that means they'll have like your GCD combos be on one button.
So of course we are trying our best so that we are not sort of overwhelming the amount of actions that need to be assigned into a hotbar
Yeah.
with this sort of replacement system. And of course we didn't implement too many of those, I hope. But we were trying our best not to increase the amount of icons to put into the hotbars.
ただこれ置き換えるとですね、連打してたら誤爆するんだけど置き換わったやつにっていうのがございまして、まあ置き換えは我々設定はさせていただいてるんですけど、プレイヤーの皆さんが任意に設定できるわけじゃなくて、我々がローテーションも考えて置き換えを設定してるんですけど、あえてもう置き換えなくていいっていうのが設定できるようになりますというお話です。
That said, with the jobs kind of automatically replacing the same slot as you are doing your skill rotations, sometimes you don't want to have the next action automatically pop up into the same slot. And we have heard feedback from players that do not like that auto replacement. And so we have created a system in which you can choose to not have the next action replace the same slot.
Yeah.
まあなのでちょっともういい
It's
です
good that it's
か、出して
optional. I wish you could do it like. Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah. I wish you could do it like ability by ability, and it looks like you
勝手に置き換えない
can.
でくれという方はですね、この置き換え
Nah,
設
that's
定
fucking
を
huge.
まあオフにしていただければ、別々のアクションとしてこう設定することも可能なので、まあこのアクションは
That's really
置き換わってもいい
awesome.
けど、このアクションはやめたいみたいなのが別に設定できるようになりますよと。これはまあ特定のジョブだけじゃなくて全体に入ってますというのをお知らせしておきます。
That's very nice.
And so, as you can see on the screen, there will be a slot where it says action change settings. So if you don't want for some of the like combo steps to automatically replace a certain hotbar slot, and you want
Another
it to be
plugin
set up
added to
be
the game.
separate buttons, you are
Mod spam
welcome
that
to
guy.
do so by turning off that sort of automatic replacement, the action change settings.
まあとはいえ全てのアクションというかねがね置き換えになってるわけじゃないので、置き換え設定されてるアクションに対して個別にね自動置き換えするかもしないかっていうのが
Bro, this was needed for controller players and keyboard players. My samurai hotbar is fucking terrible.
環境のあと手に馴染む
I'll put it back in a second.
調整していただけたらなと。
Look at this shit,
And
bro.
of course, this only applies to
So
actions
many
that will
fucking
automatically
buttons. For what?
replace. and so it's not necessarily for, or it's not for every action in your job sort of utility. So I would recommend players trying it out.
Fucking mean grow
and
up.
seeing how it feels. Do we want to
Sorry, I don't
separate
have
out
8
the different
fingers, bro.
actions so that you don't accidentally activate it when you don't need it, or what kind of feels more comfortable in your hands?
はい。というのがまあジョブ全体に関わるところ
Grow
で
another
ご
one.
ざいますということなので、まあここからは順番にロールに分けて、中を見ていこうかなと思いますが、大丈夫ですか？
Okay, so that covers the elements that will be across all of the jobs. And so now I'd like to do a deep dive into the different roles. Are we okay to move on?
なんか火力が上がるとか
Melee
下がるとか
engagement tool.
気にされてる方がいるけど、火力の話ではない。まあ
Show
置
it
き換
to
わ
me.
ることで他のタイミングで使うつもりだったのに連打してたら使っちゃったっていう場合はまあミスになるので、まあその誤爆対応がまあ一応個別に選べるようになりますよっていうイメージだと思っておいてもらえれば大丈夫です。
There were some comments
Here,
about,
take this
well, is this a
FEV, I
matter
mean
of
Monster Energy.
DPS getting higher
Okay.
or lower, and it's not really about how much damage
Life
you
hack,
can
if you
deal,
want
it's
Whoops
more
to drink
about,
anything, put
some
it in a
people
white
don't
monster
like
can.
just pressing the same button continuously and accidentally using an action when they don't want to, or they were trying to save it for another timing. So this is just so that in case you want to prevent accidental sort of execution of an action, you can set it as a separate item on your hotbar.
はい。ではよろしいかな。
I think we're
さあではタンクからいきましょうか。
Start with Dragoon. Damn it.
starting with tank.
Yes.
What would they change about tank?
まずタンク
As a role.
共通の変更点からお話しします。これは共通の変更点です。
Okay, so first is upcoming adjustments that will be across all tank role jobs.
Looks like
まず
that
一つ目。レベル
Rampart
90
and
代
job
で
exclusive 30% damage reduction
各
ability
ジョ
will
ブ
be
固有
upgraded
の
in
2
the
ダメージ
90s
30%
level
軽減
range.
バフって持ってると思うんですけど、
Oh!
各ジョブレベル90代で
About time!
さらにこれが強化されるっていうのが各ジョブに
Was that, do you think that was that like honeycomb looking like wall thing?
And job exclusive
You know what I'm talking
30%
about?
damage reduction
It looked like
abilities
that
will be
new
upgraded
like
in the 90s level
cooldown.
range.
All of them had that same kind of pattern
そ
on
れ
it.
からですね、レベル90代の途中
Reprisals
でですね
duration will be
リブライ
increased
ザ
to
ーの効
15
果時
seconds.
間がなんと
Yo!
はい、延長される強化が入ります。
That's huge!
And reprisal duration will be increased
Oh,
to
that's
15
great.
seconds in the 90s level range.
Do you know how many
30%
how
軽
many
減バフの方
reprisals or 10-second
なんです
mits
けど、
there are in
まあ
the
これ
game?
強化されたタイミング
To
で
where if you do it at the very last millisecond, you can catch 2
入ってるので
instances of
まあ
damage
それぞ
on
れ
it?
のタンクジョブに合わせたさらなる追加
Thank God.
まあ言わないで
That's gonna make it way easier.
それぞれちゃんと
I bet you they're gonna do the same to Addle and Faint.
追加効果が出るようになってます。
And of course, with the 30% buff enhancement, there are additional effects that will be applied to each of the different tank jobs. I'm afraid we're not going to dive into details right here, but yes, just to reiterate, there will be.
Oh, so Rampart's gonna get some
individual
job
sort of,
flavor.
Enhancements
Oh no, the
for
job
the
exclusive
tank.
30% will.
リブライザーかぶっ
Interesting.
たら通知してっていうコメントを今拝見したんですけど、
はい
ほぼ同タイ
What
ミ
are
ン
the
グで入れ
job
た場合
30s?
にですね、
はい
サーバーで
That's
どっちのが後
like
でどっちがその被ったかをそれぞれ違うメッセージで出すとかはね、
Shadow Wall
難しいんで、
Vengeance and
連携していただけると助かります。
There's a comment about how it would be great if we can get some kind of notification if
and
the
Sentinel.
other
Yeah, that's the
tank
other one.
casts reprisal and it was at the same timing, but that involves trying to get the system to communicate which tank cast reprisal first and sending a different message to the one that came in later, so that's a little bit difficult to do. So you might want to discuss amongst your party to see who's going to pop your mitigation.
吉田さん提案があります。
はい。
で、
リ
プライザルの効果を90秒にしましょうっていうのを読んだんですけど、敵のよだめアップのセルフバフを90秒なんだろう90秒から15秒引いた後。
Tanks should just explode if they press it at the same time. I fucking agree.
There's another
Can you imagine you overlap reprisals and both of them just blow up and hit the floor?
To 90 seconds, but then then can we do a variable of damage dealt by enemy? So 90 seconds times the 15 seconds per.
まあまあ面白いなと思って。さあそれでは今挙げたのが、タンクの共通ポイントなので、続いてナイトから繰り返しですけど各ジョブ全部は言わないです。主だったところだけちょっとご紹介していきましょう。
So going into the individual tank jobs now from the Paladin, again to reiterate, I'm afraid we won't go into details for every single job, so just going through some of the key points.
まず1個、見た目に大きいっていうところもあるからなんですけど、
Thank God.
回っていうの2段目3段目
Dude,
モーションの異なる
I love playing Paladin, don't get me wrong, I think the new Paladin is fun. I hate pressing atonement because it's so boring.
ちょっといくらなんでもさあっていう部分を
So you press the same button, it sounds like, but it's just like different.
So first point, the second and third executions of Atonement have been changed to new actions with separate animations.
Yeah, Atonement will change these
Atonement
actions,
will
so
change
input execution will
these
remain the
actions
same.
automatically on the hotbar, so input execution will remain the same. But yeah, that kind of differentiate the look of it, I think, is what we're trying to aim for here.
まあこういうのこそなんかこうその置き換えで新しいアクションを作るみたいなことがプラスに働く。まあこれはもう連打してればいいから。
And I think this is where that sort of automatic replacement of the next action comes in very handy. You can just press the same button, and then it'll go to the next step automatically.
あとはですね、バーストの時に使っているブレード・オブ・ホニャララの後に、さらに追撃
A new action that can be executed after Blade of Valor will be added.
そのまま素直にアップデートされている感じですよね。
Is Blade of Valor the last hit?
When you're in that sort of damage burst phase, and those blades of something is executed, of course with the raised level cap, we will add another tier to that.
Oops.
あとはゴアブレードの実行条件
Blade of Faith, Blade of Truth. Yeah, Blade of Valor.
いろいろ細かいことを
So after you press that, you get something new.
なるようにしてたりしますので、まあナイトはもうすっきりそのまま正当進化っていう感じです。
And then
After Blade of Valor.
Minor, well, less major adjustment. In order to execute Goring Blade, you will have to have fight or flight executed.
Oh.
そうそうそういうところでよろしいかな。はい。はい。では続いては
I
戦
guess.
士いきましょうか。
Next is Warrior.
So you have to press fight or
戦士
flight?
も基本は
before you
レ
can
ベルアッ
Goring
プに
Blade.
伴って純粋に、アッパーに
A new action which can be executed after 3 executions of Fell Cleave or Decimate while an inner release is
まあ
active will be
テンション
added.
解放中にごめん
Ah.
いいよ、あゆみさん先。
So with Warrior also, this is just, for the most part, just simply transitioning up because of the raised level cap.
まあ、原初の解放中にフェルクリーブ、デシメートを計3回使うと発動できるね、新しいアクション。これまあ多分トレーラーでもさっきのジョブアクション動画でも確認できるんじゃないかなと思うので、後ほどこれかっていうのをちょっと見ていただけたらなと思います。
So first point, a new action which can be executed after 3 executions of Fell Cleave or Decimate while inner release is active will be added. So this is, I think you may have noticed it in the job action trailer. So
It was pretty big.
You might, notice it.
あとは、プライマルレンドの後に発動できるアクションがあって、まあ純粋にね、バースト中の大技っていうのをちょっと追加しております。
I'm not liking the
And the
trend
next
of
one
adding
is
a
new
continuation to
action that
everything,
can be
man.
Executed after primal rend will be added. So another sort of big
But also, like, there's not much else to do,
damage-dealing,
if I'm being honest.
action will be added for the damage burst phase.
であとは、ナイトのさっきのじゃないんですけど、今回インナーカオスのモーションとエフェクトが、一新されております。ちょっとレベル100まで来て、まあこれに選手に限ったことじゃないんですけど、ジョブでちょっといくらなんでも随分使い見飽きてきたってやつはちょっと新しいグラフィックスに変えたりしてるものもございます。
And in addition, kind of like how we saw it in the Paladin, but not really, the effects and the animation for Inner Chaos will be changed. We're trying to update some of the look of these effects that you see that for those that may
Why do
have
they
been
keep
kind
popping them in and out?
of, how to say,
I feel like
people
this
have gotten
stream is
tired of
haunted.
looking at.
見飽きてもフェルクリーブだけは絶対に変えるなっていうお声がたくさんございまして、フェルクリーブは私も気持ちよさ大好きなので、フェルクリは一生消えることはないと思います。
There were some comments about, well, you can update things that people have gotten tired of looking at, but please don't change Fell Cleave's
Oh, yeah.
visual effects. But
Fell
I
Cleave
totally
too good.
understand how exhilarating that is. So yeah, we'll keep Fell Cleave as is.
Yeah.
はい、では続いて暗黒騎士に参りようかと思います。はい。
Okay, next is Dark Knight.
I'm not gonna lie, all the Dark Knight video changes went right over my head. To reduce the number of inputs during the burst damage phases, Blood Weapon will upgrade into Delirium, and the effects of Blood Weapon will be added to Delirium.
reduce the number of
Oh!
inputs during burst
Yeah, I
damage
like that a
phases,
lot.
these
No, I
are
super like
the
that.
changes that we are making.
Dude, my biggest gripe with Dark Knight is that you have fucking 8,000 gabillion buttons to
っていう
press.
ところはあるとは思うんですけど、今回一旦 7.X シリーズではジョブは綺麗にしておいて、まあ
So combining the buff
遊
down
び
is
心地
good.
とかこう工夫する余地っていうのを増やしていきたいって、まあコンテンツに関してはそれらを今回7.0から始めてはいくんですけど、ジョブに関しては多分8.0からもっと個性を出していくのは8.0からにしようかなと思ってるんで、はい。
And the reason for this change is sort of cleaning up and streamlining some of the busyness that happens during the burst damage phase for 7.0 anyways. And then I did mention about how we want to improve the not playability, but like how players can strategize and sort of make kind of work their strategies, as well as the developers kind of do creative things through 7.0. So right now we're just kind of streamlining it for this expansion, and once we get to say 8.0, we'll start kind of enhancing the individualities of
Did I
some of
not
these
say
jobs.
this before this live letter started? Did I not say the exact same thing?
まあもちろん7.0のまだ出てないんですけど、
They get it,
やっぱ
bro.
りこうメカニクスを変えていこうとか、
I'm so glad they get it.
よりこう面白くしていこうっていう時に、まあ大きくシステムを設計していこうってなると、やっぱり今のぐらいのうちからもう方針は決めて進んでないと間に合わないので、割とねそこは2ヶ月ぐらい前に結構集中して話し合ってたりはするんで、ちゃんと
They're back!
やっておりますよ。はい。
I kind of blurted 8.0, but we have yet to release 7.0. But whenever we're talking about drastically changing the different mechanics of the jobs, or making it more interesting, more fun to play, and it relates to kind of appalling.
What's
the
next in
system,
the
so to
script,
speak.
Whoops?
So we actually need to start talking about things like that.
Gunbreakers being
in
deleted.
The lead up to a major expansion. So we've actually started to talk about like what direction we want to take this into like 2 months ago already. So
8.0 リリースデイツっていうのだったりさ、
Oh, release
ね、スポイ
8.1
ラーみたいな。
spoiler.
Nope.
No.
Bro said nope.
で、暗黒騎士、
はい
ちょっと戻ってさらに進めると、新具言語に発動できるアクションをね、さら
A
に
new action that can be executed after living shadow will be
追加
added.
させてもらってます。
So going back to the Dark Knight, a new action that can be executed after Living Shadow will be added.
まあ、あとは他にもエイシングゲンをブラックブラッド消費せずに発動できるようになったりとか、まあ、各ジョブ今回お話ししている内容だけじゃないので、まあ、そういったこともやってますよというのだけお知らせしておきます。
So of course with Living Shadow, we will also be making adjustments to itself, Living Shadow itself, so that
Living shadow
we
and
won't
dying
need to,
shadow.
Consume black blood, and execute.
Black blood.
エイシングゲンの読み方でさ、
Damn, that sounds raw.
動揺してる方もいて、
Damn.
鏡じゃないのみたいな。そうね、今回直前になってパワポにアクションの読み方
そうね。
難しそうなやつはルビー入れないかって言って入れたんですけど、よかったなと。
よかった。よかった。
There's some comments in the Japanese community about how this kanji characters are read. It was per Yoshida's request right before the broadcast. He asked the staff members to please put in the hiragana to be able to read this. I'm glad that it's proving useful to the viewers as well.
エイ
あとは
シン
ね我々のちょっと余談ですけど、自己防衛で、
そうですね。
私がチェックしてる時とかは、なんか分身出るやつとかなんですよ。
Any hiragana pros want to check my reading on that?
And just for, in our defense,
Gugen?
whenever we're looking at the actions in game, like we don't look at the action names. We're looking at the one that has your kind of avatar kind of come up.
Summon something.
Summon
What does that mean?
your
いや
shadow.
だからなんか発売の迫ってくる頃にさ、俺 PR とかで飛び回ってるじゃん、で実際さ覚えてないのでアクション名本当に。
So, like, we would go on different sort of PR opportunities right before launch, and we don't have all of these action names memorized.
なんかそれでさ PLL とかでたまに読み方間違うとさ吉田触ってねえなこのジョブみたいな。
They should have
だってもうそんなんで覚えてない
I feel
ん
like it
だ
was
から。
earlier.
And if we do a PLL and Yoshida reads it incorrectly, then we have your haters commenting, "Oh, Yoshida must not have played this job, whatever." But it's just so hard to memorize it all.
いやなんでちゃんとひらがな入れようってよかったねと思って。はい。
So I'm glad we have the way to read it in there.
余談でした。こんなやつら本当に
One, two, three.
Sorry,
次のメーカー行きましょう。
taking way too much time. Gunbreaker.
New Shadow Wall
まっすぐ正当進化で、フェイテッドサークル後に発動できるアクションを、追加してます。こちらはコンティニューション
Is that the new Delirium right there, or is that?
はい。あとはもうさらにもう一個出しちゃっても大丈夫かな。ブラッドソイル後に発動
They
できる
didn't do
三段
three,
攻撃を追加しております。
What's it called? Blood
Of course,
Spillers?
with Gunbreaker, this also is just
It was like an
level
upgraded
up,
GCD combo.
with the
Okay,
cap
what-
being raised.
Gunbreaker, sorry.
So first point says a new action that can be executed after Fated Circle via continuation will be added, and then a new 3-step combo that can be executed after Bloodfest will be added.
That probably just
Oh.
changes your 1, 2, 3 after
Okay.
Bloodfest.
エンド・オブ・ハートかな
Which is cool.
っていうお声をいただいておりますが、こちらの技名は私覚えております。エンド・オブ
But them
ハート
saying via continuation is just so funny.
People were trying to speculate end of heart. But yes, this one, Yoshida did remember the name. This end of heart.
End of
あと
heart.
はソニックブレイクの実行条件をちょっとノーマーシーの実行に変更したりとか、まあ、バースト周りで
I'm
ちょっと
continuation maxing.
手触り良くなるような調整
Okay, back
ってい
to
うのをさ
this
せてもらったり
while
は
they're
してます。
explaining.
And then
Living
there were some
Shadow.
adjustments also for
Flood.
Sonic Break
AoE
to be
button.
executed. We're going to be changing it to
AoE
having,
button.
No Mercy.
Did he just
available.
gap close to the side?
So yeah,
Am I
when you
crazy?
execute No Mercy, it'll go to Ready to Break.
やば、エンド・オブ・ハート
He just like fucking sidestepped. Did you see that? What the fuck was that?
The name of the the action end of heart.
There's blood spiller.
まあとはいえさ、14
That
は
looks like spit and carve to me.
その
And that looks like a new finisher
クールダウンがあるか
for
ら
the end of Living
めっちゃ
Shadow.
長い技にはできないからうまく3段でこう表現してたりするから
なるほど。
この
Whoa!
辺の苦労をちょっと分かっていただけるとモーションチームとかね VFX チーム頑張って作ってましたので、はい、よろしくお願いします。
Whoa!
FYI, the English name is Lionheart. But in any case,
Giga
the
Chad.
animation team and
Lionheart.
those who are involved with trying to bring this action to life worked really hard. So I'm hoping that people will enjoy that.
ほいほい。じゃあ、タンクは以上でございます。
はい。
さあ
So that
次。
should be all of
こ
the
れはあれかな
Here we go.
DPS をやっ
Ooh, that fucking Dragoon art.
バイパーを紹介した
Oh,
ら
the
休憩ぐらい
pouches.
そうですね。
The sash.
ほい。
Oh, the
So I
white
think,
helmet.
we will go through the
Oh.
melee DPS, of course, with showing off the Viper, and then call it the first half, and then go into a
It's
bit of a
peak.
break.
It's
Yes,
peak
that sounds
fantasy.
like a plan. はい、お願いします。
では近接物理 DPS 共通のまず変更点から見てみましょう。
All right, here we go. Faint 15 seconds.
Okay,
Give it to me.
so melee DPS, updates that are made across the board.
まずレベル90台でなんと内炭の回復量
Ah,
が増え
dude,
ます。
I fucking called that
So
I
second
called
wind,
that
healing potency
on Mr.
will be
Happy's
increased in the 90s
podcast.
level range.
I said that.
さらにですね、レベル90台
Yes,
編
dude.
成の効果時間が15秒に延長されます。
And then faint
Oh, hell
duration
yeah.
will be increased to 15 seconds in the 90s level range.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere in the 90s level.
I'm eating these. I'm eating these changes up.
ね、早打ちしちゃってありゃみたいなのもあるんで、まあリープもそうですけど、まあなので、まあいろんなこうアクションをボス側にまたユニークなのを作っていこうと思ってるんで、まあちょっと使いやすさ上げておきましょうという感じになっています。
So yeah, this kind of is whenever things get busy with the different controls, and there might be a misstep on that. It's kind of trying to
That means you can
address
pre-pull
that
feint in a
because,
lot of fights
in
now.
addition to not just the business on the player's end, we are thinking about implementing different mechanics on the boss side as well. So
強化と見せかけといて殺しに来る気だっていうコメントがあった。
some people are commenting that we're calling it an enhancement, but it seems like they're trying to kill the players too.
さあでは、個別のジョブちょっと見ていきましょう。まず最初の文句からです。
Monkey. You can overcap your chakras now. It looks like basic combo mechanics will no longer center around maintaining a buff or damage over time. Oh! Instead, performing actions in a certain order will increase the next action's potency. The field of job will remain largely the same, while alleviating uncertainty about which action to use when the rotation is interrupted. Whoa! They
with the
dumbed down
we've
Monk.
kind
I know a lot of people that are going to be mad as
updated the
fuck about
mechanics
that.
itself.
But honestly,
before the
dub.
basic thinking was about
Honestly,
how
W.
to maintain your buffs or retain that sort of damage buffs and enhancements and things like that. But instead, with this update, it'll
Dude,
more
so many
be
people
about
would complain
enhancing
about
your
the fact that
next
they're like,
action by
it's so hard to keep track of which
utilizing
one I
a
need to
specific,
do. Do I need to keep my
combo
buff up or do I
in
need
the-
to
in the
dot?
order.
Ah!
まあ現在も総流脚使うと次に使う連撃強化されるんですけど、まあそういう
I
仕組
thought
み
that
なんだ
was
っていう
fun,
ふうに
but I can
イメージ
see,
もらえると
I can
分かりやすいんじゃない
absolutely see why they did that.
ただ過度にシンプルにするわけじゃなくて、まあ手触り、今やってる手触りはできるだけ変わらないようには調整させていただきました。
And of course, so for example, when you use Dragon Kick, the next action.
I just had to open up the Monk Lounge in the balance right now. They are freaking the fuck out. They're so mad.
We're trying not to oversimplify it at the same time. So, but we're also trying to make it streamlined. So we're hoping that it won't change like the feel of how you control the monk's actions.
でジョブハット、先ほど公開したジョブアクショントレーラー見ていただければ分かるんですが、ジョブハットも要素が追加されてます。で、ちょっとね、一見すると
No, I'm not gonna let the chat moving fast
これまでのバ
let you hide the name Roadhog's personal gym towel.
UI の方が楽だと思うので、その分
You're a
これ
3-month
触っていただけると
sub.
分かると思います。
And of course, with the change in the mechanics, the job HUD will also
Moon's alt?
have additional elements to it. It might look kind of complicated at first glance, but I think it should hopefully make it more, not easy, but like it'll make it smoother, improved from before when you're just staring at your buffs and debuffs, making sure that you are kind of managing your timers.
で、もう一個は、まあ、使い勝手向上的なやつで、桃園決議の陶器の再生
Yes, can accumulate up to a total of 10 chakra while Brotherhood is active to prevent chakra overflow. Good change.
And then another sort of improvement is can accumulate up to a total of 10 chakra while Brotherhood is active, so that you can prevent chakra overflow.
ただ陸道整合脚の発動の時に、まあ、冬季全消費でこう攻撃するけど、その蓄積量でちょっと威力が上がったりする効果を入れたりするんで、まあいろいろコンテンツに合わせてローテを調整したりしてみてください。
Damn, I might actually play monk now. See, that's what they were looking for.
There will be an additional adjustment made when you have 6-sided star.
That's exactly their goal.
There will be an action, depending on how much
Well, a
chakra
lot of
you have
really
stacked. If you can
terminally
utilize all of your
Raider
chakra
pilled
that you have stacked,
monk
your
players are gonna be like
potency,
super mad about that.
Can be enhanced. Like
That
there will be an
is
effect
like
that
the
will,
correct option for
do
like the
that.
greater
So
audience
you
of
might
video
want to
game players.
strategize depending on what kind of content you're trying to.
And there isn't really an argument for that either.
さてさて、じゃあ続いては、竜騎士に行こうかなと。
There's way more ways that you can make a job interesting without having
Next is
buff and dot timer anxiety.
竜騎士はですね、まあ一時期はちょっと
Here we go.
大改変
For the single target combo, the fifth combo action has been changed to a new non-directional action, Drake's Bane. Oh! Oh, wait, no, I like that a lot. Yeah, that makes sense.
So with the Dragoon, we tried not to like over.
Because you'd have to do a flank into a rear or a rear into a flank. So you only have to do one per GCD combo.
With like the business and also trying to work with the different positionals, and we tried to alleviate that with some of the automatic replacement of actions as you do your rotations and things like that.
まあコンボのこれね5段目に新しいアクション入るんですけど、こちらは置き換えになるので、しかも
With current Dragoon, dude, my true north is like always on cooldown, like no matter what.
So the first
yeah,
point
-2
says
every
to
10
reduce
GCDs.
Positional requirements for the single
Pretty good.
target combo. The fifth combo action has been changed to a new non-directional action, Drake's Bane.
それからですね、開幕から最大火力出したいというお声が
Maximum damage output at the beginning of Life of the Dragon will be available without accumulating Dragon Gauge. Yes! Woo!
And then also,
Let it be known,
to facilitate
I brought that
maximum
up to
damage
Yoshi P
damage
in the
output at
interview for the
beginning of
Endwalker
battle.
Media Tour.
Life of the Dragon
That was the
will be
exact
available
question that I
without
brought up.
accumulating
Why is
Dragon
Dragoon the
Gauge.
only one who can't do that?
あとは
I think he understood my question.
軽減のために一部のアクションを削除したり、回収をしたり
To reduce the number of inputs during burst damage phases,
And
certain
then,
actions will be
to
removed
reduce
or
the number of
adjusted.
inputs
That
during
makes sense
burst
too.
Damage phases, certain actions will be removed or adjusted.
まあ 大回収っていうのをちょっと期待されてた方にとって
There
み
were
るとね
there were
そんな
so
に変わらない
many double
かなっていう
weaves in Dragoon Burst
ことだとは
windows.
思うんでちょっと申し訳なくは思うんですけど、まあ、手触りをできるだけ優先してかゆいところに手が届くっていうところを目指しましたので、ご了承いただけると
That's good. So I think it's gonna be one Nastrand. It looked like
So some people may have been expecting
one Stardiver and then
an
one
overhaul of the Dragoon, and
with that
so
big
to
jump at the
those
end.
people,
Whatever it's
these
called.
might not seem like a lot of changes. But what we tried to do is to maintain that sort of play feel, but at the same time kind of streamline some of the pain points that we might have experienced. And so
Now Mirage Dive still exists.
I do feel sorry for the people who had expected a larger change, but I hope you understand.
No, that's great right there. All three of those changes I like
あとは
a lot.
そうですね、ボーパルスラストとディセムの上位を入れたんで、こうモーションとエフェクトが新しく一新された気分になれるみたいなのがあったりはします。
So there were also some addition to the upper tiers beyond Vorpal Thrust and Disembowel, and there's a lot of animation and new motions that are added with
I saw a lot of
those,
changes
so,
to normal
those might be
GCDs.
something to look out for.
まあ上位機会はね、やっぱ新しいアクションがレベル上がることで追加されてね、強くてかっこいい技が増えるっていうのは
大事です。
普通に大事
Just with that, I'm happy.
With the level cap being raised and having new actions added because of that, like you want to have like cool looking effects, I think.
あ
Yep.
とは火力を上げるために
I just hope they made Life Surge different and they gave us a real defensive, and then like I'm good. I'm set.
移動に使える移動アクションを追加していたりします。
And then there was one action, I know, Spine Shatter Dive
Yep.
was something that players may have used to sort of produce more output damage. But we took that out. I'm afraid we
Thank you.
removed that. And then we have newly added an action that will simply move your character.
Oh!
はい、繰り返しですが、これで全部ではございません
Wait, what?
ので、他にもありますが、次行こうと思います。
They just made Spine Shatter a
So just
fucking
to
gap
reiterate,
closer
I'm
now?
afraid these are not all of the changes, but we are going to omit that for now and move on.
Oh my god!
続いて
Yes!
は忍者です。
Next is Ninja.
一番まあこれ
Yes! Yeah, it looked like that shoulder check.
ご覧になってもすぐ多分気づかれてる。
Man, I called these fucking changes. I fucking read the script, dude.
速度上昇、まあヘイストがかかるっていう部分は常時発動にして、別の遊びに置き換えてってる。
Oh, no more Huton gauge. Yeah. I did
So
see
you may have noticed this
the
in
lack of
the
that
job
on the
action
gauge.
trailer video, but Huton, that has not gone away, but instead it has become a sort of trait so that your movement speed or attack speed, or I guess
Dude, that means no more hiding
enhancement where you're
pre-pull.
on haste is going to be constantly on.
Thank
あ
God.
とは一番でかいのはやっぱフートンの術の効果時間を示してた長らく風車
I fucking hated that, by the way. Having to clang, 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 whoosh. Pre-pull every time.
新しい HUD がハッドが追加されております。
And of course, with the Huton becoming more of a trait, of course, the windmill that you saw, goodbye windmill, RIP, but there
Goodbye,
will be
windmill.
another HUD element that kind of
Yeah, the daggers.
accommodates for the new additional element that we're including.
まあそこまで大きくは変わらないので大丈夫かなという感じです。はい、続いてもう一個出しちゃった。出てなかったのか。はい。
One more.
So Armor Crush is just gonna do something different now.
攻撃速度上昇効果を延長するアクションっていうのを調整してますよと。
What's it gonna
So
do
actions
though?
which extend the duration of Huton's effect will be adjusted in accordance with the above change.
I think they probably just get rid of Hurricane now.
はい。 では続いて侍に行こうと思います。
Interesting.
Next
Hmm.
samurai.
まず一つ目、リキャスト管理の複雑さ軽減っていうのをやっております。
Vuln for the boss? Shut the fuck up.
ツバメ返しを明鏡失墜後に発動できるアクションに変更したりします。
To simplify recast management, Tsubame will be
So first
changed
point
to be
says,
executable
to
after
simplify
Meikyo.
Recast management, Tsubame Gaishi will be changed to be executable after Meikyo Shisui.
さらにですね、まあやっぱり正当
What does that
進化
mean
の
though?
ベビーベースと
Like
しては
functionally?
博士天下五剣、乱れ雪月花の上位アクショ
Hakaze,
ンという
Tenka,
のが
Goken, and Madara will be
純粋に
upgraded
追加
into
され
new
ており
actions.
ます
Nice.
And of course, this is also just a simple sort of level up. And so Hakaze, Tenka Goten, and Midare Setsugekka will be upgraded into new actions.
Oh, I think I get it. So you don't have a Tsubame timer anymore. Every time you press Meikyo, it gives you a use of Tsubame.
So of course,
Oh,
it's very
that's
simple, I guess.
way better.
Adjustment made to make it a bit more comfortable to play, and then with the level cap being raised, there'll be additional actions.
What's Hakaze?
On the upper tiers, and then other new actions.
I know
are
Tenka is the
added.
AoE button. Madara is the
あとは必
Madara.
殺剣グレンとか必殺剣先鋭のリキャ
The
スト
1 minute dot? I thought that was Hingenbana.
特性がレベルアップで追加されてたりします。はい。
And then also, there are traits that will be added.
Chat, you're
that,
fucking you don't play.
Let's see.
What the
shortens
hell is
recast
Hakaze?
time
Hold on,
for
hold on, hold on,
Guren
hold on, hold on.
And
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Sen 8.
So what the fuck is Hakaze?
英語の方も大丈夫。
It's literally just the one? Oh,
I believe it should be just
Huh.
straight.
okay.
なんか調べてる？
Cool.
There it is. And it's
日本では
enhanced his.
Nah, Higenbana looked the same. I
の
remember.
読み方で揉めておりま。
そうですすね。ざわざわして
Japanese.
気にせず言ってください。あゆみさん。
So yeah, this will be a trait that will enhance the Hisatsu, which will shorten the recast time of Hisatsu Guren and Hisatsu Sen A.
What?
日本語と同じでした。
はい。さあじゃあ続いてはリーパーに行こうと思います。
More Hisatsu
Next is
uses?
Reaper.
Question mark?
はい、まず一つ目。まあ一つ目っていうか、一個
Thank God.
紹介すると、こちら、プレンティフルハーベストの効果を
Now can be used when gauges at 51 or more
レベ
without
ルシュラード
waste.
時間
Yes,
を付与
that's
するのに
good.
変更。まあ51以上あるときに使ってもちょっと無駄感があったりするんで、ちょっと
So
変
you,
えて
you
ます
won't overcap anymore by using
The
plentiful.
first point says
That's really good.
plentiful harvest effect will no longer increase the shroud
That
gauge
makes
by 50,
getting,
and instead will
triple
allow
enshroud windows very
execution of
easy.
Enshroud. There seems to have been a feeling of
Giga
waste.
fucking enshroud.
Now can be used when gauge is at 51 or more without waste.
Poggers.
あとはまあ純粋アップグレードとして、次のレムール効果中に発動できるアクションというのを追加させていただき
New
ます。
action that can be executed while enshrouded will be added.
And another one is a new action that can be executed while enshrouded will be added.
What?
まああとは細かいところ
Elaborate,
なんですけど、遠隔攻撃のハルパーを効果アップ中に実行すると
Wait, is it gonna be like you can refresh
Everything
while you're still enshrouded? Maybe?
イーグレス、まあ、前後に移動するやつ
Oh, he said
の
egress.
リキャストが短縮されたりするとか。
And very minor, maybe a smaller update would be enhance harpy. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this, but if you have enhanced harp, the Hell's English.
アクション名の読み方が難しい。
ね。
はず
Hell's Ingress is the teleport. And then enhanced harp is the action that you would get that would let you insta cast your ranged attack. So it sounds like enhanced harp is just like that bigger attack now.
Hell's Ingress. Oh.
Hell's Ingress. Hell's Ingress. Hell's Ingress and
Ingress.
Hell's
Egress.
Egress.
そう
Ingress.
だから
Ingress
まあ
and Ilgress.
カタカナのままだと思います。
Yes.
はい。
そのままでした。
はい
She
こ
got
れ
it.
はねむずいよね。もうだってさアクション数全部ちなみに僕一個あゆみさんをフォローしていいですか？どうぞ。
すいません。
あゆみさんほぼすべてのゲーム内単語を、
うん
ほぼ暗記してるんですよ。
うん
でもなのにかつ右手に超検索14辞書を PC にインストールしてあって入力すると全言語が出るのをリアルタイムに通訳しながら検索をしてっていうのをやってたりするんですごいんですよっていうフォローをさせてください。
めっちゃマルチタスクしてます。すいません。Sorry guys,
ぶっ
there
こ
was
が
a
言
bit of a
って
pause.
あげてほしいね。
Yeah. I mean, Yoshida-san just mentioned how great Aimi is. I mean, basically, she memories all the actions, weapon names, and then even with that, she always has the dedicated laptop besides her, which she can check up any FF14 terms.
Not gonna lie, I forgot Foxclaw was there.
That's how.
Bro
it
hasn't said
works.
anything in like 2 hours.
Thanks, Amy.
I was like, who's talking? Oh, he's still here.
よく
He's low-key just been fucking sitting there smiling for 2
なん
hours.
て呼んでたっけな。
That's awesome.
一緒じゃねえしな。開発的な呼び方があるんですよ。その
グロッサリー
あグロッサリー。
はいはい。
グロッサリー。はい。
そうそうそう。グロッサリーはすべての魔法がどのシリーズでどう呼ばれてるかとかも入ってたりするから、めちゃくちゃ
そうね。
物量なんですよ。
そうね。サイズがやばい。
It's very handy, this glossary, but it has all of the terms in several languages, and so it's quite large.
さあさあじゃあ戻って続いてはバイパー行こう
I'm sad they
かな。
kind of glossed over that last change because
Viper.
it seemed interesting, but oh well.
We have game.
ちょっとさ、
先実機いきます
実機使って説明しようと思うんだけど、
Ha ha ha. Me when I'm
お手洗
giggling.
いとか行きません？皆さん。
Can
ここで
Take a bit of a
だってさ
bio break?
もうだって
Bio break?
1時間50分
Bio blast?
お
だって
almost
ゆっくり見たいでしょ。
はは
Ha ha ha.
We want to
どう
take
で
our
すか？
time with this, right?
どうですか？
Can we take like a little bit of a bathroom break?
いきなりここでトイレは甘えとか言ってる人ここでするから大丈夫とか
Oh, some people are saying
タバコじゃないよ
No,
皆さんのいろんな休憩を今私は考えて
He just like me for real.
no, Yoshida is not going to sneak out for a smoke break. We're just trying to be considerate of the players watching.
じゃあちょっとだって俺落ち着いてさ、
はい
紹介したいもん
そうね
実機だから
And
何
plus,
分
yeah, if we want to
普通の
show
休
it
憩を
off
今
on
取ります
gameplay.
それ
取っちゃっていいんじゃない
Are they actually gonna do a bathroom break?
また後半
特別編休憩入れればいいんで、はい
では
So,
She's back in the jungle. Help her!
はいじゃあここで休憩を取りたいと思います So
はい
yeah let's take a break for 15 minutes 15分休憩
15-minute
休
break?
憩中のお供としまして
Oh my god, it has been 2 hours
これまで
already.
の
What the
ファンフェスで
fuck?
公開したウォークスルー
Dude,
ビデオ
where
の
did the
詰め合わせ
time
と
go?
最近公開しましたプライマルズのミュージックビデオをご用意してございます。So
Help!
today's company for the
Where did my morning go?
break is we have a series of the walkthrough videos which is revealed during the fan festivals as well as the Primal's music videos recently revealed. はい。
吉田さんお前
I'm gonna stay alive,
休憩って
by the
言
way.
ったじゃんってすげえ言われる
大丈夫です。全部見ても9分しかないですから。休憩は15分で大丈夫です。Yes. The total length of the video is only 9 minutes. And then the break is 15 minutes. So you can still have a 6 minutes free time. や
じゃあ15分後に。
はい
はい。
休憩ですどう
I'll be
ぞ
back in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Alright.
see you.
15-minute break. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Curl Mouth, thanks for the sub. Anonymous gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much, whoever that was. Extreme Roxas, thanks for the resub. Shocky, Thunder Monkey, Arcane, Aoki, Celine, your pal Logan, Zero, Alicia, Tails Gamer, C3 Fear, Edding, Liddy, I am Tabitha, Copeland, Avatreon, Navi Fox, Lurk, Dave, Bloom, Lori, Bard, Fable Eagle, Zol Reaper, Logan, Turgo, Chris Yes, Illumi. Thanks for the resubs. Welcome back. Cypher, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Crimson, Facade, Sulky. Guys, I'm trying to scroll down and people keep subbing. Oh my god, help! I don't want to miss anything. I'm so sorry. Yumi, Sajakar, thanks for the Prime subs. Shetta with the 10 gifted. My goodness. I appreciate you very much. Lumi, hello. Thanks for the resub. Sylv, thanks for the 10 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They keep going. What do you guys think so far? I think I liked everything except Bard. Dude, let's take a look at this fucking new Bahamut shit real quick. What was going on here? What is that, bro? Are there any Final Fantasy nerds that know what this is? Is that a version of Anima? Or is that like a new Bahamut? It's like a Bahamut, but he has a bunch of fucking, like, swords behind him. It's Thanatos Persona 3. True. Yeah, the Bahamut icon comes back. I pointed that out earlier. Interesting, man. Interesting. Let's take another look at Samurai, because Samurai wasn't always... Jesus, why does it turn up randomly like that? I'm so sorry. It was and always has been a little confusing visually. So Higanbana looks the same. The AoE buttons still give the bottom left and right. That was Hisatsu Guren, I think. Tenka Goken spends 2. Tsubame usage. New third eye. So that was a little confusing because the third eye procced and then he used Iki Shoten right after. So it looks like third eye gave him 10 gauge, no? Yeah, third eye gave him 10 gauge. And then he presses Iki Shoten to get 50. Ogi 1, Kaishi. And then there's a third part to the combo. And then... what spent that 50 gauge? Hold on, look at the Shohan. I have no idea why it randomly fucking turns up to max volume like that. I am so sorry. So that third part of the combo used 50 gauge, huh? Huh. And then his third eye procs later. So Meikyo, all 3 parts. That's the new Shoha. It looked like it was AoE. New Midare. And then Tsubame. Holy fuck, that looks cool. Yeah, so actually, when you break it down, Samurai didn't change all that much, but it looks like it just like had a couple things combined. Got 1 new follow-up button. And some enhanced like animations and stuff. Looks dope. Okay, this one we gotta watch again because I wasn't paying that hard attention to the character model and it looked like they fucking transformed in the middle of it. Dude, it's the opera player that keeps turning up to max volume like that. I have no idea why. Okay, so let's watch this a little slower, huh? I'm actually just gonna close this pop-out window and we're gonna bring in this one instead, and it'll probably stop doing that if we do that. Okay, so that looked like new Sucker, no? Recitation. Recitation Sucker? I didn't catch that initially. It was either Recitation Sucker or it was a faster way to deploy everything. Maybe they changed deploy to be like an entirely new thing. Stratagem. It's just fucking opera doing it. In general. What the hell? That looks like an AoE dot. Royal. Is that just Bane? Because they applied the dot and then later on it looks like they spread it. Or maybe they consumed the dot. XCOG. Looks like new XCOG. Yeah, and then, oh my god. They fucking transform, dude. They actually transform. That looked like emergency tactics. And then they have like a special new like fairy shield they can give people. Seraph. Constellation. Emergency tactics again? Enhanced Indom, maybe? Oh man, that looks fucking awesome. That looks so fucking good. Holy shit. I'm not gonna lie, Picto looked confusing as fuck. I didn't really know what was going on. So their job gauge, they've got the 3 canvases, they've got 5 paint colors, and then they've got a gauge here. So they paint. What's weird is I can't see those as GCDs or OGCDs. Is that like a mudra? Red paint GCD, green paint GCD, blue paint GCD. They spend the first canvas and then they write back into it. They spend the hammer and then they use it. It's a 3-part combo. Moogle Beam. Cat Paw. Kind of looks like ley lines. I think it kind of seems like they have a 1-2-3 combo that changes depending on what kind of painting you have active. It's kind of really hard to tell exactly what they're doing here or what these canvases mean. We're gonna need tooltips to know for sure. But it looks cool. Like we can make all the assumptions we want about these like animations and whatnot and like this job gauge, but unless we know exactly how these interact, it has been proven time and time again that in this job action trailer that they do every expansion, they press buttons just fucking randomly just to show all the cool new shit. Like this might just be the worst rotation ever, and it probably is. But it looks cool. It seems like this first canvas in particular is the most important one. This one looks like you're building up like a big spender, the first one. The second one seems like maybe just like an in-between spender, and then the third one maybe a buff? Or maybe it could be in any order, who knows? It looks really cool though. Now let's go back to Gunbreaker. So that looks like what? Lionheart? Is that what they were calling it? New gap closer. Demon Slice. Faded Circle continuation. 1, 2, 3 gives 1. What's that button? What's that? Is that No Mercy? That's the dot. That was Bloodfest. Wait, he pressed Bloodfest when... Doesn't Bloodfest give 3? Also, he didn't do Bowshock. So maybe they got rid of Bowshock. I'm praying they did. He Bloodfest and maybe overcapped, or maybe it gives 2 now. Who knows? Double down. I forget what that's, but Blast Zone. And then this is the special GCD combo that you can do after you press Bloodfest. Yeah, looks simple enough. I want to look at the White Mage one again. Lilybell. That was Dot and then a Glare. That was a new sound, I think. Was that a... What's the single target Lily called? Is that Thin Air? That looks like a new Medica. Is it Confession? I don't remember what all these sounds are like. I also have my effects off. That's Thin Air. That's the Thin Air sound. And I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh no, that's POM. You're right. Aquavale. Tetra. Glare. Into that follow-up. Maybe POM gives you like that new button. Oh, they're back.
FFXIV プロデューサーレターライブです。Welcome back. This is the 81st instance of the letter from the producer live. はい、あみさんも再びよろしくお願いします。Welcome back, あみ。
よろしくお願いします。
Before they get really back into it, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Be right back.
バイパーですね。
さあバイパーから再開しようと思いますが、
い
まず最初、特徴のなんかざっくりだけパワーポイントでお知らせします。
So we are going to jump back in with Viper, but just wanted to quickly go over its characteristics via this PowerPoint.
まずはですね、こちら
Okay,
二刀流ウェポンスキルコンボから
Fast-paced job that fluidly shifts between dual blade and double blade strikes and their various
体
combos
験
and
ウェポン
abilities.
スキルコンボから二刀流アビリティと、とにかく多彩ですと、しかもハイテンポですというのが特徴です。
So it says a fast-paced job that fluidly shifts between dual blade and double bladed strikes in their various combos and abilities. So you basically have a mode where you have two blades in your hands, each of your hand, and then when those two blades come together in one single blade and kind of going back and forth. But it's a very sort of fast-paced and you have varying attacks.
ですね、ちょっと生カメを入れていただいてもいいですか。
はい。
So
カメラにしていただいて。はい、ありがとうございます。
なるほど。ワイプでもう良かったんですけど、多分ねワイプの方が分かりやすい。
なるほど。
ごめんなさい。さあ二刀流コン
What is
ボ
happening?
で文字通りこう剣をこうなんだと手入んね2個こう2頭振るのがウェポンスキルね、二刀流ウェポンスキル、で合体剣アビリティっていうのはこの2つの剣をこう合体して
Gatai!
型のように
I know what that
一つにして放つアビリティ群と
They're gonna combine?
この合体させた剣の状態で放つウェポンスキルで、これでねなんとなく絵のイメージ文字だけだとね何言ってんねんみたいな
ダースサムシングですね。
So just looking at the text seems very it's not very descriptive. Well, I mean it's descriptive, but it's hard to tell sometimes. So when we say double blade dual blade. Dual blade is where you have a blade in each of your hand. And so you have those weapon skill combos, and then you go into a double bladed where those two blades come together and it has its own abilities, and then it also has a set of weapon skill abilities or weapon skills, sorry.
言った今
で逆パターンも両方言いました。
ダースモールで
はい。
Dark Maul.
Long story short.
で、
That's true.
もう一個特徴出しちゃっていいです。アクションの総数っていうのは他のジョブと同等なんですけど、セットする数っていうのが、できるだけ少なく済むような仕組みが今回入ってます。バイパーに。
Yeah, so there's probably a toggle button.
So the second point reads, has a similar total number of actions as other jobs, but designed so that fewer actions need to be set on the hotbar, just so that you have fewer icons to place into your hotbars.
でこれから実機でご覧いただこうとはもちろん思うんですけど、その仕組みが動いてるからなんか同じボタンを連打してるように見えるんですけど実際には、置き換わりだったり1個前に使った
I'd be hopeful for a stance drop because it sounds fun, but I don't think that's what we're
変
getting.
わったりっていう複雑なことが
I think you're gonna build gauge in one of the
今
modes
ど
and
うい
then
う
spend it in the
状況
other,
の
and that's it.
バフが自分にかかってるのかとか、敵にどういったデバフを入れてあるのかによって使い分け選択を変える
Because
ルートを変え
a
る
job
みたいな
that
のが必要
truly
なので
just swaps
ちゃんとそういった
stances and
考えるべ
styles
き
like
要素みたいな
freely
のは
doesn't
盛り込
fit
まれ
with
て
the
るっ
rest
ていう
of
の
this
を
job
なんとな
design,
く
like with
思
the
った上
game.
で見ていただけると
It just wouldn't work.
So we're going to take a look at this in game, and you'll see that the actions will be automatically replaced in the hotbar. So it might seem like we're kind of button mashing, but with the automatic replacements, sometimes it's might be a weapon skill that changes into a different action, or you also have to pay attention to the buffs that you are receiving or enhancements that you are receiving, or the debuffs or enfeeblements that you are dealing to your enemy to switch your combo route. So it's there is elements of sort of thinking about what action to execute next.
見た方が早いね。
I think it's quicker to look at it though.
さあではじゃあ実機に行ってもらいましょうか。
出ました。
Hmm.
大丈夫か
Oh, if that's a full hotbar, that's kind of fucking nice.
な。あとほら山が綺麗って言ってた。
山が綺麗。いや、
Of course, the mountains
Beautiful
are
mountains.
very pretty.
That's like,
ワイが
that's a good amount of buttons on the hotbar. Especially if they
The
switch to
costume
different
we're all
modes. I like that.
familiar from Yoshida's appearance at the fan festival.
What the? Bro's wearing all presents.
このプレゼントマークを見せていいだろうかと。
もう手遅れです。Too late.
All those gift boxes.
Yeah.
icons.
Dummy icons.
Bro has Control 9 bound?
Shut
Good
up.
lord.
これさ、あれ、アイテムいくつでシンクするんだ。ね。
はい。
ね。ど黒に入れようと思ったけど忘れた。よいしょ。はい、GM コマンドが。
So, this button right here is how you enter your burst phase, and it looks like you need 50 gauge.
IL これいくつになってる？
This also looks like a 1, 2, 3 kind of, but in
あ、メディ
Not
ア
the
ツ
right
ヤにな
order?
ってる？
あ、そうですね。
あー、じゃあ大丈夫かな。あー、びっくりした。
Double checking.
he's got something targeted from a
Save.
distance right now. So maybe these two are the AoE buttons?
これね、いつもの
Where's the gap
神
closer?
の力を
Maybe this
即
one?
時発動する
Control 1? Maybe?
真なる開発サーバーである A 系ではなくてです。メディアツアーに使っている C 系というまた別のサーバーなので。危なー。いやいや、びっくりしました。
Looks like they have their personal defensive on 7 there.
ちょっと神の力が抑えられてる。
抑えられてる。
We're not in the almighty God mode type A servers. We're
まず
actually in the environment of the
Oh,
media.
that weapon draw is clean.
まずさっきお話しした二刀流ウェポンスキルだけお見せしますね。
Okay, so first let us look at the dual blade weapon skills.
まあ実際にはいろんなものを混ぜていくので、これが別にローテーションってわけじゃないんですけど。
They're talking about it like it is actually just a stance job. It might be.
で、
So of course, with the actual combo skill rotations, you will need to kind of weave in between the different actions and weapon skills. But just
But what
showing
would be
off
the swap
what
button?
this set looks like.
この中段にある言葉2の4と5の数字がついているところをなんとなく中心に見ててください。
And so if you could focus in on row 2 of the hotbars, especially the ones that said 4 and 5.
これが
Okay.
基本だと思ってます。アクションが置き換わってるの多分わかりますよ。
And you may be able to see that the actions are automatically replaced with the next.
はい、変わってますね。いや、チェンジです。
これが二刀流ってやつ。
So this is the dual blade.
で、合体剣ウェポンスキルを使い
So
ます。
next is the double blade weapon skill.
Oh, what button did he start that combo with? I'm not gonna lie, this looks like Dancer to me.
今のこの下段に並んでるのが最初からブレードを合体させて、
It's like he just pressed flourish, like melee flourish.
So the actions that are assigned to that bottom row, row 1, are those double blade weapon skills.
Ah.
こうやって攻撃を 繰り返していくとですね、ゲージが溜まっていきます。
So of course, as you continuously execute your different skills, the gauge will accumulate.
でこのゲージを消費してこのそれを
Yeah, he's got
して
50 gauge now.
必殺状態に入るオーラバーストみたいなやつだと思ってください。
So when you accumulate enough in that gauge up there, you go into a boosted mode called Reawaken.
でその状態に入ると
That battle music sounds so
合
good.
体剣アビリティがガシガシ打てる状態になると思ってください。
And so once you have that Reawaken mode, you can execute the different double-bladed abilities.
ちょっとやってみますね。
はい。
I'm gonna try some of them out.
Oh, so it just changes your normal GCDs.
おーおーおー
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This looks. It just looks like Melee Dancer. That range was crazy. This is almost assuredly just. Yeah.
こういう感じで
Looks fun and fast.
同じアクションを連打してるの多分見えると思
So because
It looks
the
like 8 and
actions
6 are tied to
automatically
the same
replaced,
condition.
On the hotbar, it might look like you're pressing the same button, but as you can see, there are many different skills and abilities that are being unleashed.
I wonder what the
う。
sword
速さは
gauge
なんとなく
means.
分かってもらいました
But I think you might be able to get a feel of just how quickly we're moving.
もっとゆっくり回してっていうお声もあるんですけど
It's about how we want the skill of rotation executed slower, but
ゆっくり回すと軽く下がるんですよね
but if you go slowly, the damage output kind of slows down too.
とにかくすごくこうテンポがいいので、こうどんどんこうハイテンションに自分のテンションも上がっていくみたいな感じに仕上がっているので、まあそこがまずはちょっと伝わってくれるといいなという気がします。
But as you can see, it is pretty fast paced, and you've got different actions that you're executing, and it kind of builds. So I think as you are going through your skill rotation, it kind of gets more exhilarating, and so I'm hoping that players would enjoy that aspect.
でまあそれおろしの間、いわゆるブーストオーラバーストみたいなのをしている状態の時っていうのは、先ほどお話した合体剣アビリティが特別に2秒でグローバルクールダウンが回るような状態にアビリティがなるので、まあそれらをこう溢れさせず叩き込みながら、であとはこの合体剣ウェポンスキルの方、リキャストタイムを腐らせない、余らせないように挟み込んでいきながら通常ローテーションも使っていくみたいな感じですね。
So once you have activated Reawaken, in kind of in that aura burst mode, the let's see, the global recast, or sorry, the cooldown is 2 seconds, but you need to execute your different sort of double-bladed abilities and try not to sort of waste your recast time as it sort of counts back down.
ちなみにオーラバーストは私
I really
勝手に呼んでるだけ
appreciate
で
them trying to
それ
showcase
おろ
this,
しっていう
but
正式ア
I
クション名
can't be
なんで
the
すけ
only
ど
one who wishes they
これ
would
ジョブ
take
クエストやらないと何の
like
こっちゃわかんないんで
a really
今
good
そう呼んで
player
ま
who
す
could explain things
So of course,
and
we
just
have
like
called it aura
literally
burst,
walk through the job
just for convenience
in like
sake.
terms
but,
that
if you play
people who
through
play a lot know.
the Job Quest series, you'll understand the naming.
Like,
behind,
imagine if they just,
the
like,
Reawaken.
Hi, Mr. Happy here.
actions.
We're gonna take a look at the new job Viper. Here's the rotation that I came up with.
Japanese says Sore Oroshi.
Dude,
Sounds very similar
like,
to
come on.
Soken, but not so.
That is media tour, but like, I'm talking like right now. This is the first time we're seeing it played like live, right? I wish this first explanation was by somebody who, you know, not to say they don't know what they're talking about, but could explain it a little more better. That's the gap closer, okay.
でももう話す内容としては割とシンプル。ただ今この通常の、二刀流ウェポンスキル基本はようわからない人はまず最初の
I can't tell if the range is crazy or if it's just that it's a Lalafell.
So
Is this normal Lalafell players?
there's not much to say about it because it's quite straightforward. But basically, like until you get used to it, I think it's best to just follow which icons kind of light up between the double blade and the
Literally
dual
dancer.
blade abilities.
こっち側で光ってるやつは範囲用なので
なるほど。
範囲攻撃用なのであんまり手触り変わらないように範囲も単体もであと単体から範囲へコンボをつないだりというつなぐっていうか、ローテーション的には必要ないんだけどID とかやってる時に範囲でまとめして敵が少なくなってきていちいちそのゼロからやり直さなくてもいいように途中がルートつながるようになってたりします。
And of course, the ones on the right-hand side are more for your AoE attacks. Of course, some of the combos, it doesn't require you to do it, but like say for example, you're in an instance dungeon and once you kind of like have your tank pulled all the mobs kind of together, you can go from that sort of single target single target dual blade weapon skills to switch over to the AoE dual blade abilities.
Do they have a buff? I kind of haven't been paying attention. What's that button on 7? Is that a shield? It also looks like they have a dot or something on them.
まあさっきもちょっとお話ししたように、はい、
Is that a ticking dot? Oh no, that's a debuff.
使うアクションというか
Is that trick attack, dude? How did he apply that?
冒頭ちょっとお話ししたように
It's not ticking for a dot.
ヘイストが自分にかかる自分に
No, it's not
よ
Death
だめアッ
Design.
プのバフがかかる
Please, God, no.
敵に、火ダメアップのバフがかかるっていうおおむね3つの効果があるんですけど、これの状態とか残り時間に応じて1個のアクションからこう派生していくののどっちを使っていくかみたいなのを切り替えていくことになるので。
なるほど。
So, of course, just looking at how the actions are assigned on the hotbar and the buttons that you're pressing might seem like it's very simple because there aren't as many buttons to keep track of, but you also are having to look at
I love the music in this area.
And
That night theme was really good.
Sometimes it's haste on yourself or damage dealt is increased. Sometimes it is the damage dealt by the enemy is decreased and it's a debuff on that end. So you have to pay attention to how much of that you have left and choose the action that corresponds to whatever enhancement or enfeeblement that is assigned.
もうだから結構考える要素は瞬間的に出てくるのかなと。敵のボスが今どういう状態にいるのかとか、あとは接近アクションも用意されてるし。
Gap closer.
So,
Oh, the gap closer doesn't do damage.
You do need to be a bit strategic depending on how you want to approach, say, like a boss. Or there are also some close-ranged attacks that are available for the Viper.
あとは特定でこう遠隔攻撃が使えるようになって、それにもこう遠隔コンボがみたいな状態にもなるので、
Those are
ボス
long
から離れなきゃ
range.
いけない時に、使うのか、その効果があるうちに使うべきなのか、 腐らせてしまってもまあ今回はしょうがない。
Fellas, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't say things like I don't think any do now or none of them do now, I think, because you
And
don't
then,
know anything.
Conversely, you also have a ranged attack where you specify
That's how
your enemy
misinformation
and
gets
then
spread.
attack from afar. So if there is a situation where
Don't be
you can't
confirming or
necessarily
denying
be
things when we
up
don't even have
close
tooltips
to
yet,
the
man.
boss character,
It's just silly.
Or say, do you want to take advantage of the enhancement that you have to execute those actions, or do you decide, okay, well, I'm gonna let it go this turn and then come back to it some other time, etc.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. What applied that
そ
debuff?
の一旦だけちょっとね技の効果内容までまだお見せできないのでどう変化するかのちょっと遅めに。
はい。
They have so many buffs. Holy shit.
Get back so that we can show you at least some examples of like how these buffs and debuffs kind of affect your choice in which action to execute.
This looks messy.
合体剣ウェポンスキルを使います。
So we will first use a double blade action.
で、そのうち派生するアクションが2個存在してます。
And then from that, you will see it'll branch off to two different actions.
で、そのうちの2段目にどっちのアクションを使っても構わないんですけど、まあこれシチュエーションに応じて自分で考えて使うんですけど、それによって後のコンボルートがまあ変わったりします。
So with these two actions, you can use either one, but depending on the situation, you'd have to kind of choose which one, and then the combo route.
Was there a lot of
from
weaves?
there
Yes,
will kind
Anubis.
of, differ.
Bro, you have no idea.
出ますね。まず初段
Like
に入れると
if you were just looking at the hotbar, you would think you're looking at like Dancer.
So we landed that first one, and then you see two actions light up.
Dancer with a 2.0 GCD.
3から使います先。
It's kind of
So let's
crazy.
use 3 first.
そうするとアビリティがこっち使いなさい。
The one applied the 20-second debuff,
でこういうコンボになりますね。
And then
and it's got
go 6,
charges.
then to 5.
I mean, yeah, it looks fun.
使うと
2 breaks off onto another.
It's just really hard to understand what
Those
they're trying to
two
explain right now
do not
because
light up in this instance if you use.
really appreciate Amy, but I don't
で
think
同じで今度は
this is being
1を
translated very
合
well.
体剣の1を使った
Oh, he's explaining that
2
thing.
を使うをやってこっちがどう変わるかをちょっと見ててください。
はい。
Okay, so next we're gonna do that sort of double-bladed that attack 1 and then go from 2 and see how that changes.
2を使います。
Using 2.
さっきこっちから光ったんですけど、
はい
こっちから光る。
This time the
間違えた
skill that lit up was different from when we used that third button in the row 1.
でこうやって間違って他のウェポンスキルを使うとはいロスみたいな
なるほど。
感じになってしまうので、
And if you don't use the correct action, so to speak, you kind of lose out on your optimal damage.
まあこの辺はぜひね木人を叩いて馴染んでいただければいいんですが。
So we recommend you get some practice. Maybe use a striking dummy to get.
So it
used
seems
to
like that
the
1, 2, 3 he
actions.
has is just like a 3-part GCD combo that you get one of every 30 seconds. I wasn't paying attention of what it did to the gauge though.
ああなるほどなるほどそういうことね。そういったつもりだけど確かにそうも取れるのか。1個補足なんですけど。
This seems hard to fuck up because you just press something and then everything lights up and then you can just press them. It seems like Dancer.
それは付与した
The potion looking gauge is whenever you get 50, you can enter your reawaken stance, is what they said, which is the button on 9. That's actually the only button that has the number in the bottom left corner you can see right here. That's the only thing that the gauge is used for.
So The third one was supposed to be the damage.
So this looks like a 30-second spender. The 1, 2, 3. 4 and 5 look like your basic GCDs that will give you procs to use other stuff. This side looks like AoE shit. This is probably
not meant to be like synergy, so to speak, but,
your spender combo, but AoE instead, I think.
In order to decide on the appropriate
And this is the single target one.
action.
This is gap closer, and I'm not sure what 7 is yet.
まあせっかく文句から
Yeah, I don't know what the triple gems are for
した
either.
って言ってんのにこっちにあるのかっていうコメントもいただいてるんですけど、こっちはこの光る HUD 側でちゃんと次どっち使うといいですよっていうのを誘導する仕組みを新しく作ってるんで、こっちを中心に見てもらえればと思います。
And one more comment. There seems to have been mention.
Oh
from
yeah,
the
that does make
comments
sense.
that,
I think
we just mentioned
I think
that
you can
Monk
press
is
6 or
going to do
8
away
with this.
having to
Is
stare
that
at
the same button, by the way? It is.
And the timers. So now are we forced to do that?
That is
in
the same button on 6 and
Viper
8.
job, but that is not the case. We have set up the job HUDs so that it'll guide you with
it's a
like
2-minute
lighted elements
cooldown.
and things like that to
Did that give him
so that
this buff right
you
here?
can recognize which direction you should go in terms of
Why isn't he
choosing
pressing
which
6 or 8?
action to pick.
Ah!
まあ説
What
明
is
と
this?
しては非常にシンプルで以上なんですけど、これまあちょっと触ってもらうのがまあもちろん一番なんですけど、かなりテンポよくやり込んでいくと自分自身結構のこうのめり込んでいけるジョブに仕上がってるので、
Is that the haste,
ぜひです
maybe?
ねこの日本の
Oh
剣を
yeah!
スタイリッシュに
Your personal buff could just be
戦ってみたい
haste.
という方はですね、ぜひ使っていただけると嬉しく思います。
Somebody who can read kanji, what does that
I
say?
think that's about it for in terms of explanation. I think it's best if you try it out and get a feel for it yourself.
Yeah, mama.
But I think this is a
That
job
seems really
where
easy.
If you master it, you can really get involved.
I think
and
what it would
really
play
into
like
it.
is you
So,
press 1
if you're
pot,
interested in utilizing
2,
this job with the 2 blades,
and then you would spend your
to
stuff,
fight
or you would
stylish
press your
and in a
buff
very
on
speedy way,
your third
I
GCD.
definitely recommend, or I would
You would do
encourage
your
you to give
spenders,
it a
and then you
try.
would do both of your 1, 2, 3s with your little what I'd call like a gnashing fang combo, and then you go into your
そうですね、
reawaken.
単体と範囲が同時に光ってるから
Seems
ボス選
fun.
択肢が多く見えるっていうのは確かにあると
I'm
思うんですけ
impressed.
ど、これはさっきお話ししたように単体攻撃してから、そのままの流れで
It also seems
範囲に
exactly like I
変え
expected,
たり
and when I
範囲から
tweeted
単体
about
に
how I
つなげたりっていう
expected
ことが
this
できる
job
よ
to
うに
play,
してるので、
everyone got mad at me.
両方たくさん光ってるように見えるんですけど、この僕の HUD だとこの左側の 3×3 のブロックで間1段挟んでこの 3×3 のブロックのまあこの上下で範囲と単体がなんとなく分かれてると思ってもらえれば、それでちょっとまた見直していただけると、あ、そういうことねってなる気がします。
Another comment.
Why would they
was
get mad at you?
that,
Because
it
I
looks
said
like
it was
there's
gonna
lot
have
of,
a big
skills
spender
that get
button,
lit up,
aka the
with
finisher on
the
this
single
reawaken
target
form,
ones as well
and a
as
2-minute buff,
AoE.
aka this
But
7
that's
button
because,
here,
with
and you're
these
gonna just
different skill
fucking build
rotations,
gauge,
you can,
spend
use
something every
single
30
target
seconds.
attacks and then
I
connect it
literally
to
called
an
this
AoE
fucking,
to
like,
do your combos,
actually
or you
piece by
can
piece,
choose to
now that
just
I'm thinking
continue
about
with
it.
your single target attack and whatnot.
And
So,
people said I was
as you
dooming
can see
just
in the
because I
hotbars that are
understand
set
how
up
melees
here,
play in this game.
You can perhaps assign all
That's
of your
really
single
funny.
target attacks in one block. In this example, we have the 3x3 hotbar set up so that you've got a single target on one side, and then the other side.
No, but this job bar looks
after,
clean
like,
as fuck. I can't
single
even lie.
row of extra ones. You have your AoE attack.
Why won't he
maybe
press
that might
6 or
help
8?
with
It's
the
fucking killing
visibility,
me. Has he
and if
pressed
you
it
look at
once?
It'll make more sense.
はい、大丈夫です。
Dog.
バイパーの説明が長いって言ってちょっと喧嘩になってるコメントがあるんで落ち着いてください。ごめんなさいね、新ジョブなんでちょっとどうしても長めに説明させてもらってます。すいません。
I'm sorry, the explanation for Viper, although we said it's simple, it became pretty long. But it is a new job, and we wanted to kind of dig deeper into it, so apologies, but we'll move on.
はい、では、以上
Excuse
新
me.
ジョブ近接命令 DPS、はい、
No, it looks fun.
説明で
Looks really fun.
Okay, so that wraps it up for the new melee.
It's fun and simple
DPS
and fast.
Viper.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
いやでもね、正
Dude, the
直
Dragoon Lounge and the Balance are having a meltdown. It's hilarious. I'm sure all the lounges are having a meltdown right now.
不安でしたかも
People in the Balance are
いや
pretty
ななん
fucking
でかっていうと
insufferable.
俺もチェックスタートした時点で、資
Not
料を見た
everyone,
時は
but like the people who like regularly chat in those
やっぱ感じだった。
like lounges and stuff.
I don't know. Maybe it might be.
It's just like
Some
bad
people might be
take.
hesitant to jump
convention.
into trying Viper, but you know, I was also kind of worried myself because when I first started the check process and looked at the documents that are related to the Viper job, I was like, what does this all say?
まあなので一番最初にこのパワーポイントで説明した通り
Unlike
二刀流
us
で戦う
distinguished
ウェポン
Twitch
スキル
chatters.
とが剣を合
Nah,
体させて
it's
使う
what it
戦う
really
ウェ
is
ポン
is
ス
that
キル
it's
と
just a hub for
その
communication, and the
特定の
people
モード
who are
状
going to
態
be
に
chatting the
反応
most right
する
now
時
are
に
the people that are
合体
mad.
剣のアビリティを
Because all the people that are happy are just smiling and nodding at the stream.
使い分けて戦うんです
But all the people that are mad are going to be
最終的
typing
には
and
落ち着くと思う
fucking
んで
angry. That's how it is with anything.
助かります。
It's nothing new.
But as mentioned in the PowerPoint as well, you've got your double blade or dual bladed attacks where you have the blade in each hand, and then you have the double blade where you have the two blades put together, and then there's like a third sort of when you get into that.
You can be
mode,
mad all you
melee
want, but this is
mode,
going to happen,
you
so
can
why be mad?
utilize
Exactly.
different abilities using the double blade. I think that's what it boils down to.
はい、では続けて先へ進んでいきましょう。
はい、お願いします。
And if you really don't want something to happen, you could, you know, provide meaningful feedback instead of complaining in a Discord channel. But,
さ
you
あ
know.
ここからは、レンジ DPS 遠隔物理 DPS ですね。まあまず共通の
Also, yeah, it's designed for people who keep the lights on, aka MSQ
こちら
Johnny.
もですね、近接と同じくですね、はい弾の回復量を、レベル90台で、強化させていただいております。
And
so moving on to range DPS and
really not trying to glaze
updates
Square Enix
that
too much,
apply across the board.
but
Just
they've
like
been
with
making
the
good
melee
games since before
DPS,
most of us were
second
born.
wind healing
I think
potency
they know
will
how to
be
make a game.
increased in the 90th level range.
そしてですね、こちらもレベル
So
90
maybe
台で
we should just like
各ジョブ
sit back and trust them a little bit, even if our knee-jerk reaction might be to be angry about something.
に強化
You know?
というのが入っております。
And then also damage reduction of job exclusive defensive abilities will be increased to 15% in the 90s level.
全体的に
Ooh.
軽減がたくさん入るようにはなるんですけど、
Troop, Samba, and Tactician getting a 5% increase on damage reduction.
Of course.
That's
Overall,
super
we will be
good.
seeing an increase in the defensive abilities, but that also probably means there's going to be various different attacks that will come from the different enemies.
それでは、レンジ、まず銀融詩人からいきましょう。 一つ目は
I really am not a fan of
First
how Bard plays. It's just not my style.
剣人のバラード、軍神のパイオン、旅神のメネットを敵への攻撃を伴わないバフアクション。
Oh, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. There we go. That's what I wanted.
And the wondrous minuet will be changed
Thank
into
fuck.
buffing actions which do not
That
attack
makes it playable.
enemies.
There we go.
で、さらにもう一個代表的なので言うと、ピッチパーフェクト、まあ多数の敵との戦いでも
Oh, cool.
使いやすい。
Pitch Perfect being AoE is also huge.
範囲設定を付け加えさせてもらってます。
And another notable point here is Pitch Perfect will be changed into an AoE attack for ease of use in encounters with multiple enemies.
Yeah, dude, you could pre-pull song now.
まあ、あとは
Yup. And you could keep your songs up during downtime.
他にだと単体攻撃
Which means that if you were really smart about it, you could use a song that you don't want to use during the fight,
実行化をちょっと統合して要素
like
を
first
整理
or whatever.
して、まあ
No, it's not
ブロックが
3-minute
共通化
pre-poll.
されるんで発生したら単体に使うか範囲に使うかを、まあ、そのシチュエーションに応じてこう選択できるようにしたりとかそういった細かいところも調整しております。
The
various
Bard
other
pick.
updates include some of the procs, the single attack proc straight shot ready, and then AoE proc shadow bite ready will become merged so that we can kind of organize the elements. So the procs are going to be kind of streamlined, so to speak. But you'll be able to sort of select whether you want to utilize your proc for a single target attack or an AoE attack.
Oh, wait, was it not like that already?
使いやすくなるように
They're talking
調整は
about
入れてますが、大体銀融指示こんなところかなと思います。
They're talking about that proc right there, straight shot ready. Will also have, you can use this proc right here for shadow bite as well.
来られた遅れて来られた方のために今日一つ一つのジョブに対して全部の
Because right now they're not the same. Yeah, they're two different buffs, so these two buffs are getting
そういったとこ
combined.
ろはメディアツアーが始まっておりますので、メディアの皆さんからめちゃくちゃな詳細が出ると思いますので、そちらをご覧いただければと思ってます。
I thought they were already combined.
And
Oops.
for those who are joining later in the broadcast, just to reiterate, we are not going to be covering every single detail of the
Yeah,
new
Pitch Perfect is from
action,
the
additional
Wanderer's Minuet.
elements to each of the job.
And it's still on dot ticks now, right? I can't remember.
That's happening right now.
It's like a certain percent chance every dot tick that you get a Pitch Perfect proc.
We'll be describing those in more detail.
I kind of wish they would make it so you can overcap those.
では続けて、貴公子
Is it just server ticks now? Okay.
Next is our machinist.
はい。まあこちらも詩人と同じくですね、基本的に遊びやすく
God.
なる調整とレベルアップに伴う新規アクションの
Oh,
追
so
加
it's
ってい
like
う
the
ところが
Plentiful
中心になってます
Harvest change.
So machinist also very similar to
Yeah.
the bard. We are just trying to
That's good.
streamline
That's really
things
good.
and make adjustments so that it is smoother to utilize, and then just adding some new actions with the raise of the level cap.
まあヒートが51以上ねこうあった時に溢れるみたいなやつとかまあその辺のこういった効果を調整してたり、あとはもう一個出しても大丈夫です。ドリルをチャージアクション化する、はい、特
A
性
new
を
trait which
したり
accumulates charges for drill.
So we have preventing waste when your heat gauge is at 54, and then the second
Awesome.
one is new trait which accumulates charges for the drill will be added.
Yo, that's sick.
ドリルを頭に装備だってっていう謎のコメントを見てちょっと吹いてしまった。
Sorry, just kind of cracked up at a
I fucking love machinist, man.
somebody made about drill.
I fucking love
Putting a
machinist.
drill on your head? What?
あとはシンプルにヒートブラスト、ガウスラウンド、リコシェットの上位版みたいなアクションっていうのも追加されますので。
Yeah, it looked like Ricochet and Gauss Round got upgraded versions, which was way
And of
overdue.
course, you've got the upper tier actions added for Heat Blast, Gauss Round, and Ricochet with
Yeah.
the level cap being raised.
Hell yeah.
さて続いては踊り子です。
Next is the Dancer.
踊り子は本当に純粋にレベルアップに伴うアクション追加、まあ既存アクションからさらにこう追撃を出せるみたいなところがもう本当にメインになってます。
So with the Dancer too, it's just a simple sort of expanding of the actions with the raised level cap, and then some additional like follow-up attacks that are added onto
What does that
existing
mean?
actions.
まあ今もう出てるのの他にももう一個出しちゃって大丈夫です。テクニカルフィニッシュ後に使用できる、スプリを消費するアクションをさらにね追加してたりもします。
So the first point is, of course, as written, and then a new action
As
which
written.
consumes a spirit
Lisan
can be
Al-Gaib.
executed after technical finish will be added.
まあ、あとはですねステップアクションを変えさずにですね
It consumes
スタンダードステップの効果を付与できるアクションが追加されてたりとか、まあ、全体的に正当にそのままパワーアップしてって感じですね。
And then there's also an action that will allow or grant the effects of standard step without having to have to go through the step actions or something
Oh.
like that as well.
So just a standard like refresh button?
そうなんですよ。
If I'm understanding that correctly?
まっすぐ進化してるんで、あんまり話することがなくて。
That's kind of fucking cool.
This is quite straightforward, so there isn't really much to add here.
On gang?
大丈夫そうよね。うん。
think
ね
we're
コンパクトでいよいよ長すぎると眠くなるって、そりゃそうだよね。もう11時だもんね。
Oh my gosh, it's 11 p.m. in Japan right now, so yeah, if it's too long, I guess it gets quite.
さっさと大丈夫ですか？続いていきますよ。はい。
Moving along.
さあ、遠隔魔法 DPS へ進んでいきましょう。
Next is our magical ranged DPS.
ではまず共通点、他のロールと同じように共通点からです。
Again, this is
Ooh.
going to be updates that go.
Wait, what's
across the board.
Swiftcast right now?
レベル90代で迅
checking.
速魔のリキャストを
60
40秒に短縮。
That's 20 seconds.
Swiftcast recast will be
What the
reduced to
fuck?
40 seconds in the 90s level.
They're shaving off 20 seconds.
相当いろいろ組み込みやすくなるんじゃないかなと。
That's wicked.
I think it'll make it make for opportunities to weave in more things.
さらにもう一個、他ロールと同じようにですね、レベル90代でアドルの効果時間を、15秒に延長する強化が
Called the
あり
Adel
ます。
change too.
And then an enhancement, just like with the other roles, Adel's duration will be increased to 15
I can now be
seconds in the
rezzed
90s
every
level.
40 seconds. Meh.
さあでは固有を見ていきましょう。はい。
Okay, so the individual jobs
I like the
within
look
this
of that
role.
new Black
ま
Mage
ず
gauge.
黒魔導士からです。
And moving ley lines is
一番大きい
crazy.
変更点がこちらです。
Okay, so the biggest major update. For
Oh,
Black Mage
I
is
like that a
this.
lot.
MP がサーバータイムのタイミングで回復するっていう。
Yo, no more mana
やめました
ticks.
変えてしまいました。
So the restoration of MP
That's huge.
has been updated so that it's not dependent on the time elapsed.
まあやっぱりこれ最後まで残ってた申請の時の仕様で、まあものすごく他のジョブがローテーション確定していく中、どれが正解なのかわからないっていう。
It says upon landing ice spells, so you probably have to hit the enemy.
So this was one of the specifications that remained from when we relaunched as ARR, and we were trying to figure out how we wanted to settle on this, but I think we have, not made our decision, but like this is how the conclusion we've come to at this time.
あとは、動画でも先ほどちょっと見て取れましたが、ついに黒魔門が一回出したやつを一回だけ
I wonder
再
if
設置できる
that ley lines
アクション
moving
が追加
thing
されて
is
おり
like
ます
once per ley lines, or if it's like
And then the second point here,
like a 2-second
you may have
recast or
noticed
something.
in the job action video, but once you lay your ley lines,
he say once?
just once, you will be. This action will allow for you to reposition your ley lines.
that's good.
まあなので置いた瞬間に巨大な床が出て涙に濡れるみたいなことはなくなるので、誰かにステップしてそこに再設置してもらえれば使える感じですね。はい。
So now, whenever you run into an issue where you place your ley lines and then suddenly it's raid wide, you have to move, you can ethereal manipulate and then jump over and reassign your ley lines.
すごい。まあ結構この MP のところが変わったことによってローテーションはなんですか、基本は
I mean, if the enemy leaves before you're able to get your mana back, one, you should have thought about that earlier, or you're just progging and it doesn't really matter.
あとはまあ新アクション
Two, you could probably just press Umbral Soul and then press ice buttons when the boss gets back.
And so, with the changes of how your MP is restored, I think the rotation may or may not change, but I think it kind of makes you have to think about where you want to, or like the timing at which you want to execute some of these. And then also with the raised level cap, we will be adding new actions. So I think those are the major updates to Black Mage.
すでに
はい
いくつかの欲深いコメントが
はい
動かせるの1回だけですか
当然ですよ何言ってるんですか
I can see some greedy comments says, oh, you can move lead line only once?
Of course, it's just once.
Of course 何回も呼べる
Yeah,
わ
it
けじゃない
doesn't
でしょ
sound like you can regen MP if the boss leaves. You should still be able to loose it
No
at
way you
least.
can
But also,
reposition
like,
your
I don't
ley
see the
lines
problem with
multiple
just,
times.
あとコメントでついて
you
きて
know,
ほしいって
being in
あと
ice
それ
when the
なん
boss
て
is
抜きや
gone, and
ん
then
って
as soon as it
話
gets back, just hit it with like 3 ice spells. Get full
Some people
mana.
are mentioning it would be nice if the ley lines just followed the players, but then what's the purpose of Inokian?
はい次のジョブいきます、
Okay, next job.
召喚師です、まず一つ目、まあ、こちらも動画でねご覧いただいた通りバハムートフェニックスに並ぶ
Solar
新たな召喚
Bahamut
獣ソルバハムートを追加させていただいております、
Okay, so summoner, and so you may have noticed in the job action video, we
May
have
have
Solar
noticed.
Bahamut is a new summon akin to Bahamut and Phoenix, which will be added.
まあなんだ今までこう出てるバハムートってなんとなくさこうアラグ帝国時代によってこう呼ばれた実はあの姿は違うんじゃないかみたいないろいろ
Black Mage had that whole new gauge. Did they talk about it? No, but it looked pretty simple to understand. Every time they casted a fire, it gave them
there
1.
were rumblings about
And then when they
how
triple
the
casted and pressed
current
fire, it gave them
Bahamut
3.
looks
And then when they got
something
6, they were able to
along the
cast
lines
a
of,
new spell.
What you may,
I think that's all it
what
is.
the Allegan Empire might have described Bahamut is, and perhaps this might not be its true form. So that was kind of the thinking behind bringing in another Bahamut with a different.
Yeah, it was either fire, a triple cast fire, or a
あと
triple
は
cast
パー
flare.
テ
I
ィ
don't
ーもう
know.
一個出して OK で、パーティーバフであるシェアリングライトの後に、攻撃アクションとしてさらに発生するアクションを1個追加してあります。
And
Searing
second
Light
point
follow-up?
says, a new action that can be executed after Searing Light would be added. So basically, after the party buff action, which is Searing Light, there will be an action that will allow for you to attack.
Oh.
なので召喚師も新たな召喚獣が加わるということでローテーションが変わります。
And so, with the introduction of a new summon, your skill rotations will, of course, be updated based on that.
So I think it's going to go Bahamut, Phoenix, Solar, right?
バハムート、ソルバハムート、フェニックスって呼んでいくようなイメージかな、順番。
Oh, maybe he just said it.
はい。
Specifically speaking, you'd be summoning Solar Bahamut, then Bahamut, Solar Bahamut again, and then Phoenix.
What?
そして皆さん
Solar
が気にされている
Bahamut, Solar Phoenix?
蘇生魔法リザレクについて、結果をお伝えしようと思います。
Huh.
And then also, a topic of hot debate, perhaps, is the resurrection.
今回のアップデー
Oh, wait,
ト
are
が、
they keeping
純粋に使い勝手向上まっすぐ、アップグレードしていこうということなので激論の末、7.X シリーズでは残すことにしました。
And so, with the updates that we are applying for this upcoming expansion, was focused on how to streamline these different actions for the different jobs, or how to make it smoother and more comfortable for the players. And so, after much heated debate, we will be keeping Resurrection throughout 7.0 and 7.x.
ただ今後さっき
Yeah, I don't know why you'd get rid of it, actually.
8.0 のメカニクスみたいなところの話をスタートしてるって、お話を軽くしましたけど、 その中で
Who
も
wants to get rid of it?
ジョブの個性をさらに出していくっていう
Hot
上で
debate.
なくなっ
What?
ていく可能性が非常に高いと思いますので、ちょっとここはね永久にそうってわけではないということで、
Really?
まあ、ただ少なくとも7.x シリーズ中は残すということに判断しました。
That said, I did briefly mention about how discussions for the next expansion, potential 8.0, has already started, and we were discussing about how to bring out the individuality of the different jobs. There's a high chance that we might have this discussion and resurrection might be removed from the skill set of the summoner. But for now, for the time being, throughout the 7.x series, we will keep it in.
Summoner's mad because they can't use
its
Swift
skill
on
set.
their Garuda GCD
さあ
every time.
召喚士以上で続いて鎌同士いきましょう。
Okay, next is the red mage.
まず一つ目、まあ、基本的には遊びやすくなる調整と、まあ、レベルアップに
Ah,
伴う
yeah, there we
新規ア
go.
クションを
They're
追加って
just
いうところ
doing that
が
across a lot of
主になり
jobs
ます
that have overcapping problems.
So of course with
No,
the
I
red
really
mage,
like that.
Also, the basic thinking behind the updates are the usability, making it more streamlined, and also adding new actions with the raised level cap.
Me
そ
like
う、まあ、特にねマナフィケーションの効果っていうのがマナ50上昇だったんですけど、
before they get into Picto, I'm gonna go use the
保険
restroom
コン
again.
ボ
I'll be
実
right
行
back.
可というステータス付与に変えることで
That's seafood boil
です
getting
ね
at me, bruh.
溢れ問題をちょっと解決したいというところがあってこういった変更を行ってます。
So the manification, so originally it would increase black and white mana by 50, but it's going to be changed into something that will allow execution of enchanted sword play actions without cost, so that it would prevent that sort of wasted resources.
あとはもう1個出していいです。こちらは範囲魔法剣コンボなんですけど、こちらも単体コンボと同じく消費、3段コンボに調整しているので、ちょっとこの辺がずれるのも気持ち悪かったので、調整しております。
And then the second point reads, the AoE Enchanted Swordplay combo, beginning with Enchanted Moulinet, will now consume a total of 550 black mana and white mana, similar to its single target counterpart. The fact that the single target and AoE was kind of not aligned was kind of like, it felt weird, so we made the adjustments there.
そうなんですよね。3回使うと合計消費量が60で、すげえ気持ち悪いっていう状態だったんで、ここはちょっと揃えるようにしました。
For some reason, yeah, it was 50 mana total, which kind of didn't match the 60. So
あとはまあ純粋進化なんですけど、まあエンボルデン実行した後に攻撃アクションが1個使える追加で使えるようになったりとか、あとそういったアップデートも行われてたりはします。
and then some minor changes include whenever Embolden is executed, there will be an additional action, an attack ability.
さあでは既存、遠隔魔法 DPS キャスター以上なのでピクトマンサーの紹介に入ろうかと思っておりますが、はい、よろしいでしょうか。
So, I think we covered the existing magical ranged DPS, so we'd like to show off Pictomancer.
はい、お願いします。Yes, please.
まず特徴からです。
Okay, so some characteristics of the Pictomancer.
まあ、絵を描くんですけど、絵にはまあ種類がございまして、その種類によって出る効果がちょっと異なる。っていうこと、まずは絵を描いてアビリティでそれを具現化した後そこから強力な魔法をさらに引き出して発動するみたいなイメージで見てください。
So of course, there's going to be drawings. We call them different motifs that the Pictomancer will draw, I guess. And then each of them have different abilities that can be executed with different effects, of course. And then you render them in order to sort of attack your enemies, and then you kind of collect, or not collect, but you do multiple of those in order to execute an even more powerful spell.
I'm back.
あとは、
Prepares by painting a variety of motifs, then renders them to life to
まあ
produce an
ディア自身に対するバ
assortment
フ
of
っていうの
effects.
もありますよ。
Renders multiple motifs to execute high-powered
And
attacks.
of course, the Pictomancer
Capable
is
of granting
also
buffs to party
capable
and
of
stuff.
granting buffs to the party and
Huh?
themselves.
まあ火力が出ないピクトマンサーはもしかしたら絵の下手な吉田って呼ばれる可能性はあるかもね。
So Pictomancers that may not have a very high damage output might be like Yoshida, who can't draw very well.
さあではまあこの説明だけだとやっぱり分かりづらいと思うのでちょっと順番に説明していこうかなと実機で思います。
お願い
Okay,
します。
so I think, yeah, words might not be able to describe what the Pictomancer can do. So let's look at it in game.
大丈夫そうか。
はい、大丈夫です。
あなたが急にねキーをガチャガチャガチャって叩き始めるとね
大変失礼しました
何かあったかってちょっとビビる。
Just double checking if Foxclaw didn't write any notes again.
I'm here, bro. What?
さあさあ
I was just reading chat, laughing at the guy who's like mad that he doesn't have Heaven's Word Summoner right now.
直線予想日になってます。
So this is, of course,
Me
the
when my job
game
isn't a
here
convoluted
for
literal
Pictomancer.
piano.
まあスターアクションとしては
I spent
まあ
fucking 18,000 hours learning how to play
So,
this
as you can see
job.
in the hotbars, these are the different actions that are available for the Pictomancer.
この武器専用武器左手に持ってるのはパレットでここのデザインも武器ごとにかなり凝ったものが用意されていたりします。
Of course, in the left hand is the paint palette, and depending on the weapon or the brush set, the design of the palette is also
So-
different, and our team is very particular about
These
the
cost
designs
mana.
of these,
This costs
for
mana.
the different sets. So
まずちょっとこの HUD を見ていただきたいんですけど、
let's take a look at the job HUD here.
まあ絵を描くっていう要素があるんですが、
At Woops, would you like if your Durgoon would be reworked to
So
work
the
like
motifs that
machinist?
you first
Space
draw
triple
or
question mark.
sketch, there are three different
I think I'd
kinds.
take whatever I got from Square Enix, and I would enjoy it
生
probably.
物の絵、それから武器の絵、そして風景
And I would
の絵
welcome new
っていうのが
change and good
あり
job
ます。
fantasy.
So these three different motifs involve a creature one, a weapon one, as well as a landscape one.
で HUD はこの左からこのカンバスが、ここが生物の絵で真ん中が武器の絵そして一番右が風景の
Chill
絵
take? No, how about I just like playing the game?
And you have three
And I
pieces,
like new
three
things, and
canvases,
maybe if
in
it's
your
something
job
simple,
HUD.
it's
From
fine.
the left,
Who cares?
That's where your creature motif goes. Second, or the middle one will be the weapon.
Well, good for you. I
and then the
myself hate
landscape
machine.
will be
Okay,
to the
then
far
don't
right.
fucking play the game, bro. There's plenty of other games to play.
早くもリクエストはありました
Go
ので
play something else if you don't like this
実際に絵を描けないようにしましょう
game.
じゃあ
Let's actually try doing some of these drawings or motifs.
まず
We like this game, so we're gonna keep playing it.
詠唱を伴う、アクションになりますが非戦闘中とかコンテンツに入った直後っていうのは、詠唱なしで絵を描けるようになります。
So during combat, in order to draw or create a motif, there will be cast time involved. But when you're outside of combat, there is no requirement for casting time.
このホットバーの C8、C9、C0 っていうところが3種の絵を描くコマンドだと思ってください。まあモーグリのこのボンボンが書いてあるやつが生物の絵を描く、ハンマーが書いてあるやつが武器の絵を描く、 でこの風景のアイコンが風景を描きます。この3つだと思ってください。
So you see in the hotbar, Control 8, Control 9, and Control 0 has pom-pom, weapon, and landscape respectively. So pom-pom does the creature, the hammer of course creates the weapon, and then landscape is, well, landscape.
描きますね。
はい。
Okay, so we're going to start to...
これ今詠唱がないので一瞬で書きましたけど。
Wait, what fucking button did he just
描
press?
かれたの分かりますね。
Did he press
Of course,
C4 and
we're
then it
not
turned into
engaged
something
in
else?
combat right now, so you didn't see cast time, and it was instant.
C8?
But as you can see on the far left, we see the creature motif.
で続いては武器の絵を描きます。
Next, we will do a weapon motif.
描かれましたね。
Uh-huh.
で最後
So
風景
creature, weapon, and then
Next is a
Location?
landscape.
landscape. Okay.
今の状態は、まあ、非戦闘状態なので今のように走りながらでも別に、描いたりとかできるので非戦闘中にいちいち立ち止まって描かなきゃいけないみたいなわけじゃないのでそこは便利になるようにはしてあります。
So of course, right now we're outside of combat, so it's instant, and then even if you're moving around, you can create your motifs.
まずこの3種類あるんだというのだけ一旦覚えておいてください。
So as a first step, let's remember that there are these 3 different motifs.
Mm-hmm.
先にお伝えしやすい絵とは切り離された魔法の説明をしたいと思い
I
ます。
wonder if those are the only 3 motifs.
So before we go into how these motifs come into play, let us explain the different magic, let's see, ether hue elements of the Pictomancer in combat.
魔法には置き換えが行われていてコンボのような概念があります。
So with the ether hue, the icon will be automatically replaced with the next step in the combo route. So it's kind of like a skill rotation combo.
キャストします。
Damn!
で変わります。
You see that it's been automatically replaced.
Bro just opened with a fucking 38k direct hit crit? What the hell was that?
このラインの3つの魔法、まあ色に関わるこの魔法。
Yeah,
まあ
damn.
光に近いかな。色を使っていくと、
What is 10 levels higher than us right now?
ゲ
So
ージがたま増えたように、白いインクが使えるようになりました。
So with the ether hue combo, once it's related to colors basically, or maybe like light might be a close concept too. But as you can see in that palette gauge, you can now see that you have white color available.
mm-hmm.
なんかちょいちょい吉田のマイクが遠いって言われるな。
Oh, sorry, I'm just adjusting Yoshida's mic really quickly.
PC なんでっていうんだろうね。操作しようとするとちょっと机から
そうね。
その遠ざかるんだよな。
マイクと整体しなくなる。
マイクを引っ張るか。
Sorry.
で、そうなるとここにあるホワイトホーリー。こいつを1個
So it looks like he has, yeah, it looks like there's a white paint and a dark paint button that he can spend.
あ
So
Was that an
you can
insta-cast? Oh,
utilize
shit.
that, one of the charges on that
What
palette
gave him
gauge
that?
to execute an instant sort of action spell.
もう一回やりますね。
はい。
Yeah, it's kind of like polyglot.
これが弱めの詠唱が早い魔法です。
So when you finish one of those combos, it gives you light or
So less
dark.
powerful, but relatively
Ah.
quick to cast magic spell.
It's also giving him gauge.
このもう一個
And then he has that 50 gauge
ゲ
spender
ージ
button
が
on 7
こう
here.
レインボーのやつ増えてってますよね。
So in
Oh,
addition
wait,
to
this
the
is easy
palette
as
gauge,
fuck.
you see
And then
like
whenever
a
he has a
rainbow
motif, it gives him a combo to
gauge
press
also.
for that motif.
これを
Control 6 is that
消
buff.
費すると
Control 5 is that hammer combo. And Control 4 is the
ひ
Moogle
っくり返
attack.
すっていうアクションが使えるようにな
And
る
then
の
he
で
could spend the 50 gauge here.
色の属性というかを変更するみたい
Nah,
な
this is way
イメージ
simpler than I thought it would be.
だと思ってください。
And by consuming some charge, 50 charge
They just
off of
they
that rainbow
like I was
gauge,
saying when we
you
were
can
watching the
activate
fucking
subtractive palette,
job action
which
trailer, they just
basically
press
kind of
things
flips over the
randomly.
palette, kind of changes the element of your ether hue.
これを使うと今度は
Oh,
特性色の特性をさっき
the
白
50
系だ
gauge
ったの
spent
を
turned it into his dark hues.
栄唱は長いけど強力な
Oh, that does way more damage.
栄唱
That was a
しながら
38k
さらに
non-crit.
強力な
Yeah, motherfucking damn!
ブラック
That was
さっきのホワイト
75k!
ホーリーでしたよね
So of course,
Wait, if he has multiple
earlier,
stacks, does it
we
fucking...
utilized the
does it
white
change all
color
of the
to
stacks?
Cast, wholly in white. With the subtractive palette, and you change the elements of the ether hue, your different sort of ether hue spells will expand. Of course, cast times will become a little bit longer, but they are going to be a bit more powerful. So you saw like Thunder in magenta, or like Comet in black, and things like that.
説明が分かりやすくするためには魔法だけ
Nah,
の
this
説明
looks
をしてるん
hella
だけ
fun.
ど基本は魔法はこれがベースだと思ってください、ゲージを貯めてゲージを消費して、より強力な魔法を使っていくで普段は栄唱が短くてちょっと威力が抑えられてるやつを中心に唱えながら溜まったら切り替えるこれが魔法側だけの話です、はい
So this is just the ether hue.
So is this like the
things,
AoE button up top here on 8 and 9, do you think?
As you can see, the basic movements is you try to accumulate your palette gauge.
I think
and
4,
your
5 are
rainbow
single
gauge
target, 8,
so
9
that
are
you can utilize
AoE.
the charges that are accumulated to unleash
I wonder what
more
6 does. Do you think
powerful,
6 is the
ether
party
hue
buff?
spells.
6, 0, and
絵の効果の説明に
dash are what I'm
前に
curious about
まあ
right
他
now.
のサブ系の
And then the control 1, 2, 3 look like the follow-up buttons when you finish your
And
motif
then before we
combos.
jump into the
Oh!
motifs and the different pictomancy,
That's a gap closer.
I also wanted to
dash.
go over some of the sub actions.
まあ向いている方向へ、一気に加速移動する移動アクションっていうのがあります。
And it gave him a little buff afterwards too.
So
maybe
there
maybe
is
it's an
action that
instacast.
will allow for you to move quickly towards the
Please be an
direction you're
instacast.
facing.
で一瞬だけちょっ
Fukit.
と足が速くなる効果が。
I couldn't read that katakana.
And then you see an
Su-
enhancement. For a short period of time,
Suma?
your movement speed will increase.
意外と長距離移動しますので、向きや
I guess it was
ステー
just
ジの
speed
減り
buff.
にはご注意ください。
So you can travel
Smudge?
a pretty good
Sumaju?
distance with this action. So be careful when you get to the edge so that you don't fall off of the platform.
では
That's cool.
あとは範囲攻撃だったりっていうところがもう当然標準
No, this looks super easy to play.
ここ
Holy
から
shit.
絵を使ったアクションの説明に入ろうと思います。
And then on the top row of the hotbar, those are some of your AoE attacks.
Yep,
so we're
we
going
called it.
to skip detailed explanation on that. So we're going to go into the motif and pictomancy.
これね横に並んでるから、横にこの効果を使っていくイメージがあるのかもしれないんですけど、なんとなく今までのジョブのイメージ他のジョブのイメージからすると
So with these actions, because it looks like it's side by side, it might make you think that, well, it's something that you utilize with the 3 in a row.
この3つの絵はそれぞれ独立したカテゴリーの絵なので、連動すること自体は
Yeah, I was thinking the same revenge. The numbers are gonna
That
get right
said,
back
although
up.
they
They
are
might have
next
to do
each
another
other,
squish.
They are individual like motifs that you can utilize, so they're not necessarily connected to each other.
まず生物の絵この一番左だけを見てってください。ここから説明を始めます。
Okay, so we'll start with the creature motif on the
Moogle.
left.
今
So, 1, 2, 3 Moogle beam.
ポンポンの
Oh my
絵を
god, it's just like
描きましたの
Miku!
でこの絵をまず具現化するっていうアクションがこれです。イマジンポンポン。
Moogle Moogle
So let's start with the creature
Beam.
motif. You have created the motif, but then you need to render it in order to actually execute this as an attack.
じゃあイマジンポンポン使う
Japanese is pretty silly.
使うとどうなるかちょっとお見せしますね。いいですか、アニさん。
あ、
あ、イマジン
名前を
ポンポンを調べてる。
Dude, press it, please. Press the button. Press the fucking button, Yoshi
お前
B.
お前は何を
Living
言っているん
muse.
だ
Hi. The Japanese literally sounds like imagine a pom pom, but the English, I believe, is living muse.
全然違った
Hi.
具現化しますね。
Hi. So we're going to render this as an attack.
文字通りポンポンがむしり取られて上から落ちてるんです
So you
ね。
press it once, then you have to go back to the
We
motif
see a
button.
whole bunch of Moogle pom poms, probably torn off of some poor Moogle's head,
30
pouring down
seconds.
onto your enemies.
落ちてきましたよね。
落ちてましたね
これによって、さっきのこのキャンバス見てほしいんで
Oh
す
yeah,
けど、
40.
描かれていた絵が具現化されたので真っ白になりましたね。
So of course, if you look at the canvas, the white square, because we have rendered the motif into an
Now you have
attack,
to render the
canvas is now
wing.
blank.
で、この生物の絵のまあ白紙に戻ったので、次にまた生物の絵を描くんですけど、さっきもポンポンの絵は描いたので、次は羽の絵が描けるようになります。
So canvas is blank, but you can still continue to draw a creature motif. This time it will be the wing motif will become available.
描きますね。
So we shall create the motif.
はい
で、キャンパスに描かれます。
And as you can see, it is now on our canvas.
で、これによって今度はここの羽が具現化できるようになってます。
So with this, now we can render the wings as an attack.
This seems like a really punishing job to die
同
on.
じように
Yup.
さっきポンポンを具現化したので、羽を具
Hopefully you
現化し
keep
ます。
your gauge and stuff when you die.
So these are wings, and so we're going to render the wing.
はい。これで、
Oh, you only need 2
ポンポン
pieces
と
to do the
羽
Moogle
を
beam.
描いたので、これによって呼びましたかと。
確か
So
にア
with
ピー
the
ルしてます
palm and the wings, you see a little Moogle up there. You rang.
Yeah, someone is appealing
そう、それによってモーグリを召喚するっていうアクションがモーグリの絵が完成したっていうイメージですね。モーグリが召喚できる。
With that, we can now render a full Moogle.
で、呼びますね、モーグリ。
はい
Okay, so we're gonna call forth the Moogle.
Moogle beam!
おー
Damn!
モーグ
That
リ
hits hard as
ストーンというレ
fuck.
ーザーをぶっ放してくれる。
And so with the Moogle showing up, it's going to unleash its
Oh, and you keep the
Oh, mark
renders.
of all
Look at that.
ages.
I thought it would consume them, but they're still up
Yeah.
there.
the English name.
さらに今度は爪の絵が描けるので、爪の絵を描く。
Now he's painting a new motif with the
Next, we
paw.
will draw a picture of a claw.
で、爪を具現化します。
And then we're going to render this claw as an
Mhm.
attack.
ほう
で、さらに今度は牙が描けるようになったので、牙の絵を描きます。
Claws or
So
fangs?
now, a set of fangs become available. So we will depict that as our motif.
そしてさらに牙を具現化します。
And then render it as an attack.
And then
こ
that
れ
guy's
によって
ready.
全ての要素が揃っ
It's
た
like
ので、
scary, fucked up Moogle.
So now the canvas goes blank, and then there were symbols above the canvas, but we were able to fill the slots there. So we have yet another creature that was summoned, the Medine.
Medine.
具現化すると一番強い。
わあ
Holy fuck, that hit for 88k without a
We
crit.
can render it as an attack. for a very powerful strike.
これがですね、この盾一番左の
God
の
damn.
紹介でした。
So that was, in a nutshell, how the creature motifs kind of go through its cycle. 吉田さんごめんなさい。1個英語の訳を訂正させてください。
はい、
さっきのイマジンポンポンの、ターミノロジーが時々が間違えてました。So I'm sorry, I made a mistake when I was mentioning the Imagine Pom Pom move. It is not Living Muse, it was Palm Muse.
いやで、まあ絵を描く自体にも、まあ、
The gigglers.
あ、迅速そっち作っ
No.
ちゃっ
Oops. We used
た。後でまたやり
Swiftcast.
ます。
はい。
We'll do it again.
次この武器の絵
Okay, so now going on to the weapon motif.
ここですね、さっきピクトウェポンしましたんでハンマーが使えるようになってます。
Wait, what button did you just
Now we
Swiftcast?
can use the hammer.
ハン
4?
マーが具を
Did you
具現
Swift
化します。
Going to render that as an attack.
でこれは具現化するとこっちに3段コンボとして使えるようになるので、これね結構長い間使えるんで使えます。
One,
スタートなので無影
two. Wait, that's so
3
fun.
連マップ使える。
Oh, that's so
So
awesome.
with the weapon motif, this is more like a combo with a very short, if not instant cast. Your hammer combo, almost like a triple cast.
Bonk.
なので書いておいて、そろそろボスが激しい攻撃してくるぞってなったら、具現化して
Bonk. Bonk.
その
Bonk. Nah, I'm gonna play a lot of this actually. This looks really fun.
軽く切らさないみたいなこともできますよと。
So a way to use the weapon motif would be to have it on standby, kind of depicted in your canvas, and then once you're ready to go in and deal continuous damage, you can unleash your hammer combo so that
Cryo,
you're
kill this motherfucker with hammers.
outputting damage.
で最後風景の絵はリキャストタイムがかなり長いです。これはパーティーバフ。
Yeah, the landscape's the party buff.
So next is the landscape motif. This one has a longer casting time because it is also the depiction for your party buffs.
Mm-hmm.
実行します。
Executing.
Whoa.
こうやって、はい、このまあ別に
So it gives you a free 7 here.
攻撃にも転じられる。
The big instant GCD.
Not only is it a buff,
He's got
but you
5
can also
seconds of
utilize
this
it
and
for
12 seconds
attacks.
of the
The
free
range is
cast.
going to be wider because it's going to be a party buff.
Do you think that's
buff.
insta cast right there with the
で
4?
こちらをですね展開中はですねさっきの説明した最初の魔法、まあ、無影称で使えたり 5キャストまで無影称で使えたりするのでここと組み合わせてバースト無影称でするみたいな感じで開幕ローテーションとかバーストとか
And was that a 120? Was that a 2 minute? Yeah, it looks like a 2 minute.
With the landscape motif and the buff that you can apply to the party will allow for your ether hue, the magics that we explained earlier with the different colors in the palette, to be cast without the longer cast time. So if you want to say going into a battle and starting off with like a damage burst in the beginning of a battle, that might be a way to place your buff there and start off your battle with optimal damage output.
まあ今までの本当キャスターどのタイプとも似てないので、まあ最初ちょっと慣れるまでかもしれないけどちょっとだけ回します。
I do like that you can just pop all 3 of those before a fight.
ミスったら申し訳ないけど。
So the Pictomancer is rather different from
Wait,
the
how come his
other
Control
magic
5 isn't
ranged
available?
DPS. So apologies, it's still getting used to how it moves around. But let me show you some examples of how a skill.
Oh, does it have to
rotation
be in
might look
combat?
like.
あれこの後どうすんだっけ
Oh, or you
そうだ
forgot.
ピクトウィングだった
So 6 is like a really long cast like damage line, but some things give it an instant use.
まあ今みたいな
あー
感じで意外と一個ずつ説明するとまあエーション長いかもなって思う
Nah,
かも
that
しれない
looks
けど
super
やる
fun.
こと間に結構挟んでいけるので慣れてくるとすごくこういろんなことをやりながら楽しめるジョブになってるので
Yeah,
ぜひ
these are
触って
this is your AoE
So at
This
first
is your
glance, it
AoE
might look
button,
like there's
this
a lot
is
of
your
cast
single
time
target button,
involved, but
this
you
is
are
your
kind of weaving
instant
in
cast
different,
button, and then when you
movements,
convert it with
as you're
7,
doing things.
it
So
gets turned
once you
into
get
dark
used
magic,
to
costs more
it,
mana, costs longer
I
to
think it might
cast, but
be,
does more
a
damage.
fun way to kind of maneuver around what you need to do next.
And then 6,
はい大体
I don't, is there another ability like this in the game? I don't think so.
そろそろ眠いぞっていう
It seems
コメン
like
トが日本の方からは見えてる
6 is like a
まあそりゃ
big
そうですよね
like line
Very
AoE
late at
like
night
damage
in
move,
Japan now.
はい
Moving along.
but I think it probably takes a long time to cast, but there was something that he did
どっちも
that gave him an
あ
instant
まあいつ
cast
も
of
そうなん
it.
ですけどちゃんと面白くなるように
So he could
どっ
weave
ち
it.
もめっちゃ面白いんで
Or he could use it as an
ちょっ
insta
と
cast so he
久々
can
に
weave more
メイン
things.
ジョブ変えてもいいかなって思う
That seems really
ぐらい
fun
には
actually. Wow.
できてるんで
So yeah, both jobs. Of course, with any job we introduce into an expansion, we try to make it as interesting as we can. But I think both of these.
And yeah, I
are
don't think he
pretty
ever
fun,
pressed
so I'm
0.
hoping that perhaps we
It's
can
probably a
persuade some
personal
people
shield.
to change their mains again.
It looked like it would be like a paint shield or something.
明日何時出社よってなんかすごい怒られてる
Yeah, I think the party buff gave it that
Our
instant
Japanese
use.
audience have reached their bedtime. At what time does Ryoshida have to go to work tomorrow?
明日は午前10時に会社にいなきゃダメですね
はい
Nah, they're keeping the interns awake, bruh.
10. Our media tour is going on in Japan right now.
明日はインタビューが始まるんです
Lots and lots of interviews.
さっさ行きましょう
Stop putting the high emote on screen. Knock it off.
ありがとうございます
Okay, so thank you for that.
I don't think they said what kind of party buff it is, but I assume it's probably just a damage increase, a percentage damage increase.
戻ってはい平間でやって軽く休憩する
Knock it off!
その次までやって
Dude, I'm telling mom. Stop!
もうやりきりたい雰囲気的にどうする
Yeah, that sage art is
ここ
fire.
で小休憩10分
Double checking if we want to take another short break. Or do we want to go through all the healers?
行くならこうやっぱそうだよね、
うん
ここです今です、
はい、わかりましたすいませんじゃあ10分
生壁にしていただいてはい長くなってまいりましたので、
はい
ここで10分間の2回目の休憩に行きたいと思います。So,
はい
yeah, it's getting longer, so we like to have another 10-minute break. 10 minutes. 10分ね
Another break?
特にお供はございませんね。
No,
Nice,
brother.
No
So, はい、お供はございません。
You can
There's
actually
no
take a
videos.
break.
Yeah, just pure break. では、10分間の休憩です。10分後にお会いしましょう。
Can we have the monkey channel point redeem back? No, but you guys can pay your taxes. Tax time. Pay your taxes. Pay up. Pay it up. Come on now. All right, that's enough. This Manor Lord's DLC goes crazy. Anyways, back to the job action trailer. What were we looking at? Oh, we were looking at White Mage. Let's watch White Mage again. Okay, so Lilybell looks the same. Dot. Glare. Lilybell still activates the same way. Is that thin air? That looks like a new Medica. Consumed the Lilybell. Wait, did consuming the Lilybell give them a... No, it didn't. POM. I think instead of the GC increase, POM's going to give them a couple uses. Probably 3 uses of whatever the hell that was. Why'd you say it like that, Medica? How else do you say it? Don't tell me you say Medica. Medicay. How the fuck do you think you say it? Mediqua. Man, you guys are distracting me from watching this. My ADHD can't handle this. Stop saying stupid shit when I'm trying to look at the new jobs. Hold on. 1 second. POM. New POM spender, probably. Aquavale. Tetra. Lair. POM thing. Flatus. Temperance. POM thing. Temperance exclusive gap closer, maybe? New Holy. Assize. New Assize. Okay. Let's go back to Sage. Okay, so Eucrasia, Dot, Dosis. What the hell is that? Because it didn't use an adder sting. That's new. I don't think that's Phlegma because they do Phlegma later. Maybe that's like a new Dot? It seems like just a new AoE button. Did that use his Eucrasia? No, he didn't use Eucrasia. It didn't cost any gauge at all. Maybe it's like a follow-up to Dosis. That seemed like a Druochol? Prognosis. And then Pepsis. New Numa. Caracol. New Holos, maybe? That's Toxicon. Icarus. That's Phlegma right there. Don't know what the fuck that was. Phlegma follow-up, maybe? Phlegma again. AoE Dot? Oh yeah, because Sage or Scholar got the same thing. Could just be a dot spread. Cool. I wanted to look at Ninja again. So right off the bat, Right off the bat, I don't recognize that. I guess that's like Huton, but not. Bunshin. New AoE button. And he just does his 1, 2, 3 here. That's Armor Crush. Armor Crush gives him 2 gauge. And then he spent... That's a new Bava, actually. I just realized. That's the new Bava. That's fucking sick. Poison Spit, and it gives him 40 gauge? That's the normal 3. No, that's the normal 3. He did a 1, 2, 3 there. Phantom Kamaitaichi. Maybe the frog's a follow-up to that. Dude, I still think I'm right. I think in the benchmark when you're going through the river, all I think it was is everybody was just doing their new AoE button, whatever it was. Also, yeah, what happened to that kunai? 2. Oh, yeah. The 3 consumed a kunai. Maybe it makes it deal extra damage or like auto crit, perhaps? That could be cool. Phantom Kamataichi. Frog. Did the frog? I think the frog costed 50 gauge there, no? Yeah. So that's just an upgraded version of frog. So frog got upgraded, and so did Bava for 50 gauge. And I think you guys might be right. The Poison Spit might be the new mug. I think that's a TCJ finisher. That looks really fucking cool. Yeah, because you can see when he finishes TCJ, he gets a buff. I don't know if that's just the Suiton buff or what. Hard to tell. And we won't be able to tell until we see tooltips. I think we broke down Machinist pretty well already. It looks really good. I gotta see the mech thing again, though. It's so sick. Oh, it's so fucking wicked.
はい、戻ってまいりましょう。
第81回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。
もうクリスタルのテーマはやめてくれと眠くなるっていうコメントが多数。
The crystal theme, the prologue is very, or not crystal.
You know what I think of when I see that
very soothing.
that new mech move is, you ever seen that picture of the skeleton with the 2 guns in its hands?
Okay, moving on.
And he's like leaning back doing the same pose, and he's like shooting.
Okay, so the remaining role is healer.
That's what it looks like.
ヒーラーのまず共通アップデート、こちらは、1つになってます。レベル90台で迅速魔のリキャスト
Yes, this one right here.
さっきキャスターでもありましたね。同様のものが入ってます。
This is what it looks like.
So the update that applies to all healer jobs is just one. Swift cast recast will be reduced to 40 seconds
Nice.
in the 90s level range. This is similar
healers got
to
the same
what we
deal
saw
as
in
casters.
the ranged magical DPS.
はい、ではヒーラー個別のジョブそれぞれ、お話ししていこうと思います。
Okay. So we're going to jump into individual jobs within the role.
まず、白魔導士からです。
Okay. First is the white mage.
こちらも動画ですでに出てましたが、前方に素早く移動する移動アクションが今回追加されております。
The gap closer.
So as you may have seen in the job action video, we are going to be adding a new action, allowing the caster to quickly move forward.
他にもですね、次どうぞ。新速魔実行後に3回発動できる範囲攻撃アクションなんかも追加されています。
So instead of POM increasing your spell speed for a certain amount of time, it's just going to give you 3 uses of a instant cast AoE button. That probably does a good amount of damage.
And then the second point,
that way you can actually pump more into buffs instead of just your misery.
There will be an AoE attack action that can be executed up to 3 times. So in addition to the different healing actions that
POM
will be
just didn't feel good
as the level cap is raised.
I did not like
there
pressing
will
that.
be some action items that involve attacking also.
あとは他にはですね、テトラグラマトンの最大スタック数が増える特性が追加されてたりとか、まあもちろんこれ以外にも追加要素っていうのはありますけど、割とまっすぐアップデートされている。
Everyone say good morning to Jill now.
And then some of the minor updates, there will be a trait that will be added that will allow for an increased stack numbers for Tetragrammaton. Of course, there are other updates there, but I think those are the major ones to note.
さあ、ではあなたのメインジョブ大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫です。
Fox Clan, I know this is your main. Is everything looking good?
はい。では次、学者に参りましょう。
Next is our scholar.
動画でもザーザーしておりましたが、自身の姿を変えて回復効果を強化するアクション。
Seraphism, a new action which changes the caster's appearance and enhances healing magics, will be added. Is that going to be new dissipate?
People buzzing about this while we were playing back the video, but
imagine they get rid of dissipate and they add that instead.
Change the caster's appearance, called Seraphism.
まあこちらまだねジョブアクション動画公開しておりますので、動画ご覧になってない方はその姿動画の方でも確認できますので確認してみてください。
Yes, Jill, you actually go fairy mode.
In the job action
like a magical girl.
We have pushed live, so you can check it out there.
そして他にはですね、連関敬語に発動できる範囲攻撃アクションを追加したりもしております。
So a follow-up AoE attack after
and the second
chain.
point reads a new AoE attack that can be executed after chain stratagem will be added.
まあこの範囲攻撃は継続ダメージ、いわゆるドットをね付与したりもします。
And with this AoE attack after chain stratagem is basically a dot where it will do damage over time.
Ooh.
あとは他にもですね。
So if you play that into 2 minutes, you'll get an enhanced dot
獲得したりと
and
いう
buffs.
ふうに、まあここに書かれているだけではなくて、純粋アップデートというのを行わせていただいてます。
And then another update that we would be making is the scholar will obtain a trait that will allow for a reduced recast time for recitation and other various updates with the raised level cap.
はい。大丈夫ですかね。
I wish recitation had charges.
さて続いては先生術師で、こちらは結構大きく手が入っております。
So Astrologian is next, and this one has had some changes that were applied.
まず一つ目、カードシステムからランダム性をなくしてですね、攻撃バフ、防御バフ、回復の効果を持つカードを同時に引くというものに変更してます。
Okay, so the first point reads, the card system will no longer be random.
I thought one of those single cards healed. So there's a defensive card, an offense card, and a curing card with each set that you draw.
クラウンロードとクラウンレディを含めると全部でカード、ね、8種類あるんですが、
yeah, no more
今回の回収ではこれらを4種類ずつ2つのグループに分けて
You draw a hand and then you have those 3 cards to play.
順番かつ4枚のカードをまとめてドローできるようになっております。
So right now we have 8 total different types of cards.
What are you snacking on?
Including
Chips.
Lord of
Sorry,
Crowns
can you hear that?
and Lady of Crowns. And so with
I'm having
this
a coffee
update,
monster
we are
and a
going to
bag of
divide
Doritos
these
for breakfast.
cards into 2 different groups with 4 cards each. And so every 60 seconds, you will be able to pull one pull from one group in order, one 4 cards. Sorry, we can. Sorry. We can do one group at a time, so 4 cards at the same time.
でただしなんですけど、カードの効果これまで、全部、4ダメージ上昇バフになってたんですが、その効果は一部のカードには残しましたが、それ以外を防御とか回復効果っていう風に効果内容を変えてですね、つまり60秒の間に、セットで引いたカードのうち4種類のカードを状況に合わせて、選択して使うという形になってます。
But that said, so all of the additional effects of these cards was an increased damage dealt enhancement or buff, but that is going to be now limited to certain cards, and then everything else in that set of 4 cards will either be offensive or curative. So every 60 seconds, you'll be able to draw a set of 4 cards. And then with those 4 cards, you'll pick out like which ones to use depending on your situation.
で、カードに個別の効果を
Wonder how
出
it's
せ
gonna
るよう
work.
にしたので、アストロサイン
Sounds cool,
シンボ
but
ルの要素は
Yes!
今回削除させていただいております。
Yes!
So
Fucking hated
because
that button.
Each individual cards now have their own effect. We are going to do away or discontinue the Astro Signs.
大体わかる ?4 種類の、攻撃というかダメージ上昇を、防御とか回復効果っていうカードをパックにして4枚で、
I wonder if you're gonna have a keybind for your offensive card, your defensive, and your curative card then, and then you just have a single draw
っていう感
button.
じになります。
I'd be really
So,
curious to see
just
this.
to recap, so you'll draw a set of 4 cards, and included in that 4 cards would be something like increased damage, and then defensive, and then curative effect. And within the next 60 seconds before you draw another set of cards, you will utilize those 4 cards according to where they would be best utilized.
あとは他にもですね、ディグニティの最大スタック数が増える特性を追加したりもしてい
Do
ます。
Lord and Lady do the same thing then?
And then another effect is
This could be interpreted in so many
you will
different
obtain a
ways. I
trait
wish they would
that
just
will
show us.
increase the stack number for essential dignity.
というわけで今回またちょっと大きくですね変えさせていただいていますが、状況に応じてカードを使い分けるっていうところをちゃんとやりたいと。ただその上でできるだけこう初期でねすごく言われたランダム性いらんのだけどっていうところはなくしてますという感じになってます。
So as you can see,
3ED,
there were some
too
major
easy.
changes with the Astrologian, but we really wanted to focus in on the aspect of utilizing the cards in their appropriate situations. And there were feedback about how we can do away with the randomness of the cards that are being drawn. So we have removed that element of it.
ひとまず触ってみるよというお声があるので、そうですね、ちょっとやっぱり触っていただくのがまずは一番いいのかなと思います。
Yeah, that probably
And
means
yeah,
redraw is also gone.
As people are already commenting that they're willing to
Redraw
try it out.
and
I
undraw
think it's
just
best
wouldn't make
to
sense.
kind of see for yourself to get some of the
It's probably
changes that
literally
we
just
have
gonna be
made.
draw.
そうね、ランダム性先生なんだから欲しいっていう
And then a play
方の
button
声も
for
もちろんわかるし、僕らも最初
the
はそうだったん
offensive,
ですよ
defensive,
ね。
and curative
す
card,
ごかった
and
ん
then
ですよね。
also a button
いらん
to
っていう
use your Lord or
声も
Lady. So that's
結
5
局
buttons
最初
for
のがいい
cards
っていう
still,
お
I
声があるの
think.
も、よくわかってるんですけど、悩ましいですね、本当ここは。
And
I don't
it's
know. Maybe they thought of a
definitely
clever way to
difficult 'cause,
combine all playing all the
element
cards.
of randomness. Like we do see people saying that no, we would rather have the cards be random, because it's very unique to the astrologian. But also we do have a large amount of people objecting that sort of randomness as well. So, and some people also comment about how maybe it's best that we revert it back to how we had it in the beginning. So it's very difficult, and so we're trying to figure this out on our end as well.
I mean, like,
まあ
the
ただ今回
randomness
は
is
その4
fun,
種引いたカードの中からやっぱり状況に応じてその
but
カー
it's
ドを使い分
not
けていくっていう部分
fun
に
for
関して
how
は
this
一段
game works,
しっかり遊び
like,
としては入れているので
encounter-wise.
まあぜひそこをまた触ってフィードバックいた
The
だければな
encounters in this game
と
are
思います。よろ
way
しくお願い
too
します。
synchronized and, like,
But that
timelined.
said, with this update, we
The
are
randomness
kind of,
just doesn't
again,
make sense.
focusing in on utilizing the 4 cards that you draw, depending on the situation most appropriate. And so that's the element of sort of play that we put in there. So I'm hoping that people will try it out. And if there is any sort of feedback, it would be great if you can kind of take to our forums to comment on your feedback.
はいでは続いて賢者に参りたいと思います。
Okay, next, moving on to Sage.
I really want to see the hotbar for Astro.
まず一つ目
Eucrasia will now enhance Discrasia 2 into Eucrasian Discrasia, an AoE attack which deals damage over time to emiswithin
で範囲内の
range.
敵に、継続ダメージ、まあ、いわゆるドットを付与する
Wait, so
こちら
your
新しい
dot is an AoE now?
ディスクラシアに変化するようになってます。
So first point reads, Eucrasia will now enhance Discrasia 2
Cool.
into Eucrasian Discrasia, an AoE attack which deals damage over time to enemies within range.
そうね、確かに賢者のアクション名は、そもそも吉田何言ってるかわからないよってなってしまう代表ではあるんですけど。
Well, the weird thing about that is when you play Sage, your
Feels like
your
a foreign language we're
dosis
speaking.
turns into your dot,
I
and then when
know,
you
we're
Eucrasia,
seeing comments that
like-
it's very hard to understand.
あとはですね、
so like my Q right now is my dosis, and then when I Eucrasia, it turns it into the dot.
バフなども追加されております。
And then the
So
second point
either
reads,
they
a new
separated
party
the
buff,
dot
which
and
heals
the
nearby
GCD
party
into two
members
different
whenever the
buttons,
caster
or
casts the
there is
spell
no more
will
single
be
target dot.
added.
まあ今まで
It has to be
ドット
one
ダ
of
メー
those
ジという意
two.
味だとエウクラシアドシスがあったんですけど、まあ範囲版が追加されたと思っていただければ、最初からそう言えってもう言われそうだけど。
So it's worded in the way that it's written in the PowerPoint, but basically, with the existing actions, we do have the Eucrasia dosis as our sort of single
It's the
target
AoE
dot.
attack that gets
so
a-
now we're adding
Oh,
an AoE version
yeah,
of
you're
it.
right. It's this button.
まあ2つ目に今ご紹介した
So you can do this, and then that, and then that'll be an AoE dot. Oh, yeah, no, that's sick.
And then in terms of the party buff mentioned in the second bullet point, this is like
Oh, a party buff?
ranged version of Cardion, and but that said, it's not.
Wait, is that a
on
temporary
constantly,
party-wide
and
Cardia?
it will only be available for a certain period of time.
Dude, that's sick.
はい、まあ他にもカルディアの回復効果を強化するソーテリアンのリキャストを
Holy.
獲得するようになってます。
And then there
Oh my
is,
god, imagine
a
pressing
trait
that
you will
button and then
acquire,
doing a Zoe
that
Numa.
will shorten the time to recast.
That'd be a
Sage
fat
area,
fucking heal.
that
Holy
will
shit.
enhance the healing effects.
I love
of
Sage,
Cardio,
man.
Cardion.
Fat fucking heals.
大丈夫そうですか。
AoE Benny, yep.
あゆみさん。
はい、大丈夫です。
はい、ありがとうございます。さあ、というわけで長時間にわたってお伝えしてまいりましたが、
Oh, and if it works with Soteria?
まあ
Chef's
PvE
kiss.
に関しての
Oh my god, that's
ジョブの
gonna feel so good to
アップデート
use.
それから新ジョブにジョブの追加内容でございました。はい。
Dude, healer's eating good.
Okay, so yeah, it was quite an extensive amount of time that we utilized, but we went through the different jobs that are available. Also
That was the
introducing
quickest
a few
4
new
hours
jobs,
ever.
that will, and their different PVE actions.
まあ、PVE と言ったからには PVP もあるんですけど、この後の PVP アップデートのスケジュールを今日はお知らせしておこうと思います。
So, of course, by us saying PVE, we will also touch upon PvP. We will be mentioning about the upcoming schedule for the PvP updates also.
どうぞ。まず 7.0 ではバイパーとピクトマンサーが当然 PVP 用のアクションとリミットブレイクを持って、
They didn't show the Picto LB.
Of course, with the PvP, we will be introducing the Viper and Pictomancer as new jobs.
そして 7.1 で、まあどうしてもね 7.0 皆さんシナリオだレイドだやることめっちゃ多いのでレベリングだ。
Don't worry about seeing potency on any of these abilities right now.
それから調整既存マップの大回収などを
Potencies are going to be flipping and flopping and changing all the way up until the day this fucking expansion drops for everyone.
7.0 Dawntrail, there will be a lot of things to do.
Even when Media Tour stuff starts coming out,
main scenario or
don't pay attention to potencies.
Leveling and dungeons and things like that.
It actually legit means
It's
nothing.
going to be 7.1 when we start applying updates to the PvP actions, as well as the existing maps.
なのでまあ 7.1 のタイミングでまたどんなアクションがねそれぞれのジョブに追加されていったり、
Yeah, and then they'll change it again after the expansion drops too.
お伝えできればと思います。
And so, whenever we are ready to announce the details for the updates that we will be applying in 7.1, we will set up a separate time to go over those.
はい。で、7.0 から 7.1 の期間、ランクマッチプレシーズン開幕ということで、ランキングの更新はないんですけど、階級クリスタルポイントはまあ変動すると。
Like the ability to party up with people do CC.
あらかじめお知らせしておこうと思います。
Dude, pre-made CC
And
would
then
be
between
so
7.0 to
fun.
7.1, the Crystalline Conflict ranked matches will be in pre-season. So there won't be an update to the rankings, but the tiers and crystal credit will be affected by wins
Dude,
and losses.
every day I miss the week Crystalline Conflict came out and everyone was playing it. That was like one of the most fun Final Fantasy weeks ever.
So of course,
Everyone
we will
was
take,
streaming it,
some
everyone
time
was
to
playing
go
ranked.
Through the
Oh my god, it was so
details
fucking
of
good.
the updates we'll be making to PvP. But for now, just wanted to let you all know this is the schedule that we're targeting as of now.
はい。
Okay.
What was it, 28th for early access? And then the 2nd for...
さて、あともうちょっとだけ項目があるので、まあぜひお付き合いいただける方はお付き合いいただければと思います。
My bathrooms should be done
So we
in
have
2
a few
weeks
more
from now.
topics to cover.
Yay!
So yeah, if you are able to stick
So
around,
all of June I'll be
please,
free.
Stick around.
ですね、まあ現在メディアツアーが始まっておりますというお話をしてるんですけど、その
What should we do in June? Should I take a break from Final Fantasy?
フィールド2つとか、
What did you do for your bathroom?
ID にチャレンジしてもらって
There's a lot of people here who probably don't turn into the
どう
daily
しても今回
streams.
ストーリー結構序盤から激しく動くのもあって
TLDR, one of my toilets was leaking really bad into my crawl space, so bad to the point where I had to completely demolish and remodel both of my bathrooms.
NPC がいるのでちょっと軽く紹介させてください。
And it's been
So of
being
course,
remodeled
with
since
the
November.
media tour kicking off, we are going to be showing off different content to our media and content creators.
While they're
to
chatting here, let me
fields,
show you guys a
or
picture.
Having them look around the towns, maybe try their hand at going into the instance dungeon. But there are a lot of development that happens right from the beginning of the main scenario story. So
This was my
we
bathroom
would like
last
to
week.
introduce and talk about a couple
That
of
was both of my
NPCs,
bathrooms, actually.
pretty much simultaneously as we are speaking with the media.
さあパワーポイントいってください。
Yeah, this was my shower,
で、
and
もう
that
出しちゃって
was my
大丈夫です
other bathroom. Basically, there was a rotten beam where I'm moving my
今回
mouse
ご紹介する
because
の
of
は
the
バク
toilet
ジャジャ
right
とい
here,
うキャラクター
and they
と
had to
コーナーと
completely
いうキャラ
rip
クター
up
に
and
なって
take
ます
apart everything.
Okay, so the two characters
And they're
we wanted
just
to
now
talk
putting
about
down the
are
tile
Bakul
and stuff on the
Jaja
walls and whatnot.
and
So
Koana.
soon,
まあ今
soon
回
TM, it'll be
ストー
back to
リー
normal.
の中でそう王位継承レース、トラル大陸の王位継承レースにこう助力していく光の戦士がというお話をしてますが、今日ご紹介するこの2人は光の戦士である皆さんと別陣営の、継承ライバルだと思ってください。
So these two characters.
And speaking of which, I can hear the construction guys outside my house right now. They're about to come in.
Of how the Warrior of Light will be helping the race to the throne for
So
the
I might have
next
to go
king
AFK and let
or
them in real
leader
quick.
of Toral. And so these two characters will not necessarily be moving around with the Warrior of Light, but they're rivals in that race to the throne.
このバクジャジャの方はですね、現在トラル大陸を治めているグルージャジャと同じ頭が2つ相当の、マムージャ族になってます。
So Bakul Jaja is just like the current ruler of Tural, Gulul Jaja, who is a two-headed Mamulja.
まあ、王族ではないんですけど、とある理由から、王位継承レースの一候補として参加することになってます。
And Bakul Jaja is not a royalty, so to speak, but they have their own reason to participate in the race to the throne.
そしてですね、ミコッテ、まあミコッテみたいな風貌、まあミコッテなんですけど、呼び方がね、やっぱ地方によってちょっと種族の呼び方違うんで、ミコッテ族とは呼ばれないんですけど、まあこちらも継承候補者の一人。
And of course, Koana, of course, he looks like a Mikote, but not necessarily called as such because of how the race is referred to in the land of Tyrol. But they are also part of the race to the throne.
まあ冒険者である皆さんとも今ご紹介したバクジャジャともまたさらに別の陣営である目的のために、まあ、継承レースに参加していると。では彼らとの出会いというのをですね、ぜひちょっと楽しみにしておいてください。どうしてもね、ここメディアツアーで名前が出てきてしまうので、先んじて皆さんに、こういったキャラいますよというのをお伝えさせていただきました。
And so Koana is going to be traveling separately from both the Warrior of Light and Bakul Jaja's teams, but also participating in the race to the throne for his own reasons. So
When you think about it, this is kind of like Fall Guys.
Has the Warrior of
Race
Light
to the crown.
encounter these characters in the scenario? So their names are going to come up with the media kind of getting their first impressions on Dawntrail. So just wanted to provide our players with the information also.
Yes, that's why we had the
upfront.
collab to prepare us for the real race to the
以上簡
crown.
単ではございますが、NPC の紹介でございました。
So that was very brief, but just introduction to some of the NPCs that you will be encountering in the story.
はい、ありがとうございました。Thank you very much。
はい、
これで今日の PLL の主要な部分は大体終わりということで
さあ、室内さん頑張って。
はい、残るはもうね手短に終わります。お知らせコーナーを
お知らせコーナーで
PLL
終わりです
したいと思います。いくつかとっておきの新しいお知らせもございますので、もうちょっとお付き合いいただければと思います。So
Yeah, it's
now,
Foxconn's turn.
はい、now the main portion of today's Letter Live is now done, and before closing, I have some new announcement stuff, so let's check it out.
A few last
ということで
announcements before they wrap
最
up.
初のお知らせはこちらでございます。どうぞ。はイエーイ
Fall Guys coming back already. Let's
そう
go.
フォールガイズコラボが 再演決定いたしました。
まあ再演っていうか
Race to the crown!
配役としてまあ3ヶ月ぐらいやった
Dude, I think they should just keep this permanent. I'm not gonna lie.
開催してっていう形にしてくださいっていう先方のリクエストだったんで、まあ今後も定期的にこんな感じで開いたり閉じたりっていうのを繰り返していくことになります。
May 23rd, huh?
So we are saying that it is
That's next week.
returning, but the way we had it, we had agreed with our partner is that we would run the event for maybe like a period of 3 months and then kind of close it off and then come back again. So we will probably be doing this sort of on and off type of situation.
まあ今ね、黄金のレガシーに向けてお休みしてた人たちも帰ってきてると思うので、まあぜひぜひね、その手前で参加していただけたらなと思います。
So some people may have taken a break before Dawntrail. So before the launch of the expansion, this might be a good opportunity to take part.
はい、詳しくはこの後トピックスなども掲載されていきますので、そち
I
ら
gotta
も合わ
get
せてご覧
Queen Bee.
ください。
Queen
So
Bean.
for more details, we will make a topics announcement sometime later. So please check it out. はい、ということで最初はフォールガイズさんへのお知らせでした。はい。では、so let's move to the next announcement. 次のお知らせですが、ですね、次はまず
The construction guys are here, so you might hear stuff in the
動画
background.
からご
Sorry.
覧いただきましょう。お願いします。
Let me go close my office door real quick.
Enter codes at MountainDewGaming.com to get exclusive Final Fantasy XIV rewards. Enter now. Play July 2nd.
はい、次はですね、アメリカ限定なんですが、ファイナルファンタジー14とマウンテンデューのコラボレーションのお知らせです。So the next
That's a crazy thing to
announcement
sit back
is
down to.
Actually, the US
The
only,
Mountain
and
Zoo?
This is the new collaboration of Final Fantasy XIV.
This was
and
literally
Mountain
made for me, bro.
Dew. はい。ということで、お知らせでした。So this collaboration is Mountain Dew and Final Fantasy XIV Online have partnered up to keep you refreshed and energized this summer as you head west.
Should I rewind because I missed
という
that?
ことで、
Hold on.
トラルに行くにはね、限定なんです。動画からご覧いただきましょう。
Enter codes at MountainDewGaming.com to get
What the
exclusive
hell?
Final Fantasy XIV rewards. Enter now. Play July 2nd.
It's kind of like the Butterfinger
はい、
collab.
次はですね、電流、so gather points and you can trade it with some nice rewards as you can see on the screen。ね、これ名前がいいなと思って、マウンテンズー。
So yeah, this is like the Butterfinger collab.
いやなんかさ企画が来た時にさなんか日本と同じようななんていうのその親父ギャグじゃないけどそうね
You guys remember when everybody was buying a shitload of Butterfingers for the
When I
mount?
saw the proposal from the team in America and I saw the name Mountains.
Why does NA always get the wild ass collabs? Bro, you have no idea.
Like, you would hear
There's
that
been
in
some
Japan,
Chinese
too.
and Japan only collabs for this
まあや
game
っぱ
that I
り今
really wish
い
we
ろん
had.
な地域でこう展開していって、まあ、できるだけやっぱその地域その地域でもちゃんと盛り上げをしてねっていう話をまあマーケプロモーションチーム全世界に話をしてて、まあ日本だけの施策っていうのもこれまでかなりの企業
Yes,
さんと
dude,
や
the
らせてもらってきて
KFC
て
one. I'm so jealous.
まあいよいよちょっとアメリカだったりね、この後またヨーロッパでも別の施策とかも待ってるので、どんどんいろんな地域でいろんなメーカーさんと組んでやっていきますよという第一弾のようになんとなく思っておいてくれればいいかなと思います。
はい、じゃあ一瞬生カメラにしていただいて、ここにですね、
Greg's collab?
電流がここで、まあ、登場するわけなんですけど、
はいはいはい。
私も
これ非常にシンプルでして、マウンテンデュー買っていただきますと。開けていいんだよね。これキャップがありますね。So you can, all you need is purchase Mountain Dew and then open the cap.
Live demonstration.
And you can find out the code inside of the cap. ね、キャップの中にコードが印字されています。で、ここに本当のコードが書いてあるので、今ちょっと隠してますけど、I'm hiding it because it is actually working code inside here. で、これをですね、
Give me the code!
いただいて、ポイントを貯める。
Snipe it!
And then you can go to the dedicated campaign web page and then enter the code to gather your points. Yeah. はい。ということで、詳細はまたお知らせが出ますので、
Everyone tried to steal it.
パワポイント持っていただいて、 さらなる詳細は画面の URL も合わせてご覧ください。So for more detail, please check the website shown on the screen.
Did they say what the
まあ
sparkling
ね
citrus
今でも
does? Is it an
普通に
XP
日本
buff?
でね
はい
飲めますけど、なんか多分ね僕と同い
That's
年
funny.
ぐらいの方、小学校ぐらいの時にねものすごい流行ったの多分
That doesn't really work for a game like this.
ちょっと僕より若い世代の人あんま分かんないかもし
I
れない。
mean, I guess it kind of
めちゃくちゃ
does.
流行
It
ったん
doesn't
です
work for
よ
me because I have everything
めちゃくちゃ
max
飲んで
level
る
because I'm a freak.
本当めちゃくちゃ美味しいし。
I take that back.
めちゃくちゃ飲んでる。
For most people, it'll work.
俺も羨ましいなと思った。
飲んでみたらね。
いやいや、そのなんか組めるのがね、
そうね。本当に
いやすごいなと思って。はい。
はい。
Mountain Dew is a bit. Oh, ごめんなさい。
どうぞどうぞ。
Yeah, save them up for Dawntrail.
Mountain
Dude,
Dew is
I have so
available
much
in
stuff
Japan
saved for
too, but
Dawntrail,
It
bro.
was really popular when Yoshida was
I have
elementary
56
school-ish.
Heat of Battle
Maybe
3s
younger
ready for my
people
FC.
might
And I'm
not
gonna
be
make
as
more.
familiar with Mountain Dew,
And then
but
I
in
have
Japan, too, there was
another
like a
45
fad
Squadron
where
Battle
A
Manuals.
lot of people were
Dude.
drinking Mountain Dew.
I'm good.
So we've been
I don't know
partnering
about
with
you
different
guys. I'm fine.
companies, not just in Japan, but now we're trying to also do these different partnerships with other regions as well. So this time it's America, but we are also having plans for our Europe
join
region,
Fox
the different
FC for
countries
weekly
within the
events.
European region also
Everyone's welcome in
doing
my FC.
collaborative partnerships with outside companies. So I think this is one of the starting points of these different partnerships that you'll start seeing.
はい。ということで、
そうか、そこの
I drink a stupid amount in Mountain Dew, by the way.
なかったでした。
あヨーロッパはヨーロッパの
あ
施策もね
This collab's just gonna be
ちゃんと
natural for me.
走らせていってるので、まあぜひねヨーロッパのマーケ PR チームにもご声援を送ってあげてください。
So yeah, we haven't forgotten about the European region. So yeah, if you could send some encouraging words to our SE Square Enix Europe branch too, that would be amazing.
はい。
はい。
We haven't forgotten about you, but you're getting nothing.
So let's move to the next announcement. So
Low
手短
Bird
に、オ
plushie.
フィシャルグッズ、今予約受付中の新しいアイテム
Cable
が3点ほどあります。
clips
ぬいぐるみレポリットと、クリアキーホルダー、アゼムのクリスタルとケーブルクリップ3種類のものがございますので、今予約受付中ですので、ぜひとも予約をお願いいたします。
Do you ever drink water? Yeah, all the time.
Merchandise
It's in my
items.
soda,
So
bro.
we are now taking pre-order for the one plushie and then keychain of Azem crystal and then cable clips. There are 3 different versions.
いやーいいね、ケーブルクリップで家中のケーブルきれいにまとめたいなこれ。
これね、強い磁石がね。Here is a strong magnet. Yeah.
あ、本
Cable
当だ。
management,
So-
these are great.
Yeah. It tights. It holds very well. Yeah.
あ、本当だ。これめっちゃ使いやすいんじゃない？
そうそう、使いやすい
They're
です。
so. These are nice.
Ne-
Very convenient.
ちょっと家中に溢れたね、携帯やら、
ケーブルをね
なんか電子タバコやらのケーブルを。
Yeah, we
so
know
many different
someone's desk or around desk are messy with lots of cables. So yeah, this actually works.
そうそう、でもコメントで今あるんですけど、マグネット結構強めなの。
そうめっちゃ強いです
そうこれ強い強い。
バチコーンってしまいます。
There were some comments about, oh, it's magnet on the ends. Yeah, and it's a pretty strong magnet.
Oh, I thought it was like
こう
Velcro.
結札しちゃう
Wait, I
と
should get
さ
some of
なかな
those.
かレイアウトいじりにくくなって嫌だみたいなのあるけど、これ便利だね。
着脱自由ですから。
With
That's
zip
awesome.
ties, you're kind of stuck in one position, and you can't really like undo it. So with a magnet, you can kind of close it and then
I want
you
the
can
Moogle
reposition
ones.
it.
これだとね、なんかデバイスの余ったケーブルとかも。
Wait, what's that one that
そう
Yoshi's holding?
ぜひ
You can
Is that Alpha?
ご検討
で使う。
持っていく
organize
暇も
your extra cables.
Oh, MSQ. I see. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
吉田のジャラにはくっつかないのって、俺のジャラ鉄製じゃねえよ。待
It's
って
like,
くれ
oh,
よ。
magnet.
Yeah, those could be
Will
really
it
cute for a
get
PC
stuck
build,
on
actually.
Yoshida's accessories. No,
Silver.
Yoshida's
大丈夫だよ。
accessories are not magnetic. They're silver, so they will not
大丈夫だ
stick.
よ。
はい、じゃあ次のお知らせいきたいと思います。So let's move to the next announcement. 次はですね、皆さんおなじみとなりましたパーソナライズ空間オーディオイマースゲームパックの新しいバージョンが出ましたというお知らせでございます。So next announcement is the new version, the update to the Immerse Game Pack. Game Pack. はい。で、今回はいろいろ良くなったということなんですけど、なんと太っ腹なことにですね、このバージョン 2.2 になったことを記念しまして、もう一度過去に試したかどうかにかかわらず、すべての皆さんにもう一回30日のフリートライアル、差し上げますよということなので、ぜひとももうできないわフリートライアルと思ってた方もですね、この機会に改めて試していただければと思いますのでよろしくお願いします。So the good news is to celebrate the new version 2.2, the Immerse team gave everyone to another shot of the 30-day free trial. So if you have already spent your free trial before, regardless of that, you can try the new free trial again.
Yeah, I don't really understand the Immerse game pack either.
よろしくお願いします。
耳を切って送らなきゃいけ
They
ない。
were like gonna send me one and then they didn't.
はい
補足してあげてください。
はい。で今回ですね、耳のカメラにしていただいて、ウェブページの方から耳の撮影の方法が変わりまして、ちゃんと画面に指示が出て、
前はね写真撮って
そうこうね頑張って写真撮らなきゃ
いけなかった。
こうねこうすごい頑張って写真撮らなきゃいけなかったんですけど、新しいのはなんか画面に指示が出て、顔を向いてくださいとで言われる通り顔をこうねウィーンって動かすと完了しましたって動画的にやってくれるようになりました。
Like he's talking about how you have to like take pictures of like the shape of your head so they can send you the correct thing or whatever.
How you take your photo of your ear. So beforehand you have to take your ear's photo by yourself somehow. Yeah, but now it changes how it works, and then you can just go to visit their website and then just facing in camera. And then just follow the guidance, move your head, and then taking picture is completed automatically. So it's very simple now. So please try it out. はい、ということでよろしくお願いいたします。はい、はい、詳細はそちらのご覧の URL の方行ってみてください。For more details, please
The EP is striking.
on the
Yeah.
screen. はい。さて、
And I hope they wrap up soon before the construction guys start banging on stuff and using the buzzsaw. It's about to get really loud in my house, so.
In Yokohama Arena concert. This is only available in Japan. 日本向けのお知らせですけれども、ザ・プライマルズの横浜アリーナ 2days のプレイヤー先行抽選の応募受付中でございますので、この機会にぜひともまだ興味があって、やってなかった
I kind of want them to show the job action trailer one more time.
日前となっておりますので、ぜひともお忘れなくよろしくお願いいたします。サイトでも発表されてますけど、ゲストに、ジェイソンさん、アマンダさん、そして南條吉野さんもお招きしておりますので、ぜひぜひお待ちしております。
これはね、大物演歌歌手にはまだ出演依頼が来てないから出なくていいんじゃないかって安心してるみたいだよ。
本当ですか？
うん。
And a certain
いいんじゃない
enka
そこは
singer. Oh,
訳さな
sorry.
くて
Oh, okay.
まあまあプライマルズコンサートやる
そうですね。So
ぜ
if
ひ
you
ぜひ
have a Japanese Square Enix account, it's time for you to enter to obtain the lottery ticket. はい。
まあ確かにな、スザク出んのに白個出ねえのって言われてる。
おもろ。確かにね。はい。
はい。
ということでよろしくお願いいたします。そして続いてのお知らせがこちらです。こちらはですね、日本の皆さん向けのお知
I
ら
was
せです。
just talking about this earlier.
とファイナルファンタジー
Damn it.
14のコラボが復活し
I
ま
want
す。
the chicken emote.
So this is actually Japan only announcement, but the collaboration with KFC will return.
まあまあ
Imagine pulling out
前
a
回はですね
bucket of
数が
chicken
足り
as
ん
an
と
emote,
大
man.
変お叱りを、まああれでもだいぶケンタッキーさん頑張っていただいたんですけど、もちろんとはいえやっぱり非化線のパワーというところの前にですね、まあ、なので何としてもリベンジをさせていただきたいと言っていただきましたので、
ですね、詳細はまた後日発表されますが、前回と同様にコラボセットがあったり、物理特典があったり、フライドチキンを食べるのエモートがあったりはします。で、今日で1点だけ言っていいよと言われていることがありまして、それだけお伝えいたしますと、 フライドチキンを食べるエモートのアイテムコードは、デジタルで配布するので、数量に限りがなくなりまして、条件を満たせば必ずもらえるということですので、もりもりチキンを食っていただきたいという所存でございます。
なるほど。
はい。ということで、詳しくはまたですね、キャンペーンが
Hey, Jill,
近
are you
づいて
still
まいり
here?
ましたらば、もろもろ告知したり、専用ページが立ち上がったりす
I
る
don't
と
know
思
if
い
she
ますの
pieced
で、
out already or
どう
not.
ぞ続報
I might ask her to make a. Oh,
Right.
Jill, do you want to make a video
Further
of
updates
the
when time comes.
job trailer
Stay
reactions?
tuned.
I'm hungry now.
I forgot to
こ
record,
の時間に
but
チキンがど
probably
うと
could.
か言いやがってってことですね。
Chat, what do you think? Like,
はい、
Have the first half of the video
お知らせが以上でござい
be,
まして最後にスケジュールの確認をしておきたいと思います。
はい。
So, this is
just
all
like the
the
initial
announcement
reactions,
today.
and then
So
I'm
let's
hoping they
check
show it
the
again at the
upcoming
end here,
schedule.
and then I'll just like
は
after
いということで
breaking it
ご覧
down,
のスケジュール
talk
ですが
about it
フォー
again.
ルガイズのスケジュールが追加されております。As you can see, Fall Guys collab is now added to the calendar.
Holy shit, this
ま
is
あ、メデ
stacked.
ィアツアー
始まりました。
始まりましたね。
ね、
しばらく海外に行ってまいります。
そうですね。来週からは海外ですね。
So, media tour has just started, and Yoshida will be going overseas for that.
はい
まあ、戻ってきたら、
はい。
メディアの皆さんの記事が6月
上旬頃ですね。
上旬頃ですね、
はい
多分出て、でおさらいの PLL をやって、
はい
パッチノート朗読会があって、
はい
48時間メンテナンスがあってアーリーアクセス開始と。
すぐです。
Wait.
すぐだね。
Oh, is Yokai Watch done? Oh, no, no,
After
no.
the
It's
media
not done
tour,
till
after Yoshida
the
has
25th of
returned
next
from,
month.
going overseas, and then
I still
the
need like 2
media
more
will
weapons.
post their articles beginning of June-ish, and then we're going to do a recap PLL, and then patch notes reading, and then 48-hour maintenance, and wow, we're almost at launch.
Is embargo release at the end of media tour?
さあさあ、まあ、
You guys
開発
won't know.
運営
None of us will know.
宣伝チームはですね
Until it's
レガシー
over.
リリースに向けて、まあ、もう開発は本当に最後の最後の追い込みというところを
Unless they come out themselves and say it,
やってまいりますし
there's no way any of us
全
would
世
know
界の
because that'd be
PR チー
breaking
ムは
NDA if
一
people
人
said.
でも多くの方に遊んでいただくために情報出し頑張りますし、コミュニティチームはね、皆さんの、日々のね、
はい。
楽しいゲームプレイを支えるためにまた大増員でいろいろね頑張っていきますんで、チームサポートも含めてやっていきますんでよろしくお願いします。
Nah, I don't think they said it.
So we
I
have
think she
our
did just say
development
that there
team,
should
our
be some
operations
articles in
and
early
management
June
team,
though, like
our
just now.
promotional teams, especially with the development team, they are in their final stretch. We are continuing to power through that, and then of course we have our marketing and PR teams in our different regions around the world who are helping out with trying to get as many people as possible to play the game. We have our community team that supports our players. We've sort of are all hands on deck trying to support everybody. So your continued support leading up to the launch is very much appreciated.
あ、そうそう、あれですよ、予約、
はい、
予約しないとアーリーアクセス券つきませんので、予約されてない方はぜひ、まあ明日でいいやって言ってね、寝てるとあっという間ですよ。お気をつけください。
今です。今。
Now ですね。Now.
And of course, you must pre-order the expansion, or else you won't be able to start playing as of early access timing. So don't sleep on it. If you are if you haven't done so already, I would recommend you pre-order the expansion now. Not tomorrow, now.
Now.
Now!
さあさあ、じゃあ
He said it!
まあ一個嬉しい、なんか吉田俺勉強してるから
Isolate that sound clip.
必ず救いに行くからなっていうコメントがあったりですね、もういい寝ろっていう人もいたりね、48時間耐久朗読会かなって言って寝ろって言ったり、その48時間朗読しろって言ったらどっちなんだよみたいな。
Some nice comments. Some of it is encouraging. Some of them are like, I'm studying. So I'm gonna join Square Enix one day, Yoshida. Just you wait. Or some of them are like, go to sleep, Yoshida. Or 48 hours. You have to go survive the 48 hours. You have to read your patch notes while things are on maintenance. You have to stay up. So I was like, which do you want?
まあまあ皆さん眠たいだろうし、スタッフもねもうそろそろ本当に就寝時間なんで、まあ僕はね普段ね3時4時ぐらいなんで寝るのまだあれですけど、もういい加減ね明日も早いんで皆さんに寝ろって言っていただいてるんで、片付けて、ゆっくり休もうかと思いますんで、ぜひぜひですね 7.0、黄金のレガシー楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思います。
But yeah, I think staff included, people in Japan, I think is either already bedtime or past their bedtime. Yoshida doesn't go to sleep until like 3 or 4 in the morning, but
Same.
We do have another early day ahead of us. So yeah, let's get some rest. But yeah, please look forward to 7.0 and the launch of Dawntrail.
Hell
はい
yeah.
ということで以上をもちまして、第81回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを終了とさせていただきたいと思います。
やっぱり4時間半とかかかっちゃうんだね。
ね、
Or 4.5 hours after all. We tried to time
予
this.
想は3時間半だったです。We were
Thank you for the good live letter. That was pretty good.
ねえだろうよみたいな。
But yeah, like I mentioned earlier,
originally we were
I at the very least wish they would get a little more footage for job changes
いや
for this, and also I wish they would have
減らしたんだけどね、喋る内容
somebody translating who could explain and understand the jobs.
とかなるし、長いとね、
Because I'm trying to like read the glossary and understand what Yoshi P is saying about the
Such a
job, and
delicate balance
I don't think she really
because
plays.
We
So
tried to
it's- While it
condense what
suffices,
we wanted to say,
it could be
but if we
better.
don't mention enough on a particular job, some people might get
What's
angry
this?
that, well, why didn't they talk more about my job?
that's
and then
me.
if I
That's
talk
me as
too
fuck.
much about it, now it's
そう
like,
今日
well,
は
why are
ね
you explaining it?
さっきちらっと出たの話、出たそしたら、なんで俺のロール2日なんだよってなりそうだよねって。
People are very keen to find out information of their particular role and or job.
まあまあでも僕らも楽しく放送させていただいているので、まあぜひねアーカイブも残りますんでね、ぜひゆっくり明日また。
Unironically, as a good example of introducing new characters and abilities and stuff, I think League of Legends.
But I mean, we all have
what are they
fun
called? The
doing
character
this,
spotlights?
and I believe we will have our archive.
I hate to
footage
admit
up
it, but
as
those
early as tomorrow,
are and always
so
have
if you
been
went to bed
so
or
good
if you didn't
at
get a chance to
introducing
watch,
new
you're welcome
stuff.
to watch it, on
I kind of wish
demand.
they had like a similar
Okay,
thing
this
for
is actually a wrap
Final
of
Fantasy
this
jobs.
Today's letter live. So thank you very much for watching.
Champion
Long time.
spotlights,
So
that's
see you
what it
next
is, yeah.
time. 以上をもちまして第81回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを終了させていただきます。また次回お会いしましょう。さようなら。
It's like a pre-recorded like explanation of every single little thing. All right, hopefully they play the job action trailer again. This is for the YouTube. Hi, this is for the video that is going to be my reactions to the job action trailer. Jill's first going to show you guys my initial reactions to what everything was. Spoiler alert, it all looked awesome. But now I'm going to watch it again after having picked through it a little bit and read the changes in the live letter they just did, the 4.5 live letter. And then I'm going to go through afterwards and watch it again, but with a little more knowledge. So it's going to go through twice. Let's just pull it up. I don't think they're going to play it again. Okay, here we go. So here's the video. And we're going to watch it again. I'm going to try not to pause. Was this really 20 minutes long? All right, we'll watch it again, I guess. I don't mind. Loud. All right, we're going to watch this again now after watching the live letter and having picked through it a few times. I'm going to try not to pause. I'll pause if I have to. Level 100! Mmm, delicious candy. Okay, so it starts with Dragoon, based. So the main takeaway we got from the live letter was that they upgraded a few of the actions. They made it so that your 5th hit is instead the, I forget what it's called, the Nidhogg coming up out of the ground. You no longer get eyes for doing your Mirage dives. You still enter life through Gear Skoggle. And it looked like just from this, you only did 1 Nastrand, 1 Stardiver, and then 1 follow-up jump. Life Surge is still unfortunately in, but I hope it's a little different. 20-second life windows instead. You still get First Mind's Focus from doing Raiden Thrust-like abilities. There's the Wormwind Thrust, costs 2 scales. Stardiver, and then the cool follow-up jump here. Looks neat. Also upgraded Dragonfire Dive and no more Spine Shatters. I believe what we got from Paladin was that they made the Atonement combo instead of just 3 atonements in a row. It's Atonement, Atonement 2, and then Atonement 3. I think they are probably all going to be the same potency. It's just visual flair, so it doesn't look as boring anymore. Also, just in case you can hear it over my mic, I have people over at my house right now doing construction work on my bathroom, so apologies if that makes it in. Super Requiescat. The wings. And I believe that's 1. That was Confiteor. 2, 3. Blade of Valor. And then they added a 5th hit at the end. That's the new one. Warrior looked for the most part the same. They so that's Infuriate there. They added a new version of Fellcleave when you Infuriate. Just like how we've already had Infuriate into coming up here. Your Decimate turns into Chaotic Cyclone. Now there's the Fellcleave version, which is what he did first. I think that's new Vengeance. Inner Release still does 3 Fellcleaves. There's a Bloodwedding in the middle there. There's a Shake. Fellcleave number 3. Still don't know what that was. Primal Rend. Oh, you know what? I do know what that was. That was the where he pulled up the rocks was the Fellcleave 3 times, turns into that. And then the big axe was a follow-up to Primal Rend. New Astro they were talking about quite a bit. Every time you draw now, you get 3 cards. One of the card is a damage buff, one of them is a heal buff, and one of them is a defensive buff. There's no more RNG to it. And I believe the first draw you do gives you the Lord, and then the second draw you do should give you the purple cards, which includes Lady as well. As for the other GCDs here, I'm not entirely sure what else is different. The main thing was the gauge and the fact that there's no more sigils, aka they're getting rid of Astrodyne. They said they're getting rid of that. I'm very curious to see how the keybinds for this are going to look. I wonder if there's going to be a bind for the damage card, the heal card, and the defense card, or if they figured out a clever way to combine that all into one play. I kind of zoned out when they were talking about Dancer here, but I think they said... Oh, no, I remember. They added a follow-up to Flourish. I think they also said that they... Yeah, they added a different way to get Standard Step that didn't involve doing the steps for it. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Yeah, and there was a new Esprit Spender on Tech Step, which I think they do right here after this. Yep, there it is. So after Tech Step, you have another big button to press. Reaper was really cool. So they in the live later, they were talking about a lot of jobs would have a big button that you would press on a 60 or 1 or 2 minute cooldown or whatever. And people were running into problems with overcapping. For Reaper specifically, that was Plentiful Harvest. So they're going to Plentiful Harvest right there, but not get 50 gauge, but it still gives them the ability to go Enshrouded via a buff that they get, which is super sick. Normal and Shroud window. And then they were having some translation errors here, but I believe this is just the new enhanced harp right there. I'm not sure if that's just enhanced harp or it was a follow-up to the Harvest Moon. They kind of like had some problem communicating the translation for that, so I don't know, we'll see. Another example of not overcapping but using the buffs was on Red Mage here. Using Manification will let you do a melee combo without actually giving you the gauge, so you don't overcap. Also, they finally made the AoE Moulinet button not cost 60 gauge instead of 50. For the longest time, that was so annoying. I was talking about it, but like, I hated getting to 50 gauge, hearing my Red Mage meter go boing, like I'm ready for a combo, and then I'd go in and do the triple Moulinet. I'd only do 2, and then I would run out of stacks, and I'd be like, Also, resolution continuation, Lamau. Another button that they added that would just give you a buff instead of overcapping you was Barrel Stabilizer, specifically for Machinists. So they press Barrel Stabilizer here, and it lets them just enter a Heat Blast window without giving them gauge, so they don't overcap. And Drill Charges. So Barrel Stabilizer gives them a buff. They call down Queen, and then they can do their Heat Blast combo after they throw the Wildfire on here. So Heat Blast got a visual upgrade, Gauss Round, and Ricochet, which looks sick nasty. And then also, you turn into a fucking Gundam. Boom, baby! So sick. I'm actually going to play a lot of Machinist, I bet. We broke this one down pretty well, too. So, no more Huton gauge. It's just a trait now. So there's a new spell for Huton. It looks like an AoE ability. Bunshin, new AoE move. This is going to be the Armor Crush combo, and it's going to give him 2 of the knives. I think those knives are going to be spent on using your Aeolian Edge. I think that Poison Spit is probably the new Mug. And that spinning attack that he did was the new Bava. And that Frog is just the updated Frog. That's your 50 spenders for your gauge. Tenshi Jin has a follow-up spell now. Looks like it's AoE. Super cool. Like I said, I'm trying not to pause. I could totally pause this and break down every single thing, but I'm trying to do it without pausing. Okay, so there's the single target dot that you can do. That's the AoE dot that you can do if you Eucrasia your AoE button. They were talking about how Sage now has an AoE Cardia, so you can temporarily Cardia your entire party. Numa upgrade. Very cool. Phlegma. Absolutely balling. Yeah, I'm kind of sad that you still can't move in TCJ, but whatever. Black Mage. I don't think anything here was confusing, and what they were talking about in the live letter, just initially everything that you're seeing here is just exactly what you would expect it to be. Except that new little gauge is interesting. I wanted to check and see if they did cast Flare to give themselves 3 stacks, so that's Fire 4. Fire 4. Fire 4. So they move, and then they move their ley lines. They said you can do that once per ley lines. Fire 4. Obviously, you got 3 polyglots now. And then once you get all 6 of those stacks, you can use that new fire. Boom. Xenoglossy. Yeah, so that's Flare, right? So Flare gives them 3 stacks per cast. So they triple cast Flare, Flare, and then that finisher. Very cool. And then Viper, honestly, when they did a little play thing with the hotbar showing. It was giving me Dancer vibes. It looks pretty simple in the sense that like you kind of just have 2 buttons that you press as like your your dual blades button and your combined blades button, then there's a lot of OGCDs that you would press between those. And then obviously when you get to 50 gauge, you can enter your, what do they call it? The reawakened stance. And I believe it's like a, it seems like a 5-part combo. The 5th one being the big finisher. And then there was a spender that you use for those red diamonds on the bottom gauge. But for some reason, Yoshi P didn't press the spender button like once. And all of us were screaming in the chat like, press it! Press the diamond button! And it just wouldn't push it. Looks really cool though. Okay, main thing for White Mage was that they added that gap closer, and then also when they entered Presence of Mind, and they talked about this too, instead of the spell speed buff, it's gonna be you get 3 casts of like an insta-cast AoE button, it looks like. Upgraded Medica 2, I'm pretty sure. Maybe if it's even Medica 3, who knows. So there's POM, that's the new damage button. Aqua Veil. Tetra. Glare. The POM damage button. I think they go into Temperance here and then they gap close after the Syphilis. I wonder if the gap closer is tied to Temperance. They didn't talk about that. Maybe they did and I was yapping. But yeah, it looks cool. And I think they have more Tetra stacks, it seemed like. Monk mains are pissed because rather than trying to keep up with your buff and your dot timers, now it's more important to just make sure that you actually go through all the forms. And they made it so you can go up to 10 chakra stacks so you don't overcap in Brotherhood. Yeah, so you can see they have that overcap stack right there. So that should send them into it, yeah. Phantom Rush. Very cool. Some ranged moves. I'm curious to see what that new gauge is going to be about. I think it's you're going to have enhanced potency on however many dots you have filled up there on that second gauge. New little small gap close thing on Dark Knight. They said that they combined Delirium and Blood Weapon into the same button, but I'm not really sure if that's exactly what they meant, because it looks like here they do some kind of buff button, and this looks like Blood Weapon, but maybe that's Delirium and you don't do Blood Spillers and Delirium anymore, is what we were thinking. Living Shadow, and then at the end of Living Shadow they have a new GCD that they can push. And again, like, this is all just guessing because we don't have tooltips or buffs or anything here. But this is just a more educated look at things after that's the end of Living Shadow button. A more educated guess at what's happening here. Huge thing for Bard, which I didn't pick up the first time I watched this, is that you don't need a target anymore to do your songs, which is crazy good. Pitch Perfect does also now AoE. Yeah, so your Wanders, your Armies, and your Mages Ballad, you don't... It's a buff on you that you press whenever. You don't have to actually have an enemy to target and hit. That saves the job for me, personally. I think that's crazy good. They said they also combined Straight Shot and Shadow Bite Ready into the same button. Which is nice. Also, side note, they made Fizz Ranged. That looks like a follow-up attack to your buff. They made Fizz Ranged Mitts 5% stronger. Okay, so Summoner for the most part looked the same, but they added a new in-between primal between Phoenix and Bahamut. So a new demi, and it's called Solar Bahamut. Other than that, it looks the same, except for the fact that that's the new follow-up attack to Searing Wind. I think everything else past those new things is just like trait upgrades to abilities that already exist. I wasn't really paying attention to the candy numbers that they got for like Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, but I think they're the same. Yeah, so it goes Solar Bahamut. They said Solar Bahamut, Phoenix, Solar Bahamut, Bahamut. And this looks so cool, man. Absolutely wicked. Where the hell did that guy come from, though, right? Like, don't know what that last button they pressed there was. Samurai changes looked really cool. This is one that I had to pause and break down everything for, though. So on Meikyo, they made it so every time you use Meikyo, you can do one Tsubame instead of having them be on like separate like timers and like charges. One Meikyo equals one Tsubame. So because they used that Meikyo earlier, they Tsubame'd there. Third Eye gives them however much gauge that was. I think it was... I don't remember. I'm gonna not pause here though. Insignificant. 50 gauge spender at the end of the Ogi casts. They Meikyo again to go for a Midare. And then the new Midare Tsubame looks fucking awesome. Scholar's crazy because they gave it a transformation. They also gave a follow-up attack to Chain, which is that. They put Recitation on a shorter cooldown, I believe. So you can do more Recitation memes. And then what did they call it? I think it's called Seraphism was the name of the button. And they didn't confirm it, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be the replacement to Dissipation. Right? Is that what we're thinking, chat? I'm pretty sure they probably axed Dissipation and gave you that transformation instead. Picto, from this, seemed really complicated, but from the gameplay showcase they did, it's actually dumb easy and really good. So you have an animal motif, a weapon motif, and a landscape motif. And you can prep all of those out of combat. And it's always the same order for the animal motif. So it goes the Moogle Palm, the wings, the claw, and then the fangs. And after you do the first two, you can cast the Moogle Beam. And after you cast all four of them, you can cast the... What did they call that creature? The Medine? Medane? Something like that? That new creature. The weapon motif is always the hammer, though. The Maduin, yes. The weapon motif is always the hammer, and the hammer, whenever you... what it's called is you put the painting on your canvas, and then you have to render it, and then when it's rendered, you can use the special ability. So you can cast the hammer button 3 times in a row as insta-cast from a range. And then the landscape is just your party buff every 2 minutes. And the landscape buff also has a follow-up attack that you can use. And then when you get 50 gauge, you can turn your light paints into dark paints. And your dark paints are basically just your light paints, but they take longer to cast, cost a little bit more mana, and do more damage. It's really fucking cool. Gunbreaker, I believe that was the updated Nebula? It was either the updated Nebula or the updated Heart of Corundum. Continuation on the Fated Circle. That's your 1, 2, 3. No Mercy. They don't do Bow Shock here, they just do Sonic Break. So just the 1 dot. Gnashing Fang combo. Yeah, we don't know if it was a gauge overcap there or if they were just only getting 2 from Bloodfest. We won't really know until, you know. Oh, but when you press Bloodfest, it gives you access to this new 3-part GCD combo, which looks mad cool. And that's it. And like I mentioned in the middle of this, this is all just speculation. We're just looking at the best we can. We don't really know if what we were guessing is entirely correct. We have a good idea now that we listened to the live letter and they gave us a few clues and small parts of all the updates and changes that happened, but it's looking really cool and I'm super excited. I cannot wait to see how some of these hotbars and like abilities look in action and like how they work with each other. So I'm super excited for Media Tour. I'm going to keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And yeah, thanks for watching. And I think that's good. I'm really glad that the construction guys didn't bust out the buzzsaw in the middle of that. Cool. So Jill will take that. Jill, do you understand what we wanted to do for that? So I did a little intro before I just did that yapping bit. Play the initial reactions, and then after that, play the post live letter breakdown. Or however you want to do it. You probably know better than me. Anyways, I got to get going. There's people in my house doing construction, and it's probably going to get loud soon. So I got on cue. Literally on cue. I got to get going. I'm probably not going to stream later today. I might actually if I'm not too tired, but you know, my sleep's kind of messed up right now. I will definitely be back tomorrow for sure. Friday. We'll find something to do. And yeah. Can you hear it? It's so funny. Thanks for hanging out with me this morning, guys. Thanks for sticking around and watching the job action stuff with me. I really appreciate it. Be back tomorrow, and take care, y'all. Peace out. Goodbye.